Come on, come all to Deadlock Night Shift number 25. It's the Flying Circuses. We are all ready to go. We've got the Ringmaster in Jason Kaplan. We've got his lovely assistant in Jake. And we've got the pet tiger, which might be illegal in some places, in Colaris. How are you all doing? It's going to be a great night of games. We've got Europe and we've got Americas as well coming at you for some Deadlock action. I'm excited to be here for the first time ever. And I'm sure Jason's excited to have me as well. Right, Jason?
Jake, who the is this guy?
Get it out.
Is this guy? Did he even introduce himself? Does anyone know who he is in the Deadlock scene? This is the legendary
It's like he's always been here.
Colaris.
It's like he's a fixture, you know? He's just, this is like, what, number 10? We're all being mind controlled here. It's working, though.
With his 5,000 euro camera, you can see every pore on his face. The absolute legend when it comes to StarCraft 2. The legend when it comes to PUBG. The legend when it comes to Heroes of the Storm. This man has casted more games than I've played in my life. It's Colaris.
That is like the nicest thing he's ever said about me,
You
Jake.
say that literally every time. Every time you say that.
You just hit a new high every time, Jason. You're just continuing to level up in the kind. That's what everyone says about Jason behind the scenes. Exceptionally kind, generous soul. You know, it's just a popular
Let me check the date
opinion.
real quick. Oh yeah, April 1st. Okay. But Jake, this is the last time Colaris and I have been on a show together was like a year and a half ago over working on another game together. Normally, well, lately I've been behind the camera working with him as a producer. That sounded really weird.
Yes.
But he's here for some Deadlock action, man. He's been grinding. He's been doing some watch parties. He's been doing watch parties with Blank in particular. I'm excited to see what he's got in Deadlock. Screw the teams. What does Colaris have to show us in Deadlock?
I've been playing a lot of Street Ball, I'll tell you that much. That's what I've been doing recently. It's been a lot of fun, of course. I've been playing a lot of Deadlock as a whole, but it's great to be here. Thank you very much for that lovely introduction, Jason. I very much appreciate it, and it's my first time working with Jake as well. I'm excited to be working with you, Jake, man. Been watching a lot of your stuff. Been watching how you've been holding it down on the night shift, and we're in for some interesting action and probably maybe a lot of Celeste bans. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I do think, you know, some of our newest characters in the game, Celeste looks kind of insane on first look. I think this is a character that's probably going to get tuned in a pretty significant way. I'm wondering if we'll even get to see Celeste. I honestly think this hero might be such an instant first pick that the team who has second pick just has to ban it to just keep it off the field. I think teams will like really want to have first pick this week given that, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe just some of your traditional, I mean, like Abrams is still top tier, Shiv's still top tier, right? So maybe these characters will see some play, but I'm a little worried. I think Celeste might be too broken to even see play in a draft format.
See, I got a question for you about Celeste. You know, I was thinking before we started the show, and I kind of hinted at it before we came on the show. But let me ask you about Celeste. Do you secretly think actually she's probably been the strongest hero released in this new set of 6 compared to all the other ones?
Oh, yeah, I think so, honestly. Like, I think the mobility in her kit, like, so we have some showcase we'll look at later, but the mobility in her kit, like, if you didn't know, she has just low grav, is like, she just has low grav all game. Like, if you ever played Street Brawl and had the Seraphim Wings item that makes you have low grav, it's not that strong, but it's something, you know, you have, like, ridiculous low grav compared to anyone else. You have, like, best-in-class air control. It's almost like when you use the Holidays jump pad, you get the super air control. That's Celeste all the time, 24/7, no way to turn it off. So for me, that fundamentally is such a powerful attribute that it's just always impacting the game. And they add onto that like a ridiculous amount of damage that she can output. It's like top tier mobility with top tier damage is usually a recipe for maybe a balancing issue at the top level of play.
I completely. It's scary for sure. It feels like the kit is completely tailored fully for Spirit as well. Some of these heroes came out and it's like, okay, yeah, we're going to try and work a little gun kind of play into this and how it's all going to work. Of course, her gun is very interesting. And then the split shot kind of dynamic was weird to the point where it got disabled for a bit. And obviously that's a bit of a problem. But with all that said, Shining Wonder plus the level 3 shield, Jason, for me, is the scary part of it all in late game. Never mind all the movement that actually comes along with Celeste as well.
Yeah, talking to Listic before the show today, and he was saying we're probably going to see her banned the entire time because she's too insane right now, and she needs to be tweaked a bit to actually see what she can do. The fact that you can hit things behind walls as well to make her a surprise factor. But surprisingly enough, the spirit amp that she gives. If we look at the competitive scene lately in Deadlock, it's all about this mid game, right? It's all about the spirit heroes. Everyone talks about M1 being the kings of damage, but honestly, the whole pace and control that you get in these games is created by these spirit heroes, and Celeste fits perfectly into that role.
Yeah, it really does look like it. It really does. Of course, as you say, with the spirit amp that it does exist, it is very difficult. And obviously that is going to lend itself very nicely to some of the metas. I mean, you're seeing a lot of the games, like if you look back at last week, Jake, you see the first game that goes down. It's all about kind of getting that first mid boss and really kind of snowballing it from there. And actually, I feel like Lowkey W was a really good team for using that kind of momentum and just stalling out a game to 45 minutes and then just being able to get mid boss after mid boss after mid boss to be able to eventually bring out the victory.
Yeah, I think, Listic for Lowkey W last week was pretty insane. Like, put him on the Yamato, and it just feels like they're always going to have a chance in those mid-boss fights, even against Abrahams when they're at a dominant lead. Like, Listic comes in there and clutches a few out. So I kind of want to see more of him on the Yamato, see if that can come out and be that recipe for success, because Lowkey W, that was like their first week with this new roster, right? Like, just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what they can do. So I'm kind of hoping for maybe a rematch between them and Abrahams, but they're gonna have to get through Leviathan, who maybe will come a little bit better prepared, more aware of the strengths that Lowkey W is bringing this week on the night shift.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to do we get to look at Celeste's kit and Celeste and how she actually fully operates? Is that a thing?
I think we do. So I made a little quick explanation video, or just a little demonstration of some of the aspects of the kit. So this is just showing some of the low grav potential of the character. I do buy Superior Stamina just because if anyone plays this hero, believe me, they will be buying Superior Stamina at a very early juncture. But the air control is just ridiculous, right? This strafing potential is out of control. This is like probably about as good. Maybe it's better than Holidays, honestly, even when she's using the jump pad. So you combine this with, some of the top players in the game, and you have some problems. This first skill is like a close range spirit nuke. It's going to give you a little bit of spirit lifesteal on the targets you hit. So it's like a nice little setup skill. Not really the star of the kit. The shield, the dazzling chick she can give. If the enemies break the shield, it silences them, and the barrier can scale with your spirit. This third skill is really your bread and butter on Celeste, right? When you drop these radiant daggers, when after a delay they hit, they are buffing you up. They're providing you a buff to fire rate and spirit damage, and you stack that up, it gets kind of crazy. And as we talked about, right, the ultimate here bounces between nearby enemies. If no one else is around, it'll kind of stick on one player for a while. But this ultimate is insanely powerful in the late game when you get, full build, full damage amp. This almost can like solo multiple enemies at once, So I mean, a little bit ridiculous, I think, in the kit.
She seems like anti-brawler comps that we've been seeing this last week or two, right? We've seen a lot of like these frontline heavy, charge right into kind of compositions, and with the fact that you can stack Spirit Amp, the fact that you can use that as a slow her ultimate, and not to mention, I think it like prevents your dash range as well. It really just locks you down and prevents you from just completely snowballing and rushing head forward into a team. So I think she's kind of like, I think secretly Valve was like watching the night shift and like, what hero should we release next to completely screw with the meta? And they came up with Celeste.
You're saying they're rigging the votes, Jason. You're saying it was, they stole the election.
I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying that. So, I'm secretly hoping though that Apollo, when he comes out, I mean, first of all, poor Apollo, the last one to come out, but I secretly hope he's the strongest hero we've seen in the game, period. Even like release Shiv, or like pre nerf Shiv. That would be hilarious. But it's kind of crazy considering what Paige was the last hero released last time around, and she became probably one of the strongest heroes. I think her and Billy became pretty much the strongest. Cool. I guess Mina, everyone had their time except Drifter. So it's gonna be really cool to see if Celeste matches that, or Apollo matches that, or even Ventor, who does a hell of a lot of damage, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with that ult, of course, as we take a look at how Ventor lines up here, Jake. And he's scary. I was saying, we were talking about it before, right? That ult, once you get those blessed charges, that is terrifying.
Yeah, the maxed out ult is like a ridiculous amount of burst. But he's got a pretty, standard expected gun here, just like kind of like that heavy LMG. This first skill, grenade, can not only direct hit players, but can also bounce off walls. When it hits somebody, it creates that AoE around them that reduces their healing. It does a bit of damage. It's also on a charge ability. Second skill is this powerful shotgun. If you slam somebody into a wall with it, it stuns them, which gives you enough time for a heavy melee or just whatever damage you want to deal. Third skill is they trap you kick out, and although the enemies can see these and shoot them, they're kind of deceptively hard to play around in a chaotic team fight. But of course, star of the show, the Iranominy. I mean, this is really why you play the Ventor. As we just skipped this one. Hold on, we did. I didn't fail the movement tech. Okay, here we go. So you can like similar to the Shiv movement tech, you can kind of bounce off walls with the shotgun and go huge with a wall bounce. And then the Iranominy, when it's maxed, it has all three charges dealing pure damage. However, when it's not max, it's just going to be that third shot. But really huge damage spike on the ultimate. Although from hearing, I think, Jason, you were saying some of the competitive players saying, look, in the end, it's just maybe not consistent enough to really see that much play at the top level.
Yeah, I mean, Listic was telling me that we really shouldn't expect too much Ventor just because it's not maybe as good as people think. I'm gonna actually like really quickly. Okay, I can't say the word he gave me when it came to describing Ventor, but let's just say it's a 4-letter word started with an S and ended with a T. But yeah, so I don't think we're gonna see too much of it. However, I could see how this could be a very pub stompy hero because you have a very set combo. If you knock them into the wall, you have them stunned. You can put a trap down. You get a heavy melee off. You know, you have like all this lockdown and quick kind of combo that the kit seems kind of basic, I think, at its essence, but obviously takes a lot of skill to master. And I'm sure I'm really underselling the skill ceiling that this hero does have.
I think obviously we were focusing a lot on the ult, and of course, yes, it is very deadly, but it does feel like in today's version of Deadlock, Jake, you've got to be more than just your ult. So maybe that's where it's coming from.
Yeah, I think he's a character that wants to get really farmed and build towards like this like high damage output build. However, if you're really going to do that, then, you know, if all your damage is reliant on the ultimate, yeah, you're going to have a pretty big downtime. And once the enemy pops, you know, it makes a pretty loud voice line. You can kind of expect it's coming and, you know, run back, kite it out. It's not, you know, necessarily impossible to outplay. I do think there's still a room for this character, but then again, you look at a lot of the other like late game gun carries when they're hitting full build, they also do crazy damage, right? Even some of your OGs, you look at like Warden or Wraith, right? When they hit the ultra late game, they also have incredibly powerful damage tools. So Ventor, I don't think he's unique in the way that someone like Celeste is in the cast.
Can I bring up one point though here really quickly? Is that I think the most interesting thing about him as a hero is the new type of damage in the game. Pure damage or
is it the first instance of pure damage? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
So Dota has like a lot
execute.
Dota has a lot of pure damage in like, well, not a lot, but it's such a powerful damage type, right? When resists don't function against you, it just means like it kind of guarantees you value in the late game. You can build a ton of damage. And we've seen, I mean, a lot of people have been seeing clips on Twitch and stuff of the Ventor, you know, was way ahead of the game and his ult is just like one-shotting players from full. I wonder if that is really achievable in a high-level game if you're not like very far ahead of the game. How realistic that is, because there's certain tools like I believe Metal Skin works on the ultimate. I think so. I've been playing a bit against it, and I think I've been building a ton of Metal Skin. I can't remember all the interactions. I'm scared now to be wrong about that, but I think it does work. And also just it's a little bit predictable in terms of, you know, when the shots are going to come out. So I think people might be able to outplay it at this level.
How's your Latin, Jason? Are you going to be able to translate for us if he gets picked?
You know what? Okay, well, we've got our priest here that speaks Latin. Give me a rabbi who speaks Hebrew, and maybe I can help you out there, James.
Okay.
That's the next character.
Yeah, the next 6 that come along, all different sects. It's going to be exciting stuff. All right, well, let's take a look at today's matches and how they all shape up as well, because as always, we will have our best of 1s leading into those best of 3s. And it's a very familiar look here, Jason, to start things for EU.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been a shame to not bring Lowkey W back, considering how well they played last week, first of all. I mean, their first show in a night shift, they did win against Leviathan earlier in that week in a Run the Souls tournament is what it's called. They put on events over there. But they didn't look like they quite had it when it came to Abraham's. Obviously, you're playing against the Titan of EU, and no team's really able to take them down easy. And the fact they have Sharik on the team, they have Listic on the team, that's a lot of experience you bring to this roster. But what I'm really curious about them is, Listic was very vocal about saying he didn't really want to join a team because it interferes with his streaming. So I'm curious, what is it about them that he's like, okay, you know what? I can maybe move my streaming schedule around, or I feel confident enough that it's not going to affect what I want to do. Or maybe he just really had that competitive itch that he missed.
I mean, if you're building a stream like this, Jake, and you've got the viewers and you've got, you know, kind of the attention on you, like I think he's looking for the long game, right? Having that own personal brand and kind of working with that, and then playing the game at this level and this kind of professional matches, maybe it's just that extra bonus.
I mean, I think there's a lot to be said in just the nature of Deadlock as a game. Is the community is really interested in high level play, right? It's kind of such a competitive game fundamentally that to be like a top player competitively, I think also can really benefit, you know, your stream in terms of people's interest, engaging. People want to see the best players in the world play. And if you can kind of make your mark here on the night shifts, you know, be on one of the top teams, show these huge performances, that's going to kind of draw people to your stream. Even though Listic, they took the L last week over to Abraham's, I still think Listic really had a great showing and really impressed me in particular. So, you know, I think it's going to draw more attention attention to them. I love that, to highlight some of the guys in NA melee creeps. They pretty much all stream their POVs while they're playing in the tournament with some delay, of course. But I think it's an exciting thing at this moment in Deadlock, right? That you can kind of really be connected to the competitive pro scene in a way that most games, when they're fully professionalized, maybe you won't see as much transparency.
And of course,
give a shout out to Zergy really quickly, Jason. Sorry to interrupt you. He hit us with a raid. 1,600 viewers, 1,600 gooners coming over onto the stream. Thank you so much, Zergy, for that one.
The one who goons.
Hope you had a great one.
Yes, thank you very much, Zergy. Awesome stuff. And thank you very much for joining in on the night shift and everything that's going to be going down here, because we've got some great rosters to talk about, Jason, and how everything's going to shape up for what's coming up here.
Yeah, this team, honestly, again, we talked about before, Shark, Listic, they bring so much experience to the team. Cosmetical as well, played under the Buff and Jors banner for 1 week before they disbanded. It wasn't because of him, don't worry. But they have like such a strong team, and considering we normally see certain players at the top when it comes to EU, it's nice to have a couple of new names that they've been around here for such a long time. You got Trax there playing support for the team. Had some amazing page ultimates last week when I was rewatching the games. That's something you have to keep in mind. And then Vrake and Blob as well. I mean, Blob is kind of their carry for the team, and with talking to Trax, he was mentioning how they're still trying to figure out ways to unlock him as a player and for him to excel within the team and to play the role that they want him to play. Because thinking back to last week, I think he was on Geist and it wasn't really exceptional, but they also weren't really playing around him well. There's still some like internal issues of finding their identity. I think maybe issues is a strong word, but they're trying to find their identity and they're trying to play around that properly. And I think Listic and Shark do help give them that stability in the team to figure that out.
Sure. I feel like they've also kind of enabled some of these guys to be able to do some, big numbers, big damage. If you think about Cosmetical on the Grey Talon in the previous kind of game going up against Leviathan, I think he did fantastic alongside Blob on the Geist, right, Jake? That these individual components do look fantastic together. It's just whether or not they can then get over this hurdle and then deal with Abrahams on the other side.
I mean, honestly, to come in basically week one of a new roster and already be in top two, I mean, you can feel kind of bad thinking, oh, well, we lost to Abrahams, right? But to come in week one like that and have a strong showing, a lot of individual playmaking, like people looking strong on their roles, that's a great start for a team. And obviously from there, you have a ways to go to catch up with a team like Abrahams that also has incredible individual skill and just has, months and months of experience playing as a unit. Coordinated strategic aspect of Deadlock is so crucial. So for Lowkey W, I think this is going to be really the team to watch in EU right now, although it could all come crashing down. Leviathan is not a pushover opponent, and so they're going to need to really perform at their best if they want another chance at the money match.
A bit of a difference potentially when it comes to that draft as well. Obviously, they had kind of Silver pretty early on in that draft. Silver had a little change here and there, Jason, but still looked pretty damn good in the hands of Listic. Do you think that it can kind of overcome those little changes?
I honestly don't know. I think there's with having 4 bans total and 2 at the very start, it's so hard to ban out the really OP heroes, except if you're going for Celeste in this case. I think there's so many things that could come through, and I think we're hitting a very interesting part of Deadlock with these new 6 servers released and with only having 4 bans total. You really can't predict how the draft is properly going to go down the line, and I think it really tests the true grit of a team of how you can adapt the comp that you want to go for into what you're going to have to play based on what's being picked away from you or banned away from you. That's going to be really cool to see if we have Silver come through, if we have any of the new heroes come through at this point.
Yeah, definitely. As all eyes really will be on Celeste to see if that actually does end up going through, but I doubt it. Let's take a look at the opposite roster as well in Leviathan. Of course, they have been a mainstay for a long time here, Jake, when it comes to it. Even the 2 Mo and Krills. I always find funny, because for me, when I think overseas, I'm like, yeah, he's the bebop guy, but he does his bit.
He's got pocket with his bodyguards here in the team shot. Yeah. I kind of vibe with it. I think Rayek has also been a really key player for this team on the initiator role. Has looked really good. Has even gone toe to toe with players like Taz, and had respectable performances there. So definitely, I have my eyes on Rayek and what Empty Dreams can bring in terms of getting a little bit more farm, playing that mid game. I feel like they were maybe caught a little bit unawares after honestly having a lot of walkovers in the challenger match over the last couple months. It's really been Abrahams who's been testing them. maybe that's where all their focus is at. But I'm sure after taking that loss to Lowkey W last week in a relatively close game, they're going to come a little bit better prepared in this one. And remember, these players are very strong, right? Like a lot of them have been top teams. Most of these players have won the night shift in the past at one time or another. And I think they're all going to be, you know, steady faces here in the competitive Deadlock scene. So I won't write Leviathan off. As exciting as Lowkey W are, I think this challenger match is actually going to be maybe one of our closest, most exciting games of the day, if last week is any bellwether.
No, I totally agree, because it really felt like in the previous weeks it was really 1 and 2, Abrahams and Leviathan, constantly, and then suddenly Lowkey W effectively led Jason by what was some remnants of buff enjoyers, or VP if you want to call them that, whatever iteration you want to call them of it, right? Like, then that kind of shakes that up a little bit. So for Leviathan, they've probably gone away and really thought about how they're going to approach this. Rayek, as well as that sub that was previously coming in as that full-time member on the previous week, and now has found himself a spot where clearly he's on the roster again. They must be happy with some of that performance that they saw, even after a loss, and then being able to stick together like this.
It's kind of, I don't know, I think, I don't want to say it was a fluke. So last week was the first time they had played with losing Obi Kim and OCs. Yeah. And OCs and Obi Kim, I mean, Obi Kim brings the experience. OCs was a farming master and an M1 master when it came to like the trolley event we had not too long ago. So losing two big players like that, I could understand why you're going to lose the match in the following week, especially when you lost it over Listic stealing away Reju from you entirely on Yamato. So I think it was maybe like a slight inexperience for them. I expect this to be probably an extremely exciting match, though I'm actually leaning towards Leviathan's way in this game.
Ooh, okay. How about you, Jake?
Listic made me such a believer last week in the way that they were able to even clutch up against, you know, a dominant Abrahams at times, right? Able to, you know, have decent fights, even though Abrahams was very far ahead. I think this is a team that is going to grow and maybe rise to be that next challenger to Abrahams. I'm very early on that bet, but I do think individually they've got some veterans who have some experience playing competitively. They have some newcomers who I think it's actually a valuable thing to have on your team at this moment in Deadlock, where there's tons of new players on the come up all the time. Like, you know, you imagine like a year out in the scene, we're going to have a ton of players we've never even heard of as of today that end up rising to the top. You know, you think about, we've seen a lot of that in North America. So I think with some focus, Claris is back, with some focus and with some commitment, or maybe it's a cardboard cutout.
I can hear you. I don't know what's happened.
But
has like an 8,000 euro PC and he can't get his camera to work. It's great.
Whoa.
I believe in Lowkey W. I think this is the beginning of a longer journey for them, and I think they're gonna maybe show out some stronger performance against Abrahams today. That's what I'm really rooting for, is like a more competitive money match here in Europe. Abrahams has been running away with it, frankly, for months now, and I'm ready to start rooting against them. You know, I'm ready for an underdog to rise and give them a real test.
You're only ready now? I've been ready for like 2 months. Okay, come on.
That's fair. My question is, what's the 1v1? Do we get a Celeste versus Celeste?
It's a 1v1. It's a Ventor 1v1 cross v cross.
Oh my
battle
god!
To see who gets first pick or first.
This is crazy. This is like the first aiming 1v1, or are they just meleeing?
No, it's still meleeing.
Okay.
Who could headbutt harder?
I love
crazy.
The headbutt.
Just pull out the crossbow and the 1v1.
Yeah, one of these days, honestly, even if I threw it and I like would have to lose the choice of first pick or second pick, I would just shoot the person and kill him. just to get in their heads. Just be like, I don't care about the draft. I'm just gonna kill you.
You just cheat by like 10 glass cannons, just gun them down.
Exactly. Dead. Okay, MGP's won it.
Nice. All right. Well, that's going to be going their way to start things off. And again, like, I think that if you compare how things went from EU to NA last week, geez Louise, obviously there was really no REM in EU compared to NA, which we saw quite a bit of. It had mixed results there as it does stand. What do you think to start things off? We are thinking the Celeste for the second ban, surely.
I mean, and I'm already a little surprised because Leviathan won the 1v1 and they actually chose second pick. I was thinking in my head, like, look, if you always want to be first pick, if Celeste is truly as broken as I think, because it basically takes away the opponent's ban, but maybe they just think, look, we're still going to be willing to ban Celeste and just feeling good about having the picks 2 and 3 in the draft to get a nice frontliner plus page combo or something of that nature. Some of our classics here in the night shift. So curious, this is going to be a bellwether moment though. Is Celeste going to be banned in the opener? I just feel like the character eye test looks insane on like day one, and you got to think these players have been grinding it now. Yeah, they know this is a hero that I honestly think might cop like every single first ban today. Like it feels so broken.
This is kind of why I like actually going first, because if you don't do the traditional ban, you force the hand of the enemy team. And if you don't force their hand, then you get to pick what you want. So I think it's. Are we doing? Oh, you know what? We got to think of a new one.
No, God, no, week? Jason. I'm not following you into hell like that last week.
Since this is the first time Kalaris is on the show, he missed out on the entirety of last week. Can we get a woo from Kalaris? Just to,
just
make
one.
Are you really asking me to a woo in front of God knows how many people?
Yes.
A woo. I might give you a better one later. Come on, man.
You gotta wait until the passion, the moment strikes. When the moon is full, like you can't just ask a man to a woo with no warm up.
That costs money, Jason. All right, come on.
Well, speaking of money, we got a $15 tip Canadian straight into the prize pool saying, thanks, guys. Good luck to the teams. Remember, anything you donate in chat, or in the chat, if you're in the chat and you donate, everything goes directly into the prize pool. We don't touch a single cent of it, even though we want to. It all goes to the prize pool for that week, and we split it across EU and North America. But if you also want to support us, on the other hand, you can follow us and support us on Patreon. And you can get all those different tiers of different access into our discords, and of course potentially have us cast one of your matches. There's tons of ways to support us, whether it's into prize pool, to us to continue to bring you this awesome action. And Kalaris has something to say.
Interesting front line, really, from Leviathan, right? They've taken a very strong front line here, Jake, and then that has now put Lowkey in a position where they go for the page. It's a great pick, but that's a terrifying front line from Leviathan.
Yeah, and I'm almost wondering for Leviathan, it's like you could now ban out Yamato or Picket here, and you really are like running low on options for Lowkey W in terms of what the frontliner is going to be. Silver could be that bit. Okay, they will pull out the Ventor, so little disagreement. Listic was talking, Chris, saying like, look, this Ventor hero is terrible. It's not going to be played. Leviathan take it in the first three. I would actually love to see the Yamato ban here, just because it's like, I'm like, really, what else are you picking on frontline for Lowkey W? I mean, you have the silver, it's like a quasi frontliner, but they go with the pocket ban this time, just feeling like, okay, you want to almost protect your own Shiv and Billy more, and that should open things up. But they could even follow up with a fourth pick Yamato here, and I actually would like that, just because it puts Lowkey W in a really tough spot for the draft and denies Listic one of his best.
Where the hell are our initiators? Okay, good to see Rem, even though I kind of like Rem after hating him so long. You do limit the supports for Leviathan, so you're thinking Kelvin, you're thinking Ivy. We've definitely seen an uptick of Ivy recently. But I'm also looking at for Lowkey's side, and I guess Leviathan, excuse me, where's our Paradox? Where's our Bebop? Like, where's your initiates coming from? And seeing it go this deep into the pool is interesting. Also, Sinclair stealing Silver's ultimate is hilarious, because you get, like, was it 20-second cooldown on the ultimate for Sinclair?
It's true, but I think it's not good. I don't think it's a good ult to steal, because you don't build any of the items on Sinclair. That
I didn't even think about in a million years stealing Silver's ult, like with Sinclair.
Yeah, like you can proc it easily, right, with your bolts, but I don't think you just like don't want to be a melee hero on Sinclair usually. But I still think it's going to be strong. I think stealing the Mina ult is always nice, and Page's ult I think is one of the best in the game to steal. It's just so powerful, so sick for saving team fights. But Lowkey W are getting kind of the dream team fight setup. They get both Bebop and Lash, so by taking the Bebop, they block the counter pick on Lash, and Lash looks kind of uncontrolled right now. The only thing you really have is Billy's chain to lock him down, and that's not going to be that reliable in the late game when Lash is going to kind of pick and choose his initiation. So I actually think Lowkey W, although they don't have a conventional frontline really, they're going to be able to control these engagements so well with the Bebop and Lash, it may not matter.
Well, the pick comes in for the Paradox here for Leviathan, so they've got what is effectively kind of a little bit of a trade-off for what Bebop's able to bring as well with the hook. What are you thinking, Jason, to finish things off?
My mind is so blank right now, honestly. It is so blank. There's so many heroes now in the game. I just don't know which way. There's too many like factors involved with this now to think about what could be like a viable pick. I mean, Warden, like an Emblem hero.
Surprised it's Warden though, with Ventor already picked. It's like I was thinking they would go for something like an Ivy and something more supportive. I mean, Sinclair can fill that role too and have a lot of disables, but I love the Geist finisher for Lowkey W. They're very light on the front line. That's a little bit of an issue in the draft, and Geist is probably the best of the gun carries for somewhat filling that role in terms of being able to, go toe-to-toe with a Billy or a Shiv and actually potentially come out ahead.
I'm terrified if Leviathan actually gets into the Lowkey W lines. Like, this is just Billy, Shiv, Warden wreaking havoc with it, and then having a Venator doing damage against it as well, Jason, that's a beefy lineup, I think.
It's a lot of damage for sure. I think maybe Leviathan have to worry about the mouths to feed kind of issue that we discussed, like the economy. Warden needs a lot. It's going to soak a lot of economy. Venator, I think, has to soak a lot of economy. Billy and Shiv, not so much. So you're looking towards those two carries in particular. And on the other side for Lowkey W, it's just Mina and Geist, because I think if Listic will in fact be on Silver, he likes to get involved because you're not going to be farming much on her with her attack speed being so slow. So I'm thinking about like mouse to feed, and I'm thinking about when these power spikes are hitting, and I'm looking at Lowkey W. I think for me, Jake, it kind of looks all on Bebop and Lash. Their initiators are going to be so strong to open up kills that if they technically get ahead, 10, 20K, 15 minutes in, I don't think there's coming back for it, Leviathan.
Yeah, I think for Lowkey W, I think a lot rides in the mid lane. With characters like Lash and Bebop, I think we're going to see a ton of like early pre-ultimate roaming, and I think that's actually going to be maybe the linchpin of the game for Lowkey W. Their draft kind of wants to be ahead. It kind of wants to snowball. They don't really have someone who's going to stand there and defend so easily. I mean, you've got, I guess Lash can clear the waves, maybe Paige can too, and they can kind of hold off on creeps. But as far as actually coming back into the jungle and taking those fights, it's going to be a lot of pressure on Lash and Bebop to get those initiations. So the mid lane, the ability to dominate mid and control the rotation in the early game, I think that's going to be really what I have my eyes on for Lowkey W. Leviathan, a little bit greedy in the draft, but if they can like survive the lanes, they do have a pretty bonkers late game, right? If you know, a lot of these cores are coming online, Sinclair could be like a monster carry this game in terms of stealing things like Bebop, Lash, and Page ult. Those could be really, really potent in this one.
Well, I think this is where I leave you boys to it here, Jason. So, well, let's see if Leviathan can get retribution for last week against Lowkey W.
Well, before I guess we can fully do that, we got to shout out another $100 tip for petition your congressman to buff Pocket. I can get behind that. As long as we're not buffing like Rem. Rem doesn't need any more buffs. I feel like he's
Pocket
kind of okay
does not need any more buffs, Jason. Let's be honest here. Pocket
we don't see Pocket that often anymore, though.
But he's banned. He's banned. He got banned in the middle phase. Pocket is a very good hero. I will not stand for the Pocket buffing.
I think for me, look at these lanes at the moment. You talked about mid lane. You talked about Lash and Bebop working together with Vrayek and Shark. I'm also looking at this Venator and Warden lane and how they're going to do, because I do see a world where you could do some pretty good CC chains, especially if you get that knockback. You can kind of hold them in towards the binding word to confirm that into a kill, and there's really no way you're escaping the amount of damage that they can do to you in this lane.
I do think Ventor is a pretty strong laner. He's got like probably one of the best guns in the game for last hitting, just such a high rate of fire and consistency over long range. You add Warden to this lane, this is a little scary. It's like a lot of creep pressure, especially against Paige, who is probably one of the worst soul securers of the game, maybe the worst, I think it's fair to say.
And I think because of this lane, we're going to see a lot of interaction from that mid lane towards it to help defend this and kind of help turn things around, especially if you're being forced to play so defensively, like we're kind of already seen. And on the other side of the map, on the right-hand side, we are seeing Listic on the Silver with Cosmetical on the Mina just being an absolute terror here up against Bobby and Rayake under this Guardian.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see this so dominant. I mean, Silver typically I think is a pretty weak at actually punishing creeps and clearing those waves, but maybe Mina can help fix that. Nice little steal on the small camp is always a nice early win in the laning phase here for Cosmetical.
And Cosmetical
monster,
Mina,
that's how he's pushing him. I see.
They're literally like made for each other. This man plays nothing but Mina every time I see him stream. And he's pretty damn good at it, to be fair. And this is a very dominating lane that could potentially give a really strong start for Lowkey W. As we talked about before last week, Silver kind of weak in the laning phase until that ultimate comes online.
Yeah, and we're already seeing big roams out of the mid lane. Lash, Bebop both grabbing some boxes. And that mid lane is going to be so chaotic. You got to keep your eyes on the mini map this game, because both of those characters love to get involved in the early action. They don't really need the ultimate to have a big influence on the side lane ganking potential. And hey, you come in here, you put up a gank, and Silver and Mina absolutely, they bring the lockdown, they bring the damage to secure those kills if you're able to just start it off right with the Bebop hook.
Yeah, and something we haven't mentioned, right? After the show last week, thank you, Valve, for not doing a mid-show, first of all. Really appreciate that to the devs. They did do some tweaks to the game, right? And Silver had some things fixed for her in her kit, mostly around point blank working out in her Curse Lycan form, which I think is a massive buff for her in general. But obviously they nerfed the amount of healing that you get from that transformation, so it kind of equalized it a little bit, because honestly, was it 900 or 600 HP you're getting for a transform was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, what makes Silver so strong for me is just how much you can build into green items and still be a monster damage threat, especially in the ulti form. Geist making a bit of a play here, though. willing to take a risk. Yeah, gets pushed very deep, but that Page shield, it pays dividends, and you're not really taking proper damage onto Blob. So this lane is proving to be a little bit more difficult than maybe Warden and Ventor expected to actually push things down, and still a very stable early start to the game. Pretty much everyone playing this one patiently. I think in the BO1, people are a little bit hesitant to get too crazy with the roams and really introduce that level of chaos with the threat of potentially, you know, things going wrong and you falling behind in the lanes.
Yeah, and I think that was maybe why we went so long into that challenger match last week. I think Carlos brought up was like 40 something minutes, 45 minutes long, because I think they were so hesitant to go for that engagement that potentially could cost them a chance at the money match, especially for Lowkey W, who just previously beat Leviathan just a few days before and had yet to get a berth into the money match up against Abraham. So they had a lot to prove, and a lot of a safety being applied from both teams. We do see the initial kill come through onto the mid lane. Shark goes down to Freemok, and Freemok is not someone you want to see get started.
Yeah, Shiv early kills, always a nice one. A parry is good though, and that even though Ray dies, you're gonna see potentially the counterfight here from the Billy, although hold on, Billy may be going a little bit too deep. He's getting kind of juggled by both players. Great movement from Listic and Cosmetical, and they're able to get out of that one. 2 kills on the lane. Meanwhile, other side of the map, a lot of pressure coming in. Page away from the lane was greeting, trying to grab some boxes, and that could be a punish onto Geist. Yes, Empty Dreams will finish the kill, and that's gonna be Guardian going down as well. Page roams toward the mid, maybe trying to put some pressure on, maybe trying to grab boxes, and it's a very heavy punish onto the Geist.
No knockback just yet, so they're just going to take the kill and the Guardian back away. In the meantime, the mid lane is one that's really struggling for Lowkey W, as they have had some decent success in the right-hand side. So a pretty strong start for Leviathan, getting up 3k. Already have the buff spawning, not quite sure who grabbed all of them, though casting on Freemok is going to be extremely annoying for their opponents, and that Death Slam for the first one of the game, not going to connect onto anyone.
That's tough. That was a kill you really wanted to find on the Shiv, who's kind of starting the snowball, and he almost dodges that on accident, right? Dashing into the corner and just happens to be away from you. That's going to be a sad one for Shark. Would have loved to find that kill. A little bit of an interesting pause timing here. A little bit of a melee battle on the high ground. Do you melee here? Do you to melee or to parry? That is the question, Jason.
Well, as we saw last week, for me, you melee and you get parried. So, yeah, thank you so much for that, Blink. I think that was last week. Was that 2 weeks ago? I don't remember. They kind of all blend together in my head.
I think neither of them are going to melee or parry, and I don't think they did.
Do you want to hear something interesting, though, that I find very interesting for a certain player in Lowkey W in particular? So Shark, I'm just assuming he said yes. I didn't hear anything, but I'm assuming he said yes. Shark, when he played on Buff Enjoyers and VP, he had 4 heroes he played the most. Calico 17, Mirage 20, Mo and Krill 14, and Warden 24 times. The interesting thing about that is that we're seeing now in Lowkey W, Shark get to flex to some other heroes and to not flex into that, okay, I'll play Mo every game because we need a combo bot. I want to see what he can do as a player in general, because I feel like within that Buff Enjoyers camp, even though they did have such great success, we didn't really see him as a player, what he could do.
Little Bebop Laser over the top here. For now, it's going to be Vrake's roam to clear some space and potentially open up this right side Guardian. This frees up Mina and Silver to both get active in roam. I wonder who's going to stick in the side lane, who's going to look to be a little bit more aggressive in the early game. Looks like for now it'll be Mina farming it up, and Silver coming towards the mid, maybe looking to get into a fight. This Lycan form off cooldown. Bebop and Lash here too. You know, one catch could turn into an opened tier 1 tower. Orangey, thanks for the $50 tip, opening up that prize pool as well. And Shiv in the sights, half HP on Freemok. I think he does have a spirit buff there, so has a lot of counter damage, and the hook goes wide.
Doesn't stop the push from coming through, though. They've actually even called for some reinforcements this middle lane. You can see, was that 3 players in Lowkey W? I think that's going to be 4 on the other side. Actually, it might be 4 apiece between both these two
Everybody's
teams. Immediately running away from the Ventor. Swap comes in, catches out onto Trax. He's looking to escape. And he's going back to his own territory, but not to safety. As Overseas cleans up that kill. And the Leviathan now have sported a 3 to 4K lead.
Yeah, a lot of resources being brought to bear in the mid lane. I think this has become kind of a key staple of high-level Deadlock, is controlling that mid-tower advantage. So neither team is willing to let that mid-Guardian go down. It provides a crucial, relevant shop to keep people on the map and itemized. And at the same time, it's a key position to have your zipline so that you can actually get to these fights a little bit more quickly. So both teams investing a lot in that defense. A big parry, though, in the sewer. Freemok looks like also got parried. Listic, 1 HP. Could be going down here and is likely being hunted. Yeah, and a nice cheeky little parry there from Ray. Smelled that desperation on Listic. Could be more kills to find here. a stolen Bebop laser, zoning him into the small room here, and Shiv is going rush max execute build. So this is a potential huge snowballing game for Fremok as he's on a 4 streak.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy to see this, because with all the nerfs to Shiv, you know, was it the serrated blade now? People talk about.
Did he save every
damage.
point for the ult? Wait, I had not seen this build. This is interesting.
He's got,
Okay, no, he has some points in
his dash.
the dash. I see it.
Yeah.
I was like, that's crazy. This is like the Vindicta build on Shiv. But I kind of dig this build. I mean, hey, max ulti super early in the game is very relevant. When you're snowballing like this, you can come to team fights and you could just pick up, 3, 4, 5 kills. That's not ridiculous. And it puts Shiv in the driver's seat of the game completely, as looks like a devil's attempt being disrupted by Bebop.
Ventor gonna back off from this one overseas, trying to play it safe. And the last stand gonna be coming through just to maybe try to get the safety here for Empty Dreams. But on the note, by the way, of Shiv, yeah, I think I was talking to someone and they were discussing how like ult max and bloodletting max are the way to go now for Shiv, with like the nerf to his kit so heavily. But also look at his team, look at his roster, Jake. They've got Ventor, they've got Warden, they've got Billy, they got Sinclair, like they have Paradox, they have the damage. They only need him to just confirm these kills and get the resets and then soak up as much damage as he possibly can, which I think maybe that's the way this build is eventually going to go here with that Cold Front and Mystic Burst built in already. I think it's a smart play, and I think it's also potentially a smart adaptation to the fact of what comp you're running in that game. You can't just go for the cookie cutter build every single time. You have to adapt your play towards the composition you're running.
Yeah, it's also a nice game, I think, to build very tanky, because there's a little bit of a damage issue, I would say, on Lowkey W. Like, Lash and Bebop are going to control you really, really well, but the actual follow-up damage is a little bit light overall on the roster. It's a little bit spirit heavy too, so I'm curious to see if Shiv can look. He's dove in the mid, has that rack to barrier, still relatively healthy, although now is a little bit too much damage, right? There's 4 players all around him, and it's just a little bit too much. Stolen Bebop laser in the sky is making things a little bit awkward, although wait, Lash ulted that and I guess couldn't find anything, maybe just a teleport away from Sinclair.
Bro, it's too hard when there's a Sinclair on the team to know who's ulted.
I'm like, I hear the sound, I'm like, I think this is the Lash ulti.
Well, it's tough indeed, but the first urn spawns in, and we've seen some very different play styles when it comes to urns in EU and North America. EU typically let the urn go to be picked up, but go for the contest on the drop-off, and NA like to go for the contest on the pickup here. And we are seeing an urn initially grabbed for Leviathan, all in the hands of Rake as he backs away. And also, just to mention, Rake, he was on, was it like the Haze we saw originally when he subbed in for Leviathan? He's playing more of the initiator role for the team, which is a little bit different than what we've seen in the past and where he's had success with Leviathan.
I mean, interesting. I think Haze kind of is an initiator hero now. Like, ultimately, if you're gonna pick her, that's sort of the bucket she's in. Although definitely unique compared to things like Paradox and Holiday that give you, I think, a more consistent catch tool. Haze is a little bit weaker on the catch front, but a lot more powerful on the personal damage follow-up. So curious to see if we're gonna see that come out for him. Although it being ignored in this draft probably doesn't bode well, especially with all the new heroes in the game. Maybe you just want that more conventional, solid catch. But of course, the urn pickup here was favored for Leviathan, right? They have the T1 on that side of the map. They were able to control that area. But coming to the drop-off, the roles are reversed. This is Lowkey W's territory, and they are not going to yield this position for free. Sinclair holding the urn, but he doesn't really seem to be showing a genuine intention of going for this, at least not until a lot of support arrives.
And the macro here is very important for Lowkey W of how you respond to this urn pressure. Do you go for the fight? Do you go for a push on towards the guard on the left-hand side, which seems to be they're doing exactly both. That's a very early Majestic lead picked up here for Sinclair as well. Flamble looking for those death slams. And
yeah, you do kind of
facilitate it as well.
Yeah, exactly. You do kind of need it on the Sinclair to get those, and Warden shows up, picks up a quick kill with the help of Rake. This is looking a little bit tenuous now for Lowkey W. Warden putting a lot of pressure on, making a lot of space. If you can't control this area, the dunk is going to come in. Mina's trying to potentially contest that, but Lash kept completely at by Rake, denying him the chance to get that ultimate off. And with Sharik out of the fight, I'm not sure you're going to be able to stop this. Looks like Shiv's going to go for the slam dunk, and he gets it in. And looks like for the most part, they're going to get all the souls as well. So a nice victory for Leviathan. And they've opened up a bit of a soul lead here, although maybe a kill could start to turn this around.
We're going to collapse onto Rake. Here you can see on the minimap, it's all orange. It's all amber looking for the kill. Even the Lycan Curse comes through the transformation. And they do pick that one up, but at the cost of losing the urn. So in the end, Leviathan, I think, still going to be winning out on that trade. And I think the window of time they had to dunk that in was very well played, considering Shark didn't have Death Slam up just yet. I think it was up maybe 10 seconds after they dunked that urn through. So really threading the needle in this one. But Listic, we can still see that overextended here. He's making a lot of noise. Ventor, I think that's overseas in the vicinity, maybe looking for kill, maybe Fremok looking as well. And looks like they will just back away and just let him escape for free.
Yeah, pretty invested jungle invasion from Lowkey W. And despite the soul deficit, they have a healthy mid Guardian, and they're continuing to control this part of the map. I think the threat of the Lash ult right now makes a team fight not an enticing prospect here for Leviathan, especially with the mid wave pushed against you. I think Leviathan want to play this one slow and steady. Despite the soul lead, I actually think this is a really smart decision. I think a lot of teams would say, hey, look, we're up a couple thousand souls. Like, let's look for a fight. I don't think you want to fight in the early game. This is Lowkey W's, maybe not their full power spike, but they're definitely stronger at this moment considering the draft that they've gone for. So Leviathan, they just want to farm it up, keep their control of their half of the map, don't give up any key objectives. As long as you're contesting urns and buffs, like, that's all you really need to do. I don't think they have a need to invade the opponent's side the way Lowkey W are kind of looking for more of a tempo game style.
I'm taking a look here at the economy from both teams. We got to see where all those souls are currently being held. And Cosmetical for Lowkey W side, it's 16k. He has really been able to farm up quite a bit here on this right-hand side of the map, and more importantly, keep his team into this mid-game spike they're looking for. Speaking of spikes, Rake.
Oh, hook miss.
The slowing Hex into a knockdown. He doesn't have the hook, didn't land.
But with the missed hook, I don't think you're getting this kill. Empty Dreams turns it around, goes with the ult, trap onto Bebop, and the counter kill is there. A little bit of a botched engagement there from Vrake, and it costs him his life. Geist also sent packing, and don't think there's going to be a chase down here. Okay, big attempt on the other side of the map. Lash with the ult. Does do enough damage to help Cosmetical find that kill, and maybe they're going to get a chase down as well into Overseas. This would be a very nice kill to find, considering Ventor's significance in the farm game. And Cosmetical, by the way, what the hell is his soul count? He's at 18k. He is crushing this game, actually, despite the rest of his team maybe not being quite so strong. Like, hey, all you need is the damage. You have the setup regardless of net worth from Bebop and Lash, as long as they're hitting their skills. Cosmetical has the damage. I mean, this soul lead doesn't matter much right now, and it's going to secure some objectives as well as a free rune for Cosmetical here.
Watch, it's going to be casting.
See Blessed? Blessed Gaben, we'll have to see. I think the best, honestly, I think I would rather have like, maybe actually, if he has superior stamina, I guess he wants casting. He doesn't need the movement. Swap coming in onto Bebop as well as a stolen laser. Anime battle there in the small room. Drake loses, of course, in the 3v1. And Listic has to fall back. Drake kind of struggling on the Bebop this game. That's going to probably cost him that tier 1 tower, especially with Shark holding the urn, revealing his position. There's not really a threat from Lash, especially with the ulti down. So Leviathan take their opportunity to claim a key objective, opening up that midsection of the map.
Oh no, Cosmetical's coming towards the mid side here, looking for that fight to make these 18,000 souls do work for him. Again, still not sure what buff he's gotten. I'm getting a little bit blue balled by our observers. Eventually we'll see it, I hope, as the urn is in the hands of Trax. In the meantime, we're seeing the Guardian on the right-hand side being taken down, so no Guardians remaining for either team anymore. But with Bobby showing his position on the right-hand side, it means they know they're a man down to go for the contest on the urn. And they're going to be sending Cosmetical there to deal with them.
Shout out October Wow, gifting a sub to a breedable femboy. Appreciate that. This is just a stand-up key member of the community there. It's really good to see that kind of support.
Femboy?
I'm not going to make any further comments.
Oh, but also we had a donation, double cream puff deluxe, $50 for hashtag buff Yamato. I don't think we need that. I don't think anyone wants that. Also,
oh, big dive. Listic getting on top of them, and I don't think you can fight this this Lycan solo with that, you know, powerful Hunter's aura. More kills potentially to be found here. Some damage found, and yeah, that's going to be a cleanup onto Rayek. Doesn't have the ult max yet for the extended duration, but I mean, those are key kills to feed towards Silver, who, like we talked about, is pretty weak when it comes to farming the jungle. But hey, farm kills, farm heroes, you can get up to a pretty ridiculous snowball game. Can be that kind of monster late game carry because you're so hard to shut down with the tankiness. And already that flips the soul advantage now. So Listic, a couple of key fights, being able to win, Cosmetical, getting farmed up, and a little bit of self-sacrifice for Bebop and Lash, but I don't think they need souls on these characters this game. As long as they're getting like decent value ultimates, decent setups for the team fight, that's really all the job that they need to do.
I think Cosmetical and Listic are going to be happy about that too, because that means, well, I guess Blob as well. It gives them the extra farm towards their side to be even more impactful and more of a threat. I mean, you compare the 3 carries, let's just go 2 carries, Cosmetical and Blob, up against their counterparts of Empty Dreams at 20k and Overseas at 13k. There's clearly like a 7k lead in favor of Lowkey W when it comes to those initial carries, but Leviathan, of course, do have that extra damage on their side. And Freemok is 4-1-3, but his soul count hasn't really risen much higher than it was before earlier on, as he goes for a very early Torment Pulse and a counter spell on top.
Yeah, definitely going to be a slower game for Leviathan. I do think they have 3 healthy walkers. I think Billy was able to get a lot of pressure on that right side walker for Lowkey W. That could be easily followed up if ever there's like a macro lapse from the opponent. As October, wow, just keeping it up with the wonderful community support. Shout out another time-honored member of the community, Metro sucks at Deadlock.
Sorry, did I hear Metro? What about Metro?
No. That was just the sub name, Jason. That was just the sub name.
Yeah, what was I didn't hear the name. Did you say
what was it? No. You. I think you knew it. You read it, right? I didn't.
Metro sucks at Deadlock.
Oh man, the epic reading as well. Absolutely cooking him. Thanks, October Wow, for the giftage. Little skirmish here. No blood found from that, but Bobby does die on the side. Wait, was that a zip knock? Uh-oh. Geist getting a little bit too tricky. And the counter spell from Shiv. Remock styles on him. Counter spells the Geist ult and the zip knock. Remock stands tall right now. They're looking to shut him down and get a kill on him, but this is a cheeky Shiv. Stops by for a little spirit armor in the shop. Maybe Rayek is going to be going down. Looks like a stolen Lash ulti. Now the real Lash ulti. See if I can keep up with the audio cues in this one. Page ult as well comes in, rallying charge. Leviathan getting low. Freemock needs to get out of this one. I think he's already dead. Yeah, the bloodletting finishes him off with the help of a little push from Trax. And that's a very impactful kill to find onto the Geist, but to lose your snowballing Shiv right after may not be worth it, especially as more players now being chased down by Cosmetical, who's running rampant. Like, you know, you get caught into these fights, like there's no backing out against the Lash and the Bebop and the Mina. They will catch you. You need to finish what you start or you're going to end up in a really rough spot. And doesn't get rougher than this, man. A 19-minute mid boss could be brutal. Leviathan, I think they have to contest this. Here comes Billy, though. Big chain setting up for a massive Warden ult. Empty Dreams coming in, getting a huge spread of damage across the field here. Listic incredibly low. Needs to proc that Lycan transformation just to stay alive into this one. Remember, no Geist swap. They're calling this one out. Warden just gambling, out DPSing here in this 1v1 fight. Geist is going to drop Listic into the wolf form, but don't think he can do much here in a 2v6. Beautiful contest from Leviathan. Although, hold on, Listic, life strike. He's still interested in this one, still looking to maybe find a trade onto this Warden, but there's a lot of lockdown behind the Warden. The shields come in as well, and despite the tankiness, in the end, it's a rout for Lowkey W. Leviathan cleaning house, saying, no, you did not earn yourself a mid, boss. You got to do a little bit better than that.
It started off as a fight that didn't look great for Leviathan, as we saw on the right-hand side of the map. But while that was happening, Empty Dreams and Bobby pushed on a walker on the left-hand side, and then they go for the interrupt on the mid-boss, as Lowkey W got in the game last week with a great rejuice steal out of Listic. They falter here at the 20-minute mark up against Leviathan on the repeat match. A 12k lead now for Leviathan with 3 rejuice in hand and an earn to turn on the other side of the map, and a juicy walker just limping in that right-hand side. Leviathan are in the driver's seat here to get themselves a berth back into the money match after missing out last week. Another fight might be breaking out here in just a few seconds, Jake.
Yeah, it could be that. Looks like Earn was dropped, meleeed out though. Bebop Laser also starting to zone this one away. Shiv getting cooked into this one. Remember, they do have the rejuves, but already a reasonable nice start to the fight here for Lowkey W. Leviathan just throwing bodies at this one though, and maybe they have enough. Empty Dreams, huge kill streak right now on the Warden, up to 30k souls. Strongest hero on the map. That early damage onto the Sidewalker now pays off. Warden cleans it up. And you're looking for a counter kill. You're looking to take one of these rejuves out of the hands of Leviathan, but you can't even accomplish that. Still 2 crystals to work with. Leviathan pick up a walker, grab a reset, and this game could be snowballing out of control right now, Jason.
I mean, we've got Glass Cannon. My question is, how many stacks are we at now for Empty Dreams? He's got, it looks like Ventor is going to be coming next. Not going to be going for the lucky shot pickup for him, but the fact he's on 31k, I mean, we were talking just a couple of minutes ago about how far ahead Cosmetical was being. Him at 20k and Blob was at 20k, and the counterparts weren't there. And Empty Dreams completely opens this one up wide. 31k souls, man. What can they really do against this? And also the fact that you have a chain gang to set him up. You have a stolen Death Slam to set him up. You have so many opportunities to allow Empty Dreams to put out big damage in these fights. What does Lowkey W even do in this situation?
It's such a tough one. You kind of need like Dream Lash ults or Bebop hooks to set up a fight here. At this point, I think we're maybe past the point of being able to challenge the Warden in open combat. Like, he is going to out DPS you. Geist is not going to be able to take that fight. She's down 10k souls. I mean, plus the GC stacks. This one is super scary. And if it is the Vampers on the buy for Empty Dreams, I think he's more or less unkillable unless you're like pulling him into your base. And I don't know how realistic that is. I also like the Leviathan easing off the gas just a bit here. There's a lot of jungle on the map to farm. You can kind of expand this lead, but you got to be careful. Lowkey W have all their ults. They could find some pickoffs and some finished kills after rejuve if you're a little bit sloppy here on Leviathan.
I'm looking at Leviathan. They catch out Sharik. I feel like the entire team just crumbles, as you were saying before, without like a big death slam. If you somehow get a catch on him, which is what we saw Rig do fairly early on in the game, as October WoW just continuing to hit us with the big subs here. Thank you so much for the support. Gives you a sub over to Jason_Femboy. Remember, when we get 1,200 subs on the channel, we are releasing our Abraham skin that we have as the new night shift skin.
There's just so many just esteemed members of the community on the stream today. Great to see everybody coming out. Jason Femboy, one of the OGs. Here comes Lash over the top. Counterspell the ult. That means Warden is not going to be in trouble here. Billy slammed into the tower, but there's 2 rejuves, and I just don't think that was good enough from Sharik. It looked good. It looked like you're going to be able to catch Warden, but he went with the counterspell buy instead of that Vamp Burst. And wait, this must be bugged, right? He has Glass Cannon. So Warden just cleaning house right now on Leviathan.
And he has
an easy mid-block. He does have Vamp Burst in GC. I was like, look at his item, like, did he delete his items? Oh, and Billy Chain adding insult to injury. I think this is going to be the death for the final 2 members of Leviathan, and maybe the game as well. Leviathan, this should potentially be a patron drop. The base is a lot tankier than it was before, but this is a very farmed Warden with Vamp Burst. He kind of should be able to clean through these shines without too much of an issue. Shiv is low, a lot of players taking a bit of damage, and the spawns aren't that long at this point, so I actually think there's a chance that Lowkey W are going to get a defense without losing their first level patron.
Well, the post then coming back yet again with a $25 donation says, after the near upset of last week's match, I'm quadrupling down. If an upset happens in NA or EU, I'm gifting 5 subs, 5 YouTube memberships, increasing my patron tier, and however much I spend on match and put into the prize pool. I've never wanted to see an upset more than I want to see it right now.
The fans, they're motivated, they're cheering. Leviathan motivated, just get back and get a reset. I mean, Lowkey W are desperate right now. You need to find some kind of a chase down kill, but Leviathan are just too disciplined. You know, they still regret that comeback that they allowed. And I will say, keeping 1 shrine alive is a massive deal right now. Like, the fact that knocking the shrines gives you those mega creeps, it's just makes the macro game incredibly hard to come back. Shiv alone is a little bit scary of a kill to try and go on, though. And Amina ult, this is very speculative. Yeah, Fremont is completely out of there. Billy potentially could be looking for a fight as some members are coming around. Yeah, everyone but Warden is here. And Warden's going to start to push the base. So you're on quite a clock here for Lowkey W. They settle just grab the urn and maybe make a run on the favorite drop-off, but I don't know that this is going to be free out. Flammable maybe looking to catch here on the Sinclair.
All right, I do like how they realized the situation they were in. They pushed for a kill. They pushed for ground to get that urn to turn it into a turn-in. I think one thing I want to see, though, if our lovely production observer team can hear me, can we see one more time all the items that the teams have? Because I want to look how many counter spells do we have for Leviathan. Thinking back to
it's a crazy counter spell game, right? Like,
yeah,
such
Fremont
value
has
off
one.
of it.
MG Dreams has one. Bobby has one. So that's like 3. So if you're looking for a big death slam here, Jake, I don't think you're given an opportunity to do it anymore unless you can bait out those counter spells.
You do get the dunk onto Sharik, but is it going to be worth it? Oh, he lives, I think, through the ship. Also, he lost that execute snowball from Leviathan, but maybe it just won't matter. MG Dreams has had it with this game. He is swarming over them. Even the Lycan farm with Listic, he's just scared to go in, and I think for good reason. I don't think they can take this kind of a fight. Heads up. Overseas gets that finish onto Cosmetical, and 2 kills is going to be more than enough to trigger Leviathan to go look to finish this one off. Just a couple players left to look for spam, pressure, try to make this defense happen. Long range nade from the Ventor. You gotta, I guess they don't have waves right now, actually, so they won't really be able to put any base damage down. Bobby's trying to clean that one up, get the side wave pushing in, but this will stem some of the bleeding. Mid boss up in 40 seconds. Those kills came just a little bit too early to secure the mid boss, so Lowkey W are gonna have potentially another fight, another chance in this game. It's a tenuous one, but it's something.
Did have another $15 donation come in from Amosaka, and I'm hoping you can read this one.
I don't have it up. I don't have it up, Jason. I think this is all you. Or you can link me.
You know, I'll just do it since we got to talk about the game. Yo, I'm going to need that Femboy guy to hit me up. It's going to cost you a lot more than 15 bucks. I'll tell you that, Amasaka. But I think all the players appreciate your donation here into the prize pool.
It's cool stuff from the community support here. Everyone coming up huge.
Bro, double cream puff again with another 50. Says another hashtag buff Yamato.
Oh my god, the Yamato really needs a buff. Yeah, okay, come on now. Let's be serious. Let's be 100% for real right now.
Well, it seems like we're gonna have a big bout break out here. Mid boss is up as well, so honestly, Leviathan don't need to win this fight. Lowkey, they need to. And Listic, he's gonna fall to free mock. He's got his ult back up and online and ready to go. Cosmetical in the air, just trying to fly away with her bats. And she does get far enough away to avoid the front line here out of Leviathan, but with that kill coming through, it could just be go time here to take this mid boss.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game, you have to fight this for Lowkey W. I don't think they can give it up, but it is stolen Bebop laser from Flammable right now is clearing off the mid wave, making it very awkward for Lowkey W to walk up, and this mid boss is dropping in a matter of seconds. Empty Dreams, monster damage at this phase of the game. And a Warden ult to add insult to injury. Oh, they immobilize on the Lash. He can't even get in. Lash ult, though, hold on. It picks people up off the rejuve. Only one is claimed so far, but 2 and 3 go to Leviathan, and that will be the game almost certainly. Lowkey W dropping like flies. Leviathan lose 1 rejuve, but they have so much room to play with right now in this match.
Well, Bobby is low, so is Overseas, so there's a world they could lose their last 2 remaining rejuves, but honestly, with Empty Dreams at 43,000 souls, I don't think you're going to take him down. And okay, well, I can't read all of these donations coming through as Leviathan clean things up themselves. Double cream buff deluxe with another 50 and another 50 on top of that. The first one says #balls, and the second one, I think I could say it. I'll trust myself. Some mo balls.
Just
what it means?
I mean, the community is just, they're on fire today, Jason. They're on us. The momentum streak is incredible. This is just match 1, you guys. So if you're just joining us, your first time here watching the night shift, this is match 1. We're going to have a BO1 for the challenger. It looks like it'll be Leviathan going on to face Abrahams in a best of 3 money match. And then we do it all again in North America. Best teams in the world in Deadlock right now. Leviathan looking to reassert themselves as top 2 in Europe. Lowkey W kind of got batted away with relative ease. Leviathan played a very patient early game, and they're continuing that discipline and patience here in the late game. They do not want to give Lowkey W a chance back into this. The team fight ults are a little bit too threatening for that, so they're going to go back, grab a quick buy, and look to close out this game likely with the last 2 rejuves.
Yeah, I think this goes back to what we discussed before, being very smart and being very careful in a best of 1 to not mess things up, especially what happened last week. I mean, it's a 40k difference and you have a 44k Empty Dreams. You should realistically not be losing this, but I respect the chill out of them.
Bro, Warden is 9-0 and 16. This one may already be over on Warden's screen. I mean, you have to like disable and full kill this Warden. If he's able to deal damage, he's gonna solo the game. I mean, at this phase, like you plated armor on Listic, yeah, that's okay. Sure. Why not have a plated? I mean, rather the gun buff. I mean, I wonder if he's gonna buy. Is he gonna go for crippling here? Finish off the build. I think he. Oh no, he's gonna go for armor piercing. So, oh man.
So, congrats on having that plated for the 10 seconds it was actually valuable.
I will say, I actually think armor piercing is a bad buy here because you're not really up against bullet resist. It's mostly just metal skins, which armor piercing doesn't work against.
It does. It apparently does work against metal skin.
Did they change it? Maybe they fixed it.
I haven't tried it, but at every game, people are like, just buy armor piercing against metal skin. I'm like,
okay, that's good. Honestly, it's good because armor piercing was an unbuyable item, so I'm glad they made that interaction actually worthwhile. He's not even gonna wait, man. He's like, you guys do the urn. I'm clearing base guardians, and that's a cool, 8,000 objective damage in about 4 seconds from Warden. This guy's just playing PvE right now. Let's see if the zombies can stop him. And you got to be in the pit. This patron is gonna die in seconds.
I mean, I think it's gonna die before anyone really even gets there. Down to half HP. Counterspell comes out to block out the knockdown. You can see Listic going in for Rayek here. And again, they still have the 2 rejuves left. Listic immediately gets bursted down, but a big Death Slam comes through right on top of the patron, hoping for that curse to land at the exact same time they need it. But Overseas takes down Shark. Empty Dreams gets back into the fight, and this patron will no longer be living anymore. The Hidden King is going to be crowned the Dead King, as Leviathan to get their berth into the finals once again up against Abraham to see if they can finally take them down, or even just take a map.
And Leviathan reasserting themselves today. Lowkey W, they came up, they were the upstart new team, made a splash on the scene. But Leviathan, I mean, even though some early game potential struggles, right? I think they were just so intelligent about understanding the win conditions of their draft. They played this one slow and steady. They knew that they just had to get towards this late game. Empty Dreams farmed up a storm, and when he came out of the jungle, man, he kind of just took over this game. Deathless until the final seconds. I mean, this is the dream Warden game. Exactly what you need to see from a top tier carry, and something he's going to need to repeat if they want to go up against somebody like Sonya Sniper on Abrahams, who's been the standard bearer really for carry play in Europe. I still think that's going to be a tough ask for Leviathan, but I'm excited to see what they can do in that money match.
to wait to see if our host is here. The Jin.
Aha! Okay, yes. I thought you were going to welcome me back on. Thank you very much. So what a game coming in from Leviathan, especially Empty Dreams here, looking unbelievable. It felt like the meat was too strong here coming in from Leviathan with how beefy they were here, Jason, to get this game rolling in their favor and the retribution for them after last week.
Have you been R&D'ing any new sounds? Because I'm just hoping we can debut one of these.
Oh, no, not recently.
Not yet?
The last one took 6 months, Jason. It's difficult to come up with new sounds. Come on.
You got time to work on it here as we break this one down a lot in this game. I mean, if you think about how it started, right? We talked about the mid lane being kind of important for Lowkey W with Shark and with Rick having the Lash Bebop together, being able to flex out to these side lanes to interact and help facilitate some kills. But Fremont really shut things down early on in the game. And I think he kind of bought some time for Empty Dreams to get to the point he eventually got to be that carry for the team.
It was almost effectively a distraction shiv here for the moment. I mean, those 4 kills that he got initially, kind of setting him on fire to start things off. You don't want him snowballing. So much attention being on that, Jake, allowing the freedom elsewhere, as Jason is saying, I think was fantastic here to see that comeback from Leviathan from what we saw last week.
Yeah, and I think we just didn't get the tempo early game that I was talking about with that Lash and Bebop. They just didn't have the early enough strength in the game. They had some rotations, but none of them seemed to really pay off in a big way. And I think that kind of hindered them this game. I also think this was a really great understanding of the state of the game from Leviathan. It was still winnable, I think, for Lowkey W up until they went for that ill-fated mid-boss attempt, right? With 2 kills in the relatively early game up against the Warden ult and the Billy ult, it was like, yeah, you group up in that mid-boss pit, you start taking that damage, and I love that they interrupt it before the mid-boss even drops. They don't want to deal with last hitting a crystal with a player disadvantage. They just go for the fight, they go for the kills, and you know, you might be down a couple of players, but it shows, hey, you take the right kind of fight, you get people chained together by Billy and followed up with damage from Warden. The player advantage doesn't mean much in that kind of a team fight scenario, right? Like, those players are doing the work of multiples of their opponents.
I think it's also the ideal situation for Leviathan to fight in because they don't want you running away. They want you in close quarters. They don't have to worry about a Lash ultimate getting like engaged on them. They can just take the fight to you, and that sets things up perfectly for them to have that fight in the mid pit.
Yeah, it felt like Lowkey's comp, in my opinion, felt just more technical, whereas Leviathan's was brute force. And as you're saying, Jason, for Leviathan to just come in and kind of steamroll that, the Billy ult opening it up to begin things off, as Jake is mentioning, being so instrumental in causing so much disarray, so much chaos in kind of those moments. And I mean, even towards the later stages of the game, Jason, when mid-boss is so pivotal, when the rejuves are so pivotal, Leviathan's so far ahead that they were like, okay, yeah, Lash ult's up, yeah, but we don't even care, man. Like, we're going to be able to take this mid-boss anyway, even though the fight comes in. Bebop ults for the Hyper Beam. There's nothing Lowkey had towards the later stages of the game for me to be able to come back against that meat.
And I think what's important to note as well is, like, obviously it was a great fight in mid pit. It was a great like snowball from there. But Jake, the way they itemized, taking counterspell early to prevent Shark from being effective, I think is also a really important factor to the victory for Leviathan.
Yeah, sort of the challenge with Lash right now is, like, I almost wonder if there's a mind game for Lash players to, like, hold the ulti way longer than you need to let people pop their counter spells, but it feels so scary. And, you know, when you're trying to just desperately catch anyone you can, you really want to, just as soon as you see that green circle, right, you got to rip it. But I wonder if we'll see that mind game kind of develop. I just think it's also a feature of the state of the game, right? You're far enough behind where you don't really feel you have the luxury to bait out items. You just kind of have to, oh, they're pushing our walker, we've got to send it with our ultis. And Leviathan, they're baiting that, right? They know the ulti response is coming, and they're prepared with the correct counterplay to kind of get their way through the team fight. I think that just shows in the kind of streak that Warden's on that game. Like, he doesn't come to a single bad fight in the game. That just, you know, if that's the case on a Warden carry, you know, you're destined to win, right? If your early game is clean, you get into that jungle relatively healthy, and by the time you start activating in that mid late game, you win those key fights with the glass cannon stacks. It's the team as good as Leviathan, they don't give up a lead like that.
Correct me if I was wrong as well, Jason, but when I look at Listic going from playing Silver against the previous comp he played it against Leviathan to this one as well, I don't think Listic has as much opportunity to run rampant and kind of do something with Silver against this lineup. I think that they controlled Silver a lot better in this game compared to the way that they did last week against Listic. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he just kind of didn't get ahead in the way he needed to. Was Cosmetical was the one that got ahead, but also there wasn't any like easy targets for him to pick off. I think everyone on the opposing side for them, they were beefy inherently, and because they were kind of like this big ball of damage coming at you, there was no one easy to pick off and get resets on your ultimate and then start to snowball a fight from there with the rest of your team. But also, I think they didn't have as much damage on their side as they had in the previous week, though. I mean, I don't know if you have it up on your screen. I can't remember fully what they played in the last week's match.
Leviathan, you mean? Or
Lowkey W.
Oh, Lowkey W.
Yeah.
Paige was the support to be able to help them out.
No. Sorry. To support Silver, who do they have around him besides just the support? I don't remember the
Billy,
full
Lady Geist, Holiday, Grey Talon. So as Cosmetical was doing a lot of damage with it, and so was the Geist. But I mean, like having a Geist in this game as well, just no room against what the Warden was going to bring. Jake, you were kind of outlining how that would kind of work out. There was what are you supposed to do against that?
I mean, I think Geist can be that hero, like who can go toe-to-toe with Warden in the late game, but the soul deficit was just out of control, right? Like he's 10k souls down, and there's no way to out-carry. It almost doesn't matter your hero matchup. When the carry role at that point, it's all about raw DPS. You saw it in that fight around the mid-boss pit, right? Like Warden and Geist are more or less having a pure close-range 1v1, and with the kind of soul advantage that Warden has, he starts building up glass cannon stacks already in that fight, and guys just cannot stand toe-to-toe. I think a couple sloppy deaths, like that death to Freemock on the Geist was really painful. Got zip knocked right in front of him, like going for a really greedy attempt to use the zip, and then counterspelled on the ulti. It was like, ooh, that bites, right? When you're on carry, you need to be finding those mid-game fights going your way and going back to the jungle and playing off your cooldowns efficiently, and it was not the case this game. So I think guys can be that hero. I think the draft, maybe if they got towards that level of power, it could have looked a lot stronger. But Leviathan just outplayed in the macro game, understood the strat better, and hit their timings a lot cleaner this one.
And they're back to try and fight against Abrahams. But let's take a look at the MVP from that game and see who it's gonna be, because I've got an idea. And it will, of course, be good old Empty Dreams here, Jason.
Yeah, I think he kind of deserved it, honestly. I think honestly, if I'm completely blunt about it, I don't know who really deserved the MVP in this game, because I feel like everyone had their own moments. I think Overseas helped give early control in the lane to them with Empty Dreams. I think Freemock also gave them, as we talked about before, like some time to build up. I think Bobby had a great ultimate to facilitate Empty Dreams. We talked about the mid boss. Rake did a great job of zoning out Shark in one of the earlier fights around that urn. I think everyone kind of did their own job, and Empty Dreams just kind of took the ball and ran with it, because that's what he was supposed to do in this game. So yeah, I mean, it was just kind of a struggle to see who to give the MVP to, but that's kind of the mindset I had when it came to crowning him as the MVP.
Fair. Jake, you agree?
I mean, I've glazed him enough, but you got to give some respect to a perfect carry game, right? He's deathless until essentially, throwing his life away in the final moments while they're cleaning up the patron. Obviously, you're right, Jason, that comes from a full team play, that you're able to ensure that every team fight your carry comes to is a good one, right? That's a full team effort to accomplish that. But I do think a lot of credit has to be given to like the early lane dominance that the Warden was able to find over the Geist, right? It's kind of started in the very beginning of the game, set Warden on a stronger path. And the decision making was also really careful from Warden. Like there was a moment there in the mid game where Lowkey W were getting a lot of invasions off, or really putting some pressure on the jungle, and you never saw Warden caught, you never saw Warden in jeopardy. And so the map positioning, understanding his role in the game was not to challenge at that moment, was to sort of arrive at a later date. He really hit that perfectly, and I got to give him credit on the carry role for that. Going to be a much tougher test against Abrahams to try and accomplish essentially a flawless game. But hey, this is the kind of warm-up you want for your carry, to have a big game, to feel full confident. It's also potentially going to be a contested pick, with Sonya also looking really strong on the Warden, who even after all the new characters in the game, like Warden still looks to be one of the premier gun carries.
Top damage, top objective damage, top healing as well on the Warden. Brutal stuff coming out. And Jason, actually, I want to do this donation that we got coming in before, because this is a nice family-friendly one for me to read.
This is literally your brand written all over it. I wouldn't be surprised if you're the one that donated this.
What do you mean? I'm not Quimby Jr.
Go on,
all right.
Say it.
Quimby Jr. donates $25. Normal, well-adjusted, non-horny donation comment. Did I make that a bit weird?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Truly an upstanding member of the community.
Read fanfic on air for like a donation, or it was like a sub or something like that. So I think that was very normal.
Oh, okay, yeah, I appreciate that one. And Sakura, of course, dropping the sub as well as this was all going on. So those are the numbers on your screen, as, of course, we do see Leviathan get their opportunity to take on Abrams once again. Of course, Jason, we're fully aware of that previous match result from Night Shift. It's not very much so in favor of Leviathan, fair to say, but we're going to see if they can put up a good fight, a good scrap.
Yeah, I don't actually know what it is, Jake. I don't know if you've looked back or you have a better insight than I do about this, what they need to do to beat Abrahams, because just no team can really beat them in EU. And they dropped maps, but I will say, and I will die on this, that it was because they kind of just threw it away for fun, because they're open to having it. Was like a map 2 and they're like, oh, yeah, we were fine with the map 3 for fun.
Look, when you're winning this many in a row as a competitive player, you got to start having some fun with it. Like there's no, you do start to lose some respect from your opponents in the sense that you think, hey, look, we're almost invincible. We can't lose. We can take big risks. And there's a way in which that even makes you a stronger opponent, where everyone's having fun. The vibes are peak. And honestly, that's the scariest team to go up against, because they can let something roll off their back, no problem. They take a bad team fight, it's whatever. They're going to come back into the next one and play just as hard and look for those fights just as well. Even when the game isn't really looking good for them, they're not going to be feeling that kind of pressure. The way you have to capitalize on it is just play a cleaner game, be a stronger team. But look, Abraham's the best team in Europe right now. There's a real argument they could be the best team in the world. Mm-hmm. This is any win against them is a huge overperformance. I don't think there's any recipe that's getting you this one reliably.
So play a cleaner game and be better than them. That's the simple steps.
My point is there's no answer. There is no answer to your question, right? If it was so simple, someone would have done it already. Like they've got best in class players arguably on every role, and they're one of our most experienced teams here on the night shift. Is no question. This is the premier team in the region.
Channel your inner buff enjoyers that were able to take games off them in the past and see if you can get it done here, Jason. That's what I'm hearing as well. Like, try something.
Yep. Before we go to break, though, I got to give out. I want to do this one because you talking about yourself would just be weird. So, Chrisana14 coming back again for another week. Again, $25 go directly into their prize pool. The players, we don't touch it. You guys can do exclamation point donate in chat if you want to see or feed into this. Hype to see Kalaris. Always enjoyed you casting StarCraft 2.
Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you very much for that. That's very lovely. But yes, keep donating, because as he says, it goes to the prize pool for the players. We want to see these guys get rich. I think that's fair to say here for Deadlock, and maybe Jason too. He could, give it. No, anyway, right. It's time for a break, guys. I hear. So we're gonna go to that, Jason, and when we return, we have got Abraham's going up against Leviathan here in the best of 3 to see who wins it out for Europe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? It's the best of 3 here for EU to determine who is going to become the champion once again here for the night shift number 25. Alongside me, we have Jason, we have Jake. My name's Jay. It's all the Jays. We're ready to go. Look at Jason. He's so locked in right now. That's crazy. Whoa.
My eyes are watering. This is really hard to do, to stare at a camera with your eyes wide open.
I don't know why you're doing it. What are you doing?
For the donations.
I'm feeling something. I'm starting. Hold. Oh my god.
Chat, avert your eyes.
Look away. Help.
Oh god.
That was an amazing zoom in. Wow, well
That
done,
was impressive.
I never want to see my face that big again in my life. Oh.
Jake, can you follow that up?
I got nothing. Let's talk about some Deadlock patch notes, man.
Can you zoom in on Jake's hair?
Let's bring it back to my wheelhouse.
It's so springy. You know?
Dude, the humidity's up in LA, dude, and I can't control it. I'm like, it's out of control.
It's not real. It's not real hair.
It's a toupee.
It's a wig.
It's a toupee. I've been rocking it since day one.
Chat, do you think that's real hair? Let's have a vote in the chat. Anyway, no, Jake, talk to us about the patch notes.
Let's see if we can pull them up. We could show some of the patch notes. This came after our most recent shift. So we can see some of these changes. So some of that bebop, like ridiculous brawling late game has been toned down a little bit, especially the spirit scaling on some of the bomb builds, a little bit less crazy. So Graves actually got some really interesting changes. I still don't think she's going to be relevant in competitive play because coordinated play, it's just too easy to deal with the tombstone if you're really aware of it, especially with some of these nerfs. Like in terms of, especially the slow when you take bullet damage, things like that on the ghouls is a little bit less potent. But Silver, of course, got kind of a beat down with the nerf stick. And I will say, I think this is warranted, especially because she still went first pick. I mean, she lost, but she didn't look terrible in that last game. And I mean, this hero was hyper broken, it's fair to say, on release. So I don't even want to look at all these things, man. There's like a million nerfs in one. Still, I think the character is going to get picked and is going to be a relevant part of the game with how strong that ultimate heal is and the ability to kind of reset and fight through difficult engagements, but maybe not in the, like S tier unstoppable hero category. Could maybe be a little bit more even with some of our other top frontliners.
Sure. I'm of the opinion. I think we'll see Abrahams maybe contest for it higher in the draft again because they're not going up against Lowkey W, who was contesting for it. When of course we saw Listic playing against them last week, so they were actually going for it first pick. But Jason, I do want to ask you about the Graves nerfs, obviously because we've not really seen it. I do feel like it was maybe a bit knee jerk, and people just weren't hitting the deadheads because they didn't realize they could even hit them in game. What do you think about these patch notes?
Well, I did just learn yesterday that you can melee the deadheads to kill them. So I might
That's
be the
good
right
to know.
person to
Don't tell anybody, Jason. I've been spamming Graves. You need to stop with that.
No, I think, I don't know. I can't tell if I think Graves is good or I just want her to be good. I think that's the problem I'm having right now because we talked to, was it Hoot last week? No. We talked to Cool Cheese. I can't remember who it was. It was such a long show. We talked to some players and they said that there is a world where we could see Graves be strong, but the build hasn't been figured out yet, and the playstyle around it hasn't been figured out yet. But I think Jake kind of hits the nail on the head that it does take coordinated play to play around her Graves, and a coordinated team will stop those Graves from really being effective. Yeah. I don't know what kind of changes need to happen to her to see her played in pro play. I would actually be really curious to see what they would even think about changing with her within her kit. But I deep down hope it's just that build hasn't been unlocked yet.
I do personally. I'm like so invested in games. I love like characters with map pressure tools in MOBAs. I think they're super fun.
I thought it was the auto aiming part of it that you love. I
do love that too, baby. I love that too. I'm getting older. I need that auto aim with the kit. Keep me. It's just about distance, positioning. But so I love Graves. I think there's some definitely underutilized tech on her. Like you can build the tomb on those like lightning roofs that you're not supposed to stand on. You can build it up there, and the zombies push the waves as normal. So there's some pretty cool tech. I just think after the range nerf on her gun, I think that really hurt her. Like having to be a couple meters closer is a big deal when you have an auto aim gun that you could like potentially pull all people's damage away. Just having to be a little bit more in a dangerous position to actually get that value off feels unrealistic right now, especially with the limited macro play. But I'm still a believer that like someone's gonna figure this out. That this maybe it'll take like a buff or something like that to kind of bring her back in line. But she could be one of those heroes that's a little too dominant in pubs and a little bit too weak in competitive play and kind of be in that uncomfortable position balance wise.
Oh, fair. Of course, we have some more tips and subscriptions coming in. I'm going to read out VA_U because the other one's kind of about me. I'm going to read out as if he or she was probably saying it. So I'm going to goober more like poobler. There you go. That's probably how they sounded in real life. How about the other one, Jason?
Oh, I have to read yours. Your praise again. Wow, leave it all.
I mean, that's your role. You self-assigned on that one, Jason. You can't be talking crap about it now.
14 years of this, and I'm tired of this. From Cold Hot Cocoa, so stoked. You know, Clarus, don't look at the camera. I don't want to see your face. So stoked to see.
Turn around.
He's blushing, you know. So stoked to see Clarus on the desk. Love what you brought to StarCraft 2, and so happy to see you in Deadlock.
No, I'm not blushing. I'm just ginger. I'm always red, Jason. You know this.
The sun reflected off of a window outside and touched his skin for 1 second. Now he's burned.
Jason saw me use an umbrella in Singapore when it was like 40 degrees. I was like, it was a long time ago, but
that's why you live in Poland, because it's so gray there. It's perfect.
I shovel snow every day. Are we going to talk about the game? Let's talk about the rosters.
Yeah,
how about that?
If you insist.
Okay.
I mean, this
it's
team.
Abrams.
Anyone who's been watching the night shift knows this team, right? They have been on an absurd run of dominance. It's been months since we've had another champion. It's starting to feel like they're playing with the house cash, like they can't lose. I mean, I think all these players, I think Dimov and Together are some of your best frontliners in the world. I think Dimov arguably is like the best player in the world right now. He's probably had the longest run of dominance of anybody currently playing Deadlock. I think Hood is an incredibly exciting player to watch who plays a huge variety of characters and just feels like he's somehow insane at every single one. I mean, it's sort of crazy. You put him on these very unique, high-skill individual characters, and he's always having big games. I think Taz, fair to say, best initiator in the game. Saint, one of the best supports, and Sonya, very, very solid carry. So this team just, it's an embarrassment of riches. They've got nothing to stop them. And hid in the bushes, throwing $200 cash at the prize pool. Huge shout out to the community. You guys have been going crazy with these donos, buffing up our prize pool to a really deserving level for these players who grind week in, week out to deliver great games.
Absolutely. Hiding in the bushes. Amazing stuff from them.
Did it last
Talking
week
about
too.
it. Huh?
Did it last week too. Big donation from Behind the Bushes last week. But I would like to talk about this team too, if I have a second.
Please.
I think, and I'm almost safe to say it. Okay, I can guarantee say when it comes to EU. But Saint, I think, is the best support in EU, hands down. And I think he's almost the best support in NA as well. I think only Saya can maybe be another name to throw into the mix there when it comes to supports. But Saint, it's not often we give MVPs to a support player, but he's gotten it multiple times within this team. He's shown he can play multiple different heroes as well and have an insane level of impact. I think he's definitely like the glue that holds his team together. And this is a team that don't necessarily need the glue to do so because they're so strong individually.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, if you look at last week, right, when like even on a Kelvin and being able to put 41k healing during those games and being able to put on the pressure that they were able to do whilst that was going on, I think it's just a really kind of testament to how individually strong this team is. And let's be real, Jake. Right now in Europe, they are the final boss. Individually, as all six, anybody can find something great from any single individual piece of this. And I'm going to use a kid's term, and vibe with that kind of player, right? And how they're
that is so authentic and youthful of you, Kalaris. That is just
37.
This team is cooked.
No,
that's my attempt. And Kalaris is the unk here on the desk.
Oh, stop, please.
That Heathen J with a $50 donation again, straight to the prize. Thank you so much for all your support. I know all the players appreciate it. I know we appreciate it as well, even though we don't touch the money. But we love to see the support that you have for the show and more importantly for the players. But we're getting to the draft here, Kalaris. Celeste, top 2 bans. It's happening. I'm sorry.
Almost certainly, right? And again, as I mentioned before, I do expect maybe Abram. Well, because technically, I don't think Leviathan. I'm saying it in the Polish way because the shop here calls Leviathan. God damn it, Leviathan. That one as well. I don't think that they're going to challenge for silver as much as maybe Abrams would. So maybe they leave it later into the draft. But Jake, take it away.
I was hoping Leviathan wouldn't ban Celeste since they have first pick because I would have. I feel like of all the teams in the night shift tonight, Abrams is probably the most likely to let it through. Just like on the basis of being incredibly confident and thinking, hey, let's have some fun. Let's let Celeste through. Let's see what happens. But Leviathan banned it out again. So they may just not have a Celeste player. I mean, they may just be like, look, this hero's too broken. We don't want to deal with it. We're perma first banning it, even with first pick. I think it's strategically a bit of a mistake. I think it's so good that it should get through, or rather, it should always be the team with second pick who has to ban it. But they go with Celeste ban and they take silver for themselves this time. So a lot of faith in silver. I mean, even after all those nerfs, it hasn't really changed anything other than maybe getting her through the first ban phase.
So you need a monster hunter, huh?
Great. So now together, or debuff gets Shiv. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a Billy come through as well as like a second pick for their team. Like, again, you steal away the strong front line, do exactly what Leviathan did against Lowkey W to them, and you already put them in a really bad spot.
What are we standing around for?
There it is. Yeah, I'm scared of that already. Leviathan's going to have something special to follow up here. Obviously, they had the Page was the follow-up, right? I think for the previous game.
I think so far this is like a role reversal from the last game, right? Like Leviathan did exactly what Abrahams did in their position in the draft in terms of taking that Shiv Billy first. And this time they're going to take the Ventor. So still believe. I mean, I thought this hero was pretty good. We heard from some of the pros, maybe they didn't think it was so strong, but I think this character is pretty top tier. The ultimate, it is a ridiculous burst. When you max that ultimate, it's like 3 almost half HP hero hits, which is just absolutely crazy. You think Warden's coming next?
I thought they might go for Warden to steal away from Sanya's pool a bit.
Was Yamato untouched last game? Like literally uncontested, no ban, no pick. So I was surprised by that. I think Yamato is a top tier character right now, a really solid frontliner. Leviathan agree, especially given that you're running out of frontliners, right? Like 3 of the best were picked or banned already. You kind of wanted to secure that Yam for yourself to mitigate what we saw last game, where Silver alone in the front line just wasn't quite enough, right? Needs a little bit more bruising power behind her.
Page ban?
And that makes a lot of sense.
If you're going to ban Page, you want to do it on the bot. Actually, no, because you have Rem, so
yeah,
it wouldn't be.
Yeah, you're not going to pick it as well.
Oh, okay.
I mean, banning Pocket to protect Shiv has just been like a time-honored classic, though. In Deadlock, I honestly don't love it. I think it's not as necessary as it might seem, because in the end, Pocket is very vulnerable to spirit damage. Shiv dash kind of crushes him if you ever do connect it. And at some point, you're just going to build Divine Barrier on Rem to be able to take the affliction off of Shiv anyway. So maybe, you know, it does always introduce a comeback potential. You know, the 6-man affliction, it's just almost no matter how bad the soul deficit is, like you can win that team fight. So maybe it makes sense to just take away that X factor from Abraham's perspective.
I will say Jason.
Jason. I like that.
Sorry, yeah, no, I like that.
Wait, that's our new couple name.
Jason. Wait, whoa. Hey, boy.
It's like our celebrity ship name, you know? Like,
but I'm excited to see the Rem. I mean, we didn't get to see it last week when it came to Europe. So let's see how Abrams is able to fare with that. Yeah, I know you don't like the Rem. I get it. But
no, it's not the Rem I want to talk about. It was the Grey Talon ban because of Hoot performance last week on
That's respect. That's respect.
On Grey Talon. He got like plus 50 on his bird in the first 10 minutes. It was nutty.
He dropped an 80k damage player game. That might be like one of the highest we ever see on the night shift, unless the game goes to 60 minutes or something crazy. I mean, that was probably damage per minute has to be one of the best of all time. And GT is really the character to do it on. Yeah. I will say though, I think banning heroes that Who plays is a lost cause. Like you cannot affect this guy's performance in the game with hero bans. He's got like 10 heroes that he's elite at. They grab the lash. Sure, I feel like Abraham's almost rather have the lash, right? Like they really love this hero. And Hoot, he's not just an ult bot, right? Like he brings monster. He's had top damage games on Lash. Well, he's also having a crucial team fight ult. I mean, this guy, I feel like Lash is a hero I'm more scared of because it gives him presence at every level of the game. And they go with the Mirage carry to finish. NA, I think, has been a little bit more willing to play Mirage, but I think Mirage is probably the best late game carry, like the best true ultra late carry, because you just debuff the hell out of everybody, and it's like they just can't play if Mirage is turreting them. They have to kill Mirage every fight, and I think there's no other carry that provides that level of ultra late pressure. So it's a little bit, I mean, Abrahams typically goes for a faster tempo style, so I'm a little surprised to see the Mirage pick. I think that's a bit of respect for Leviathan, saying maybe we're not just going to run them over.
Jason?
We had a couple donations I just wanted to point out really quick before they got lost in the sauce, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the Postnap came back in with another $5 donation. He says, I will not stand for Goober slander. Goober will always stand as my goat. Then Breaded Bread Roll came in with a $15 donation, said Silver Wagga. Okay. Respect.
Okay.
Sorry, so go back into the game here. The Rem, I find it interesting. I find Rem really cool, actually. I think the more I think about it, because we saw a difference in the way EU and NA played Rem. Saint likes to build for the followers. So you can get 4 followers, the little helpers, right? Like pretty much really quickly. Use it to control sinners, use it to push lanes, use it to throw on your teammates so you can give them the extra spirit resist. But also, I've been seeing an Echo Shard Rem. And you Echo Shard your 2.
Your tag along. So you more or less have infinite tag along in a team fight, like from bouncing to everybody.
Well, it's not even that. So that's what I initially thought. But I was talking to Trax, I think, about it. And the burst healing you do with Rem, it's only on the first target you use it on, because you do like 13% or a little bit higher than that when you attach someone. So if you're like with just one other player, you can heal them like 26% of their missing health plus the regen. So it's insane for team fights, because you're basically invulnerable the entire fight until you get hit with an ultimate. But you can also do so much burst healing that no one else in the game can really do, because even Kelvin can't match the amount of healing Rem can do if you go towards that Echo Shard as a build for him.
I think the macro pressure this hero provides, it's like one of those things that's probably really hard to catch on the cast, because it's sort of happening in the background, in the shadows. It's like the nature of Rem as a character. But when you steal enemy centers and you're not even risking your hero to do it, you're just kind of like, if there's ever a moment when the enemy just isn't quite ready to defend their jungle from you, you're getting an absurd payout. It's spreading across your whole team, and it's denying one of the key farm resources from the opponent. So creates a huge amount of macro pressure. I think like Rem as a character that I think is going to take a long time, frankly, for players to master. But you look at players like Saint and Saya, like these are the players I'm expecting to maybe be kind of paving the way for like how Rem is meant to be played. Like if I was a Rem player right now, I'd be pulling these match replays, watching how they approach the game, because there's a lot of deep decision making on this character. Right? You need to buff that wave minutes before, you're going to be pressuring the other side of the map. You buff this wave here, you go make a move somewhere else where now the map pressure is forcing the enemy to react. You're stealing centers at the same time. There's so much to be seen in like an individual Rem gameplay. I think it's going to be a real masterful hero to watch. It's also a hero that dies super easily, though. You make a mistake, you get caught,
of course.
You just die instantly, right? The only thing you have to survive is your 2, but I expect to see the other team also be very aware of Rems and really try to kill them off early in the team fight to prevent that level of support.
It's one of my favorite heroes added recently, because it's your big focus on macro, right? Like you're thinking about the bigger picture in a game and stuff like that.
Like
and I'm also
order.
quite glad. Okay, all right, okay, stop that. Yeah, by the way, tip $25 and say StarCraft 2. But the thing is that also I'm glad that they shunted him a little bit towards a little bit more of a healing style with some of the patch fixes that they did have to him, because initially that healing really didn't feel that effective. But now with Healing Booster and Healing Nova alongside that tag along as well, and the Echo Shard as you're mentioning here, with the potential for that, I love playing Echo Shard Rem personally. It's one of my favorite things to be able to just jump everywhere, and you're never in danger as long as your team is kind of giving you the opportunity to jump from hero to hero or a minion.
He's, I think, the most unique. I want to say almost the most unique hero in the game.
I think so.
Not necessarily based off mechanics, but I'm thinking towards like build order, because what you're building, because you want to get 4 actives that you can use, and the 4 actives you choose depends on your team, depends on their team, depends on the state of the game, and depends on what you're trying to do in this match at that point of time. I think it's so cool that you have to really use your brain to think about what build path you want to go towards to hit certain spikes at certain moments to really punish the team.
I think that's sort of true, Jason. It's also like Divine Barrier, Curse, Healing Nova, like almost every game. I mean, I guess it's the order. The order you go is super interesting. I mean, I think like all the benefits it gives to those actives, right? It's pretty crazy when you combo with someone like Shiv and Billy, right? Like the limit there, I don't think we've seen, right? What's possible when you really understand how much a Rem is providing to the team. And I think this could be a game to showcase it here. They kind of have a very nasty draft here. A lot of sick, like, counter initiation team fight with the Rem sleep, the Lash ulti, and Mirage is just going to be setting up turreting, forcing you to kind of respond and do something. And I don't know what the answer is going to be if this Mirage gets online in the late game.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Jason? Does he tag along with Mirage's teleport?
Oh no, that's not what I was thinking.
That's a good question.
So
I bet he does.
It's similar. My idea was similar. If you hop into player A, who's like over here, and I gotta make sure I'm on camera, and like player F is like way over there, you rescue beam them from player A, from F to A, and then you tag along to another person. Do you drag that person all the way with you back to player C?
I think so, because I think the rescue beam originates from your hero, and rescue beam does some crazy stuff with movement skills, right? Like it enables you to pull people across the map and things like that. I honestly think if you're in the animation on Rem, like of the tag along, you might fly across the map to Mirage if he TPs away while you're flying to him. So I don't know if there's any way to stop once you're like on the your little warp speed death ball flying to your allies.
And you know, we talked about Rem being basically like another Page, or I don't think counter was necessarily used, but kind of being like in a similar boat to Page. But Page is probably the best hero to use against a Rem, because your ult's going to knock him out of whoever's in.
It's probably one of the most reliable like AoE ulti stuns that you're going to get. something, right? Maybe the page ult knocks Rem out, and that could be a real vulnerability, right? Like, you know, like the Rem, because if you're ready for that and you're planning on, hey, we're gonna knock this guy out and we're gonna, you know, like go finish him, like Rem, no matter what your build is, you're never gonna get tanky. You just don't have the scaling or the tools to survive any kind of initiation. You're not gonna build that way anyway. So that's I think the risk with Rem is it's a very positioning dependent hero. If you ever caught in a bad spot in the team fight, you don't have any way to play her out. The way Paige can, like, she has rallying charge to play her way out of things. She can, like, root people trying to chase her. She can be a little bit, even with 2-stamp, can be an awkward hero to chase down.
She builds a bit more green, right, compared to... I mean, Rem has some green actives that actually do kind of assist a little bit, but nowhere near, as you say, what you're kind of alluding to here. I think that's why I was kind of thinking to myself, okay, is it going to be the Page ban? But at the same time, Jason, getting rid of Affliction and getting rid of the nuisance that it can be Pocket for something like that frontline totally makes sense as well.
Still say hashtag love Pocket. I agree with the nation before. The Ventor, though, you know, we mentioned it when he got picked, and you said, Jake, that, you know, we talked to some pros and they said he's not in the best state right now. But I'm curious, like, I don't feel like we saw much impact in that last game of Ventor. I think it was overshadowed by Empty Dreams on the Warden. I don't know necessarily what it's going to be bringing to this composition, though. Obviously, the knockback can be very big here, especially if you catch out little Rem. That would be hilarious, honestly. But you also do force disengage ability. I don't know. I think Ventor I don't know how it's going to play on this comp, because I just didn't really see much out of it last time, even though they won.
I do think the traps are actually kind of an underratedly powerful part of the kit, right? Like, you got characters like Shiv and Billy who are not looking for traps when they're going in, you know, like they're full sending it on you. They're trying to get right on top of you and burst you down. And very, very easy, I think, for those characters to step into a trap. And that honestly is like some of your best impact, I think, on Venator. Aside from obviously the ulti is insane, it's all the disruption. I think we'll probably see Venator not be played as, like, you see some of the clips on social media is like people going ultra hyper carry just to make the ult as much damage as humanly possible. But I think honestly, Venator in competitive play is going to be a little bit more of like a bruiser brawler type. Like, he's got a lot of disruption. He's got some anti-heal. He's pretty survivable. He can kind of like take that fight and you know, brawl out with some of these other frontliners. And he has great follow-up for the kills, but he can both start the fight and potentially finish it, right? He's got good tools to
execute, right?
Get through the engage. Exactly. So you almost have something, I mean, it's not a Shiv, right? But something like a Shiv in terms of your willingness to take the front line and to, you know, take those early trades in the fight, survive through it by building tanky enough, and then also be able to close things out with the Air Dominee. So, I mean, this is going to be a real bellwether game, though. You're up against the best team in the world. You got Venator and Silver. You got some of like their strongest new heroes. Is that going to be enough to take on Abraham's? Tough question.
What do you think, Jason? Do you think it is enough? I'm questioning.
I think you could pull off a good Venator, just like a ginger Venator. Actually, looking at it.
Oh,
That's
me?
what I'm thinking about. Yeah, you.
Well, he's got the Irish.
You got the
accent.
beard.
I mean, I've not got the Irish accent though. You know, I can't.
You got the red in the face already. The gray, not so much.
Are you saying I look like I have a burnt face?
Your words, not mine. But look at this. I think there's a big difference in Abraham's late game win condition with their M1 of Mirage by Sonya and Leviathan's with Warden played by Empty Dreams. Like, Leviathan want to get in your face and they want to fight. They're not really looking to get ultra late game where Mirage can completely carry away from you. What I do want to see, though, is how is Hoot going to play around the counter spells? Because that was one of the pivotal things that I saw in Leviathan to counter out Shark on the Lash in the last game. But he also does have way more setup, I think, with his ultimate than the previous team had with it.
Of course, we have some people asking as well, as we did have an update midway through this draft. So we are just waiting for the game itself to be updated for everybody so we can get into this game as it is coming on and move forward. I do say as well, actually, now that I was thinking about it, a big thank you to everybody for tuning in, and also our co-streamers, because we were able to break a massive viewer count here so far, Jason, which has been fantastic so far, now that we have co-streaming fully activated and good to go here on Twitch, right?
It wasn't the co-streaming, it was just having Claris on the show, I think.
You're just on a roll, Jason. You're on an absolute streak.
He's never been this nice to me. Not even at my wedding. Like,
the truth comes out, Jason.
It was nice there, but he's really nice here. It's lovely. I love it. Yeah.
Just for the cameras. Just for the cameras.
I do think counterspell is interesting. You know, another thing I've noticed about this meta is that with the downfall of debuff remover to now dispel magic, which I don't know if I feel like I'm gonna miss calling a debuff remover. It just feels too right.
I agree.
But I think dispel magic is a much worse item than debuff remover with the no native debuff resistance just like statted on the kit. And so much fewer buys on that. Like Mina is probably still going to buy it. Some of these like ultra mobile characters probably still need it to deal with some of these lockdown tools. But just overall, a lot less of that being, a lot less debuff resistance being bought in the game. So I think some of these lockdown actives are also going to see a rise in terms of their relevance, their ability to actually burst heroes. Like you're not going to see most likely characters even like Shiv and Billy building something like Dispel Magic. And so, hey, I'm wondering if there's not room for something like a focusing lens to actually look like a pretty good item, right? In terms of securing you these kills, finding these lockdowns. And you know, somebody like Paige could be a perfect builder for that. Maybe also Rem can do the same though. So it's a two-way street in this draft. I don't think it's going to favor one or the other. I just think it's sort of a shift in the game. It's a little bit more, debuffs are better, I think, than they were before this patch, and in a pretty significant way.
I think that's why we saw a little bit of a rise of Counterspell. You know, maybe what we do have this time, maybe we can take a look at the item priority from last week, actually, from Night Shift.
Good idea.
For me, Counterspell should have risen up the ranks with the fall off of Debuff Remover, turn into Dispel Magic, because it's one of like the good ways to kind of act in a similar fashion without having to go for a 6.4K investment over to Unstoppable. So I think it's a very good point to bring up, and I'd actually be really curious to see any analysis, maybe at a blink cast if you stop working on a podcast and chat, of what the differences have been in builds from previous weeks to now, and how more effective now have we seen debuffs be.
Please don't tell me he's still editing. But yeah, I mean,
it probably is. Inhibitor, Toxic Bullets, Ricochet from Mirage. If you get to that point, man, like, your money. And we can see here, top items from last week for Night Shift number 24. Counterspell up 91 places.
That's massive, right? It's kind of has been that replacement to Debuff Remover, and we're not really seeing the Spirit debuff actives rise like that in that same fashion, but I kind of wonder if there's room for that, right? Maybe you're not going to build too many of them, but those slowing X's lasting just a little bit longer. We really don't see anyone building Silence Wave anymore. I wonder if that item's not due for a buff. But still heavy prio on green. I mean, this is the green patch. Everyone's talking about gun versus spirit, and green is just quietly taking over, man. I guess in fairness, because it's buying both gun and spirit builds, but these are like all top tier green items here.
Yeah.
Every character needs them.
Do you remember where Dispel Magic was in Night Shift 23? It was third, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, Debuff Remover was one of the best items in the game, I think, before this change. Like, it was one of the most bought. It's just good on tanks, good on highly mobile cores, good on carries. You were just so much stuff to dispel, and getting the fact that you had a better natural debuff resist on Debuff Remover than you do on Unstoppable was a little bit crazy, honestly. So I think it was fair that the item took a pretty big nerf, but I don't know that the meta has really adapted into. I mean, the item meta has shifted, as you see, but I don't know that like people's approach to the game, they're thinking about their other options now the Debuff Remover's out. Like, think about characters like Infernus, right? Like, I wonder if Infernus. I mean, Mirage is maybe a more reliable option in that category since he can play from a much longer range to apply his debuffs. But now you're actually feeling like, hey, I could get a full duration burn off and just tick people down with, like, you know, Toxic and Afterburn.
Well, even beyond that, if you force them to buy into Dispel Magic to deal with you, you're already kind of winning because you're forcing them to invest 3.2K delaying a spike out of a carry. So I think that's really interesting too.
Also, I'm okay with Stamina Mastery Rising as a player who plays all the low stamina heroes. I'm okay with this going up.
I think this is the most fun item in the game. I don't know if that's a controversial take. I think no one wants Stamina Mastery nerfed. It's just too much fun. Like, I don't even really play that many characters that use it, but it's just too much fun.
I think it's an item that literally everyone could use though, because of the extra dash it gives you and the extra jump
it makes your dash. I honestly think this item might be underbought. The only characters that aren't really going to buy this item are like hard carries who just have unholy movement speed and they don't want to press their staminas because they want to keep shooting their gun. Like, you know, like Warden with, you know, giga late game movement speed, right? Like, yeah, okay, you're just going to run and slide everywhere. There's no reason to use dashes. But more or less everyone else, right? Like, your frontliners can get in a better position. Your supports can stay out of trouble. I even see it built. I mean, characters like Ventor, I see this bought a lot because positioning is so crucial. Being able to, you know, be on the right side of that wall or outplay somebody and stun them against it, right? Like, those are super valuable for somebody like Ventor. So I expect to see this item maybe continuing to rise alongside Counterspell. And I mean, this is Spirit Resilience, by the way, that I think both of the Resiliences got a pretty big nerf, right? The benefit they give you in your low HP isn't quite as extreme as it was before.
Not as easy to work it all in here, but it looks like we are almost ready to get into our best of three. As I say, the final boss of EU in Abrahams is going to be going up against Leviathan, who got their retribution in the previous game, Jason, being able to get to this final after missing out on it last week. Can they topple the Abrahams is the big question.
And I don't think any team's gonna be able to topple Abrahams until we get some North American action, but I want to see Leviathan try, Jake. I want to see them take a map, a legitimate map off of them, because I don't want to see EU stagnate. I want to see teams be able to push Abrahams, not just to beat them, but to make them a better team. I feel like if you're at the top of the table for such a long time, it's really hard to get anyone out there to challenge you to improve, to challenge you.
It's
to
like, how do you
think about the game a different way?
How do you keep climbing? When you look at NA, that problem doesn't exist. North America is actually quite competitive right now. Melee creeps often pushed. They've defended their title for quite a while, but it's been hard fought. For Abrahams, it's been a while since there's been that proper test against them. We'll see if something can arise today and maybe bring them that kind of a threat. It's a very new draft from Leviathan. 2 new heroes employed. Bit of a different look than we've seen before. And curious to see how Sonya handles the Mirage. Has an incredible late game on this hero, but I think the early game is pretty weak. You know, at this moment in the game, I think you are a little bit of a liability in the laning phase. Used to be kind of a dominant laner too, but I don't feel like he's quite in that same position any longer. But hey, you get off to a hot start in this game, you come out of the jungle in 25 minutes, and this could get scary.
And looking at Leviathan's side, it seems like Freemok has kind of switched up roles within the team. I feel like he was normally the Rayek player, the initiator. He would play like the paradoxes for the team. And now Rayek's the one to fill that role, and he's been allowed to play more of a damaging role. And then even for Bobby to come in and be one of these frontline bruisers that they need for their team is going to be, I think, a hard thing to kind of like learn and coordinate within the roster, considering he was on Billy last game. Looked very strong at it. Take a look at our lanes here. We have Yamato and Paige, the Bobby and Flammable paired up against Sonya Sniper, and of course Tass. And Tass, best Paradox EU. I don't think there's necessarily a doubt about that, since Michaelis isn't here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at all the initiators, and Taz is kind of the standard bearer. There's been more competition as of late. This is going to be Rayek's opportunity to show what he can do. It's been a couple weeks since we've seen that matchup. Taz just focusing heavily on the creeps. I think recognizing wisely that they cannot fight this Yamato Page, at least at this phase of the game. Some nice moves with the kinetic carbine, just too awkward for Bobby to connect that max power slash, which does help. I mean, every power slash misses in this lane, right? The things progress and clear these creeps just a little bit faster. This is all Sonya wants in this lane, right? Just stay alive, don't take too much damage, and once you get that ultimate online, maybe make some well-timed roams to get that spike off a little bit quicker.
Now, where is Overseas? He's on the right-hand side.
Wait, Rem is ganking at like 1 minute and a big stun from Ventor. He's boxing,
in the tunnel boy.
This is expensive, right? It's a lot of damage onto Billy, and leaving Together alone. He has to go base, maybe? He's grabbing some boxes. I guess he can't. There's no way he can give up this wave, but it's a pretty steep cost to pay. I mean, Together getting kind of caught out by Venator, and Silver following up as well. I love the Rusted Barrel. This is another very underbought item, especially at low ranks. Like, this is an item that you see it way more often at the top level play. It just doesn't feel that powerful. You're like, yeah, whatever. It's a little bit of a debuff, but giving Shred on especially Silver scales the damage from your Slam Fire, so it's just incredibly valuable on this character in particular.
I mean, even just against M1 heroes too. The fact is you can slow down their speed, making trades more valuable for you and easier to pull off, giving you that extra control in lane as you're seeing here. I mean, obviously, Saint was in lane. He was roaming around the map. He picks up his Guardian Ward.
He's 2.7. I see why he was doing this. He just got like 600 souls from running the tunnel boxes there. That's actually kind of crazy. If they lose this tower, I don't think it's worth it, but if they can hold it and not let any more pushes come in, it could feel okay. Still, that's like 2/3 Guardian HP at 3 minutes. I feel like you're feeling pretty good about that on Leviathan. Abrahams, though, finding a kill, I believe in the mid lane, is exactly what they needed to relieve a little bit of pressure that's being put out here.
And if you're looking at, I think, a 3.1k soul for Saint, I think you're looking at an early nap time gank somewhere in one of these lanes. I think that'd be the perfect opportunity. Speaking of ganks, Task going to be coming through on the right-hand side. It's the kinetic onto Overseas. And the follow-up is a good amount of damage, but not able to turn this into a kill, but kind of turn things around when it comes to the pressure in this lane. Maybe alleviating that pressure on that Guardian on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and maybe no need to gank, right? You think about if you get that Billy ult set up as well, you got a lot of control in this lane with the sleep into the Billy ult. Billy, of course, getting that free heavy melee off the sleep is super valuable. So Overseas getting a solo here in that lane, though. That is going to be nice. Going to get him back up to some decent HP. Sonya barely staying alive in the mid lane. He's going to be so low HP. I don't think he can defend this tower. He's going to risk it here, but this is actually pretty scary. One power slash cuts you down, and Yamato was chasing for that. So good awareness from Sonya. Gets out, but that, I mean, with a full wave dying like that, this is going to be a hard crash into the tower. Mirage doing everything he can to slow it down, but it's just not much. Shiv has to come in to try to alleviate some of that pressure. Dimov could turn this into some kills.
And these rotations out of Abrahams, I think you're being punished. And I think Leviathan deserves some credit in this one. Realizing that Task left, realizing there's no Rem either. Put the pressure on, look for some damage onto that Guardian, and eventually force the rotates to come back into this lane to defend. But both buffs are going to be up, and Abrahams will pick up both as well. Movement for Task, that's ideal. And I think that was gun buff, if I'm not mistaken, for Sonya's sniper. That's a really
so
strong
good.
fight coming up soon for them.
I think Abraham's right now, one of the things I'm seeing just in this game that makes them look like the best team in the world is that the way they're playing the map is so much more dynamic than their opponent. Like, they're almost freely roaming from lane to lane. Even characters like Shiv being willing to get in on these roams. I think this is a great read in the meta right now. Like, it's not just your paradoxes and your lashes that are, happy to roam and look for ganks. Shiv can do so too, right? As long as you have one person in each lane, you're not really missing out on much. So being willing to bring those overloads, yeah, you're not finding like the big blowout team fight yet, but and it all puts more and more pressure onto Leviathan, and they have been playing much more statically, much more kind of married to the lanes, playing things a little bit more standard.
I think the downside of that isn't enough for going for these ganks, because you use the box maxing to pull off ganks, right? Because that way you don't really lose much, and then you have a solo laner soak extra souls. But you're not really punished that badly if you don't get a kill. I mean, you kind of get a big advantage if you do get a kill. I don't know how you feel about that, Jake. I'm kind of torn about how you really don't get punished too heavily for going for that, but also I want more early game action, so I don't know how you balance that out.
I don't mind it. I don't mind the state of the game right now. I'm sure we'll see more tweaks to things like soul sharing. That's like a foundational element of the MOBA aspect of this game. So I'm sure that's far from final. And I will say the advantage right now, soul advantage, yes, Abraham's getting a little bit more from these roams, the box maxing, but the tower pressure so far has favored Leviathan. They haven't been able to secure these towers, and that sleeps. It's a free heavy melee for Billy. He's going to look for a tower dive here. Guardian ward from the Rem keeps him healthy, makes him willing to take these risks. Parry missed, and here comes the Iradomini. Wisely, I think Billy recognizes. Oh, you got to respect this one. Last shot is blessed. This could be an execute, I think, if he hits it. Billy just wants to get that HP up, doesn't want to risk that burst threshold. Oh, that proc from... Oh my god, Paige just died from a third HP from the max proc.
That had to have been 8 stack of Jin's mark.
Does he have it max? There's no way, right?
Actually,
I don't
no,
think
that's right.
I think it's just a quad stack, but that's a lot of damage.
That was still big. Well, the pressure's still being put on even with these roams. Abraham still have a 6,000, 5,000 soul lead here. Just 7 minutes in, just from what they've been able to do around the map. Sonya being left alone is at 6.7 thousand souls. And even Saint's at 5.8k with how aggressive he's been on these roams.
Backstabber, great to have here on this gank. Warden running for the hills. He's just letting that backstabber proc over and over again. Doesn't have much choice in the matter. And the big lash ult from Hoot. Almost certainly going to be securing that kill. Hoot finds it. Oh, and a beautiful parry there onto Together. That's exactly what you needed on Silver, but hold on. He gets the counter parry. He somehow managed to get out of that debuff a little bit quicker than Fremok was expecting, and I was caught by surprise too. That parry might have done enough to pull Together out of this. He's getting a lot of value out of these melees, staying healthy even against the life strike. And so trading decently well against the Lycan ult. I will say the thing about Lycan is it's a full throwaway ult, right? Anytime you can proc it, it's probably for the best, right? It never really hurts. Since you're getting a nice heal off of it, you're putting a lot of damage pressure on the opponent. Together, though, look at him. He's just getting healed up. He's going to be back into this fight in no time. Is it going to be quick enough to defend the tower, though? That early tower damage could start to pay off right now.
Oh, Saint, I think actually the bullet wasn't used. They weren't trying to go for lockdown top of them, and we will see. You got to get back to the tower in time to help defend against this one. So we have not seen a Guardian go down so far in this game. The pressure is in the hands of Abrahams at the moment as there's a fight breaking out in towards middle, and they're trying to contest
this.
Saint
contesting the sinners. Trying to get that Lycan proc off, so crucial. Parry missed though, and that's going to open up the heavy melee for Together to finish off Fremok now. Diving for more. Billy with the full blasted. Chasing down under tower. This is a very healthy Guardian, no damage to actually take that down. So the longer you stay here into this trade, the worse it gets. Overseas the shotgun pushes away. And by the way, wait, that's 3 kills across the map. So by the way, on the other side lane, also a dominant fight win for Abrahams. And the game looking a little bit scary right now. Jason, we talk about this team being the best in Europe, and they're starting to show why, right? They use the Guardian HP as a resource in the early game, get a little bit ahead on the soul advantage, and now they're just winning everywhere. I mean, this game is actually almost out of control. Like, we're comeback earned on first earn. That is sort of a terrible sign for Leviathan. If you can get the comeback earn, it feels pretty okay, but that's not a foregone conclusion.
Yeah. Are you seeing these little green circles on the minimap, by the way?
That is the Rem minions.
That's the followers, right?
Yeah. So it wasn't, I believe, on Rem's release, but now when you're on Rem's team, or I suppose a spectator, we can see those little green minions on the map show where Rem has been buffed those creeps. And honestly, those creeps are insane, man. Like I was playing Yamato the other day, I'm like max power slashing the creeps, and they are not dying. I'm losing the 1v1 to the creeps right now because of that Rem. Paige trying to fight this in the low ground, but yeah, Shiv comes to back up Taz. D-Mob picks up a nice kill onto Flammable. Rayek dies elsewhere in the mid lane. Sonya now getting active, and oh my god, Jason, this game is like, if this game feels over, we're 10 minutes in, and I'm genuinely worried this game is over. Oh no, and not Yamato too.
Tofu is the name, but who is the game? Ends up pulling off another kill. 9.7k for him, 10 for Sonya. The lead is a bolstering almost 20k. It might actually hit that point here in just a few seconds of time, as the urn has been picked up, but is in hot pursuit. You can see D-Mob and Tass. They do get the swap onto him as well, and the execute the killing blow.
Who can stop him? Okay, maybe they don't know that. I think if he knew, he could have just dunked the urn right there. That would have been heinous, actually. He's just gonna run it away, which I think is probably the safer call. Took you a while to get that kill. But everyone is building, by the way, full damage from Abraham's. Like, everyone is building to snowball the game. Everyone is building to just continue this blistering offense pace. Let's see what Shiv buys. He's really thinking about this. So just go Spirit Rizil. I think this is actually right. I think everyone else should build damage, and D-Mom should be pure tank. And just be, if you just can't kill Shiv this game, and everyone else is bringing the damage, I just think this is a massive recipe for success. Especially considering damage, it's going to be very Spirit heavy for Leviathan until Warden comes online, and that's a long way away. Like, Warden getting active in this game, we're looking 10 minutes in the clock, and you're staring down the barrel of a 20k soul disadvantage. Yamato has ulti, but what does it matter? Does get a parry on a Shiv before popping the ulti, but there's nothing to write home about there. He's just on 1 HP and gets cleaned up.
It's a reason we say they're the best team in EU, and teams have not figured out how to close the gap.
Dude, like, I mean, it is insane to be this far ahead. Like, that is unreasonable. In competitive games, when everyone can watch what they're doing, right? Like, this is, you know, these replay codes are available. There's no hiding. You watch the VOD, you see what Abrahams does, you try to replicate it, try to approach it, and they're just on another level that other teams can't figure out. Taz kills Rayek again. I mean, how many kills has Leviathan had this game? Is it like 1 or 2? I mean, this feels like they've had no purchase whatsoever.
The thing is, I'm looking at chat, and people are just like, you know, FF the game, etc. You know, the game's over, but this is like the number 1, number 2 team in EU we're talking about.
It's crazy.
And honestly, there isn't really that big of a difference when it comes to like individual skill between the two teams, but this is one team who's mastered being able to take a lead and advantage and turn it into way more. Abrahams are just that far ahead of the rest of the teams in EU at the moment. It is insane, and I don't know when the hell we're gonna find a team able to dethrone them until we get to the first Deadlock Night Shift land coming to your hometown. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't tease me. Shiv's thinking about diving this walker. He's really thinking about it. That would not be a good play, but he was considering it. Speaks volumes about the state of the game. Yamato is going to full sack here, try to take down a tier 1 Guardian, but not even going to be able to get that. The response a little bit too quick here from Abrahams. Keeping these waves out with the Rem minions. And it's just a bloodbath. There's like nothing. You have to find some sort of huge team fight turnaround. I will say one thing about Deadlock. People underestimate, like, comebacks are incredibly hard, but the reward you get for one massive fight is actually so big that it kind of equalizes the game. If you get like one big team fight, one massive overextension from Abrahams under a walker that leads to them wiping, they could be in real trouble. No tornado up for Mirage, but he is just going full alpha male onto this ward, and Empty Dream's dead again. The help of Billy this time. There's just nowhere safe to farm on this map. They're fighting so far past their own wave. Typically that would be a risky move, but in this game, they just playing like they can do no wrong.
I mean, they're 25k ahead 14 minutes in. Like, they can't do any wrong.
Double armor Shiv. Oh god. Oh god.
Well, you couldn't kill him before, and now it's it's impossible.
He's actually immortal on this build. Oh, Lash ult finds 2. Big pickup is the follow-up there. Big slam. Now they're trying to burst down, especially that Silver before she can proc the ultimate. And oh, the rallying charge just a second too late. Could not save the Silver. Warden Trap tries to save. Slows things down for a minute. Okay, Overseas, hold on. Finds a kill into Hoot. And you're fighting your Walker with very short respawns. The Max Dominee, pure damage does go through these heavy armors from Shiv, but you need more than one shot to fight on this Shiv. And D-Mob looking for more. All alone here on the holiday. And I mean, they're playing with God mode right now. Like, this Warden's gonna die too, man. They're getting so desperate for these kills, which I understand. Like, the kills are worth so much in the comeback position, but this is a painful one.
It's about sending a statement here to them, I think.
This is about sending a message. Wait, the Jukes? Where the hell did he go? Okay, empty dreams. All right, all right. I don't know how the hell he got out of this one, but he's gone.
But while this has been happening, guess who's been just farming away in the right-hand side of the map? Like Sonya, he's at 17k. Who even comes close to the other side? It's Ventor at the moment. Overseas at 14. But I mean, with how you see these fights have been going, there really isn't a chance for him to get that 1v1 he might be looking for. And I think Abrahams are just showing they can battle so well with 5 players and just let Sonya keep farming away as their late game win condition. If somehow this lead does get thrown, it's 23 or 23.
Pressuring Mirage right now. Hold on, the Mirage being pressured under tower. They're threatening a dive on him too. Yamato, I think this is actually an understandable play, but it's so hard to kill Mirage. He has such powerful tools. Here comes a life buff Billy, effectively immortal here. Yamato throwing damage, and it's just meaningless. Throwing pebbles at the Titanic right there. Empty Dreams and Bobby both dropping. Continuous wave pressure on the other side of the map now. And this tanky ship would just love to bait a player to try and chase for a kill.
Okay. Decent catch, but there's going to be no follow-up for this one. There is a silver behind them. Fremont is around at the shop. And he's got the health advantage to potentially pull this one off here. But again, it is D-Mob on shift. He's got the smooth moves. He's got backup at a Sonic Sniper to hit that tornado and knock that silver right up into the air. And Fremont, well, the chase was coming through, but I don't think you're going to get the escape.
He's got the passive on, but Silver is actually pretty mobile, right? That boot kick is pretty sick escape tool. And the Ricochet queued up next. I think Ricochet is really, I mean, Ricochet and him is where the game will end for Leviathan. Like, they need to be able to come back into the game before Mirage is fully online, but that feels like a ridiculous thing to be asking for when they're losing their walkers. Like, they're just trying to stay alive in this one, and Mirage is a ticking clock against them. Death Slam does send 2 players away to get chained by the Billy. The knockdown kind of mitigates the fall from Lash, but the chain keeps them in position. Hoot wakes up from the stun, picks up those kills. Billy now diving under the tower. Shiv just tanks a full tower stomp, doesn't seem to deal damage to him. Apparently, D-Mob playing with release Shiv somehow bugged into this one.
Well, there's a overwhelming amount of players on the right-hand side for Leviathan, realizing they can't do anything to defend the left or the middle lane, and they need to get these kills. It's going to be long death timers that they could potentially pull one of these off. Eraig's going to be the first one to fall. They're losing a 3-on-2 here. Even the last time coming through.
Hold on.
There's a Dispel Magic being used, and the chase is looking good, but...
Oh, that's such a tragedy for Warden. Sonya gets away. I mean, this whole play was all designed to try and kill Sonya, to slow down some of this value. And Sonya's not even backing out of this one. Meanwhile, Midwalker going down. Iridomini popped. Okay, wait, Lash locked down. They just throw the rallying charge in. Use everything. We need to get every kill we possibly can. It's going to cost Pager life, but any kind of, I mean, you could honestly trade like 2 or 3 for 1 right now, and that may be a winning trade for Leviathan, considering how far they are behind in this game, how long the spawn timers will be for these Abrahams players.
I'm surprised
the map is closing in around you, man. I mean, look, that's the only way you lose the game, like, honestly. And I will say now you could go for it, though, right? Because rallying charge, Warden ulti, and Yamato ulti all on cooldown, right? So there's actually something to be said about going for a risky mid-boss when all those key ultis are down. I actually wouldn't hate it at this moment when Hoot spawns. Go for the gamble. That would be very Abrahams. I would say it would be very bad play to go for the gamble when all those key teamfight ults are up, as we saw in the last game, the threat of the comeback in the mid pit. Very real.
Look how just confident Together can play here. He's got the backup of his team. He knows he has the advantage. And that's just a complete catch on a Fremont. No chance to escape this, even when he has his teammates around him. And Rake, I don't think he's going to get away from this one. The chase is still on there. D-Mob comes in for Flammable, gets another kill to add to his tally. And Rake going to fall here in just a few seconds. I mean, okay, well, if you were going to go mid-boss before, this is the perfect time to do it now with 3 players dead.
Yeah, and I think Bobby has to go for a contest here with the ulti. Just try to last at these regives. Try to take at least 1 or 2 off the table. I will say the soul deficit hasn't expanded as fast as I would have thought. Like, Leviathan, although they're dying all over the map, this game actually looks worse than it really is. Like, they've managed to keep the soul deficit relatively... Like, 30k is bad, but it's still playable in your own base. Especially if you get a rejuve steal. Looks like Bobby's going to go in for it. He looks like he's Tornado, though, off the pit and swapped into the wall. Silenced again. There's so many silences on this Yamato. She has Counterspell, but that's not enough, man. Like 4 or 5 silences thrown into Yamato, and this is a brutal game now for Bobby.
A Soundswave picked up here for Saint.
I think they have 2. I think Hoot had 1 too, unless I missed it. Maybe it was Saint from napping alongside Hoot. Hard to keep track.
Tagging along. And Mystic Expansion for bigger pillows, bigger nap
give him a
times.
box. He needs 1 box. Please? Okay, high roll. It's not going back. He's just greeding it up. Let's check out the box run, man. There's like a whole little world. I love that the boxes are tiny. It's so good. I think that's like the cutest thing. Like, I got stuck down here as Yamato once with a bug, and I was like, why are these boxes so little, like baby boxes?
For Baby Rem.
Yeah, he's just a little guy. There's stuff going on in the map, but this is weirdly cathartic for me right now.
Companion. Our yellow guardian has been defeated.
I'm trying to think if we're ever going to get other heroes that can go in those tunnels, too.
Oh, we have to, right?
It has to
I mean,
be.
Calico can, right? But she's just not being played that much right now. I think it's a genuinely cool attribute, right? It's very Dota to put in a mechanic like that. This is like completely crazy and unique, and only some heroes interact with, and like. But I think it's a lot of fun as well. Shiv, maybe looking for a chase down. Has a little helper on him. Holiday, ooh, I think you die very quick. Oh, and a heavy melee risk. You had to go for that to get this kill. And it is going to be enough to take down Rayek.
New York is under my
And they have the urn, too. With the rejuve, they're just going to dunk this one in. They were using it to try to
He's
force
got
the
heavy
fight
melee.
if needed.
He's got melee charge on Shiv. It's the pump build. It's the melee Shiv build. I mean, it's just that kind of a game. He could go for Crushing Fist into this one. Aggro urn turn in as well with the rejuves online. Abrams are being wise. They're waiting for the right moment. They're probably waiting for this Mirage inhibitor, who he could buy this right now. He has Ricochet inhib online if he can make it to a shop.
Looks like Silver Fremont might be the one getting caught out here. Tries to sneak away into the subway, but only sneaks in towards his grave. I mean, you might have a lot of mobility, but you're not escape this many players coming on your way. But we do have a donation coming in from Hammerpaw, who tipped $10 into the prize pool. But I'm going to bring Kalaris in to actually say what the message was. Kalaris, are you there? Oh, here we go.
Yes.
Woo! Not bad. Not bad.
There we
I thought
go.
it was
We
pretty
got
good.
it out of him. I want to highlight this
I
too.
expected the echo though, but I'll accept it.
It's a double Resil buy from Taz. I think this is like an understudied look for some people. Like, you want to, understand how to like not just win a Deadlock game, but to like really dominate it and snowball these leads. Going double Resil and Paradox, like normally I would say this is a terrible build. Like, you just don't have enough utility. But in this game, like, you are probably one of the most vulnerable players. You're going to be swapped in an awkward position at the start of every team fight. And to just be unkillable on Paradox and to guarantee that the enemy's not going to be able to find counter kills on you is like worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, I like building more defensive when you're ahead and not necessarily building more offensive.
He has
if you're
crushing
already...
fists.
Okay, all right, D-Mod, I'm just showing off now.
Okay, sure, why not? Why not?
If you're already ahead, you're already hard enough to kill, and if you make yourself even more hard to kill, there's no chance you're gonna 1v1. Whereas if you don't like build into resist or build into vitality, you could technically lose that if something happens.
I like that Rick is taking players on a wild goose chase, though. Like, low-key, this is kind of one of the more impactful things you can do when you're very far behind, is just waste time. And you might drop base guardians with these rejuves, but the rejuve timer's gonna run out. I will say the lead has expanded. We're looking at, like more than 45k soul lead. And he goes leech instead of inhib. I mean, maybe, again, this is probably a more survivable choice since he already has Ricochet. The damage he outputs is ridiculous. If he's leeching on top of that damage, good luck ever bringing down this barrage. And the enemy team doesn't deal damage anyway, so why would you need to inhibit their lack of damage?
Yeah.
You might go silencer this game. Like, honestly, maybe you don't need inhib in a game this dominant.
I mean, he's not too far off. I was gonna say, are we even gonna see that point? But at 5.5k souls, he's gonna have
believe me.
very, very quickly.
He's farming. He's farming. Look at that bag. What's he got on him? He got 1,000 bag on him. All right. All right.
14-0 DMOF.
What do you think the go sign is here?
3 kills to 39.
Disgusting. What do you think is going to trigger the attempt to end the game here from Abraham's? I guess it's like next buff. I mean, like the typical play, it would be in a normal game, it would be very normal to wait for the next mid boss. But this is an exceptional lead. Like, this is one of the most dominant leads we've maybe ever seen on the night shift. And honestly, I mean, it's like, as much as we want Abrahams to like go for the risky gamble to finish the game, like, this is like a mentally taxing for Leviathan. This is a very sad game to find yourself stuck in. And for Abrahams, they're happy to just rest, relax, and hang out in this game state, like kind of drain the energy from Leviathan, looking forward to that best of 3, and he will grab the silencer first. So this may be the go time. I don't know that this Mirage is fightable any longer in the game. Maybe there's like Rayek with a lasso super deep. You do have a refresher on page. Could help with, like, if you can, I don't know, find a 6-man page ult. Like, I'm grasping at straws here. I don't know who's going to deal the damage, though, to all these double armor heroes.
Well, you asked me, what are we looking for Ray Abrahams here? I would say it's going to be Urn. Use the Urn to force a fight. If they don't fight you, you go take mid boss. If they don't fight you, just take base. I think it's almost as simple as that. But as we're seeing, Leviathan are making some moves here, going to the left-hand side of the map here, looking to pick up the urn when it spawns in. You know, I have to give credit to Leviathan. Even though they're down 50k here, Jake, they're still focusing on what they can do to get back in this game here. And I think that deserves a lot of respect.
I think this is a good showcase of how to look for the comeback plays. They send the Warden ahead to bait on the wave. He's the only one showing on the map there for Abrahams, and they have the entire team behind him. So if Abrahams is feeling a little bit too cocky and they go for that gank onto Warden with, like, let's say 3 players, feeling like, oh, it's a quick kill, we'll pick it up, you could find yourself in a 6v3, which even at this soul deficit could actually go bad for you. So, I mean, this is the kind of attempt, the kind of feint you have to be looking for to find a way back into the game. But it's the experience from Abrahams, man. They don't bite. They read, hey, no one else is showing on the map. We're not going to take that kind of a risk. Although, hold on, Lash could be finding the initiation here. This is what we talked about, though. There's a lot of players ready to fight this one. I don't know that the backup is really there for Abrahams. They've already found 1 kill, though, and maybe this lead is just overwhelming. The slam down, already 2 kills found. Abrahams, even without a couple of their key players, still into this fight. And again, it's Mirage, right? So he's always ready for that kind of an engage.
And if he gets into that engage, guess what? You're going to be silenced. You're not going to be able to use any abilities. If he even gets to that point of proccing it, considering you still have Hoot at 31k, together at 30, Tass even at 30k. I mean, mid-boss should be coming up soon, and I think that's kind of where the state of the game is going to end. I don't see a world where you can test this with 2 players down. You have to let this.
I mean, I think you should. Like, the game is over if you give this triple mid. I think truly, like, you have to just, I mean, this is a moment where the game is so far out of control. You need some sort of like a god parry. They're doing mid boss while doing urn. I mean, fair, I guess. And by the way, Taz is like guarding them on the top, making it hard for them to get into the pit and preventing them from even being able to contest this rejuve. So it will be a free triple rejuve. And Abrahams with the 60,000 soul lead. I mean, in the past, Abrahams made some egregious throws, but this is a different team that we've seen before. They've leveled up, and now they're just wanting to close this one out perfectly clean, have a flawless game for some of their cores.
They're just here to ruin the new heroes' win rates, man. Ventor, 1 win, 1 loss so far on the day here, as this game will inevitably come to a close. Even though the left lane of Leviathan is shoved out, they have no way to do anything about this to look for that walker, and they would love to get themselves a flex slot here, but there's no chance. The chain gang comes through as well. Barely gets the first kill, and he's just more than happy to take this shrine where the rest of his team fights away. And when you have Demov at 32k with ult reset, he's going to do just that.
Predator with the air dominate, looking for some executes. I mean, they're getting ganked in the fountain right now. This is getting bad. There's a player in the enemy fountain. That's, you know, the game is a little bit out of control. I have been seeing this in some of my games too, where you're winning so much you actually can fountain dive. I think I was playing a game with Zorky. He had like a 25-0 silver game, and we were just fountain diving. But this level of play, surely not. First patron down, still 3 rejuves to the name of Abrahams. Demov just ensuring, hey, nobody gets any ideas. You guys are allowed to stay in your own throne. That is it. No chance to come out and defend this patron. They're still going to try it though. They're going to give it that one last shot. Leviathan have to find some kind of a big counter kill. Flammable, maybe with those rallying charges, could disrupt this one, as 1 rejuve is already down. Executes though, coming thick and fast. Demov has found 1, looking for more. Sonya does go down once. The second rallying charge is enough to drop this Mirage. Can they take him down again though? They need to stop the damage pumping out from Mirage. They're fighting in the pit, getting a lot of value off these curses, but Mirage still healthy. Demov with every single execute. And it's just a feast now for Abrahams. Almost 100,000 soul lead.
Don't take a picture of that. I don't know if chat can see it. A 22 kill streak for Demov. 22. That has to be the highest kill streak we've had in Night Shift ever.
That was the most painful game I've ever seen on our show. I mean, that was monstrous. Like, I would have abandoned if that was above. I would have been too tilted.
That's a cannon rush if I've ever seen one, Claris, right?
Like a tiger mauling an asthmatic child, I think is fair to say. That was ridiculous. I thought 10 minutes.
Why does the child have to be asthmatic?
Well, you know, just like a pathetic cough. anyway, like, but that was brutal. I cannot believe what we just witnessed. I thought at 10 minutes, genuinely, Jake, I was like, yeah, what if they just buy like 4 torment pulses, just stand there, just like, just wait for them to die. That was insane, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of just spent the time talking about all the things Abrahams does right in that kind of a game, what the things that set them apart as this like world elite team. But man, as a game one in a BO3, it's a statement. Like there's what we talked about Abraham's being this team. Oh, maybe they don't take things super seriously when they're up. Like they've thrown games in the past. I feel like they've learned their lesson from those moments, and they're managing to just keep these incredibly clean games. Like this is a team that is putting on a show for us, really, and just demonstrating what's possible at this level of play and the gap really between them and anyone else in the European region.
Yeah,
I think they saw the prize pool last week, and they were like, I think they saw the prize pool last week because we had so many donations. I think we were over like $2,500 for prize pool. And they're like, yeah, I want that again. I don't want to throw the game. I don't potentially lose out on that another time.
It's fair. I mean, look how they played it out, right? I mean, highlights abound here for the Abrahams boys. And I think one thing that's always interesting to me as well is that all of them just playing at such a high octane level. And then you've got the Rem, who's uncontested in those tunnels, effectively soaking up more souls on the map than Leviathan can ever even hope to, because they can't even access that, Jason. So it's picture perfect, really, from Abrahams.
I mean, this is just the state of when one team is better and what they can do when they play their macro properly and they can battle against you. They suffocated Leviathan.
Yes.
There was, I mean, that I guess that's the asthmatic kid. It kind of makes sense now if I think about it that way. But they suffocated them. There was nothing they could do. They could not get their own farm in their own jungle. You saw Abraham so confident they could fight on the enemy side of the map without any worry, even being a man down. Felt confident enough to take mid boss and turn in the urn at the same time. But obviously that was when they had a 50k lead. There was really nothing stopping them. No one got a good start on the Leviathan side. They had 3 kills, I think, maybe 4 at the end, like who I think died another time.
Oh.
But off the get-go, I mean, even with Saint running around the map, farming boxes, you saw him, as you point out, Jake, 600 souls ahead of anyone in his lane.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, Together is really getting punished by this in the lane, like leaving the lane like that. Is it really worth it? And then he just turns up and has like a big soul impact in the lane, comes out, buys the Guardian Ward, really adds a lot of strength to Together. And they come back and they proceed to hold that Guardian for a few more minutes, like really turning the lane around. So, I mean, it's just the experience to be able to make plays like that in the early game, to trust each other and make those responses. Like they're so dynamic in the early game. It's like you can't even say one thing, oh, it's one player, it's this guy roaming. It's like half their team is roaming and they're just perfectly bouncing around from one another. When one person goes to one lane, they're going to bring strength somewhere else. And the way they leverage that strength on the map is just, it's best in class. No one else in maybe Melee Creeps is like on that level. But honestly, the early game, I think Abraham stands alone in the world right now.
Yeah, it looks fantastic, especially with the new tools that do exist. I mean, the fact that you're leaving Billy in that lane to be able to just kind of defend against that whilst Saint is leaving, to be able to take all those boxes and then being confident in that choice as well, Jason. It's different mentality, Deadlock, compared to how everybody else is playing right now, especially in this region.
Yeah, if you can't get in a position to play like Abraham's are against the team, you don't really, I think, get to practice the later stages of those games and like what you can do to snowball a lead with just a slight advantage. And when you're playing against Abraham's all the time, it always happens to you. So at least you get to see it on one end of the spectrum of what you can do. But yeah, Abraham's completely different tier, it feels like, when it comes to EU. And honestly, I don't think we've even seen Melee Creeps have stomps like this. Though I kind of would say the region's a little bit more competitive, so it's kind of hard to have a stomp like that.
We are almost across all streams, Jake, at 10k viewers here for the night shift. What do you make of that one?
Now we're cooking, boys. We're super psyched with Twitch giving us that official co-streaming feature. I mean, the way the community supports the events, honestly, it means the world to us. Like, this is really why we're doing this in Deadlock, to have a space for the community, to have esports action, to have the competition. So the level of support in the donations of the prize pool, the subs, the Patreon support on our Twitch, all of our wonderful co-streamers. It's just cool to see this, man. This is like, these are the golden days of Deadlock. We're living through them now, right? And I think this game's going to go huge and be like that next level international esport, but I'm just enjoying it right now. To have this level of community support and so much excitement around the game is a beautiful thing to watch. And maybe Abraham's best team in the world, maybe they're head and shoulders above. I guarantee that won't last forever.
Yeah.
There will be stiffer challenges, maybe even in the next game, because you know what? I think of Leviathan, on the one hand, you can say, look, we got blitzkrieged out of the early game and we never had really a chance in this game. You can throw that one away, and if you have a better laning phase, we could see at least a different style of game in game 2. I still think Abraham's, you got to give him credit as the heavy favorite to win it all, given that showing, but I want to see a more fight out of Leviathan and really show us what they can do as individual players. I don't think we really got to see a fair shake on that in this game.
Well, allow me to be an old man for a second, Jason, before we go to that break, because it feels to me, and what Jake was saying at the beginning of that, it feels like the StarCraft 2 moment where all of the scenes kind of came together from other games, and you're seeing something magical form. with Deadlock, because there's a lot of people coming in from other locations, kind of on other genres and things like that. Everyone's loving Deadlock right now, Jason, and I think that this is the culmination of it. It's looking good.
Did you just want to talk about StarCraft again on the stream? Is that what that was?
No. It was just a decent
Jason, you brought up
analogy.
StarCraft like 10 times, all right?
Did you know
donations.
Nightmare, a StarCraft 2 player, Nightmare, plays on a
Yes.
Korean team, Pulsar?
He does.
Wow.
That is true. And he's very good at both games. Are we going to a break? Is it break time?
We're going to break. That's what break L bar means on the top left hand side of your screen, just to help you out there. I know you're new to hosting, but it's okay.
All right, it's break time. When we return, we have got game number 2 of Abrams going up against Leviathan. Let's see if they can bring it back or if Abrams can continue to be the crouching tiger.
What?
Our victory will be glorious.
Rem, you are adorable.
Yield now.
Come out and play, pal. Let's dance.
Happy holiday. Happy holiday.
Let's see who's still standing.
The spirit earns.
Took out another one.
All right, Abrahams is already looking absolutely phenomenal so far here with the first game in hand after a decimation of Leviathan. Now we'll see if they can bring it back here in this best of 3. But firstly, we have a raid coming in from good old Vegas, an old friend of mine as well. I used to cover him back in the PUBG days. He always had the talent, he always had the potential, and he's here in Deadlock, crushing face. Jason, what do you think about that?
It's better than playing third person. Well, I guess he's technically ended up playing third person anyways, so he couldn't escape it.
You're kind of not wrong. But yes, thank you very much to Vegas. Obviously, we are breaking numbers here for everything going on with the night shift, Jake. It's a fantastic time to be getting into Deadlock. We're seeing peak players as well as Celeste was able to join, and I'm sure those peak players are going to be excited for whichever 6th character may come up soon. Who knows who it'll be?
I'm excited for Apollo though, honestly. Like, look, I felt like Apollo was going to be last. You know, he lacked the cuteness factor. He wasn't, a Catholic
handsome
priest. It's
I'm sure
just
he's religious.
I mean, well, he's last, all right. If you ain't first, you're last. But he's really last. I'm still curious to see though. I think this is a great moment for Deadlock. I also hope, tell your friends, guys, get your other Deadlock players on the stream. Let's break 10K today. I feel like we could do it. I feel like we're already nigh on it. We've got, of course, EU coming up next. We're going to finish up EU rather, and then after that we've got the whole NA region to play. So tell your friends, get them on the stream. Let's break 10K today. Let's break a record here for the night shift.
I think
I heard it here. Kalar said he would wax his eyebrows on stream if we hit 10K viewers. So ladies and gentlemen, get us up to 10K. Eyebrows are going to be gone.
That's so devious, Jason.
No, Jake. He's doing this thing we used to do to another colleague, and he's not here anymore. We're not. Anyway.
I don't remember who that was, but I do ZP every time I can.
He's gone now. He's actually moving to Krakow like in a week's time. But anyway,
well, he needs hair on his head, so you need to move.
True.
The eyebrows.
He needs to move to Turkey. Yeah. Anyway, let's get into the draft. Jake, take it away. Pocket already gone.
A first ban Pocket is actually pretty surprising for Abrahams, but I think this means they get the Abrams for themselves, because I think Leviathan have to ban Celeste away. They do not want to let that come into the draft. They've shown their hand pretty clearly that that's the way they're going to approach drafting today. It's always been their first ban for 3 matches, and Abrahams are happy to get the Abrams themselves. This is probably considered the tier 1 frontliner in Europe right now, because that wall charge stun, man, is just insanely powerful. You can kill multiple players. You're incredibly hard to kill, and when you do lock people down, they drop.
You know, is there Natalia's gonna come in there. No, Floof's gonna come in there and start howling as well.
Nobody needs that. Nobody, don't summon Floof. Jeez Louise.
Okay, you didn't know, Jake. So Jake, you have dogs. Kalaris has dogs as well, and his dog's name is Floof. Can we get Floof in for the show at some point? But is there a world we see Abrams and Ventor in the same lane? I feel like that's
a crazy lane. That's a wild lane. Actually, you get like stunned to death literally from anything. I'm wondering, is that probably is a fine lane. I don't see why not. Usually though, I think the problem is Abrams just needs setup for his stun. You don't really need more stuns.
So I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but how the hell do you let Shiv get through to Abrahams?
I mean, Billy and Silver are pretty good. I don't know about the Silver though. I would have rather they take Shiv, Billy. This one's getting tough. I will say also the rules of the drafting have been thrown out, right? We've had a long time where there's been some very stable drafting expectations in Deadlock. And with all these powerful new characters involved, right? With Celeste in now needing to cop bans every time, with Silver being super high prio, it feels like there's some very powerful combinations that have kind of existed already in Deadlock that are actually making it through onto these teams.
I'm
a little late. Had to finish the
Okay,
chapter
so
I was
they're
on.
scared about the potential page ban because what we were theorizing before. I think that Rem coming through, from what we saw from it last game, it wasn't really that healing Nova or even the booster. It was just the healing beam, and everything else around him was just so stable anyway, so tanky, so much kind of life steal that they didn't really need much healing from the Rem.
Yeah, when you get to that point, with how far ahead they were, it was stat check territory too. So the healing Rem it would just completely mitigate any damage without any problem whatsoever. I wanted to pick your brain, Jake, while you're here, maybe Clarice as well, because we've talked internally about the idea of adding more bans to the game. I just want to hear your thoughts on that, because for me, I kind of like that you can't completely control the picks and you have to adapt on the fly. So I'm kind of enjoying having 4 bans total in the way we currently do it, but inevitably we will get to more bans. But what's your thoughts, Jake?
I do think there's an argument to be made for having more bans now, especially after Apollo joins the cast, right? To have, like, there's a lot more heroes in the game. I think you kind of want bans to keep up roughly in terms of like a percentage perspective on heroes. I wouldn't want too many bans early. I think there's a couple ways you could do it. You could have like 2 bans at the mid stage or 2 bans in the first stage. I wouldn't even mind having a ban, sort of the initial bans, and then a ban after 2 heroes and a ban after 4 heroes could be interesting. So I think there's room. We'll have to explore like what the format is for now. I mean, I think at some point like Valve will come in and make more of like a proper captain's mode format that's not just us like this seems good. So I think they'll probably come and answer that question for us. But I would not be mad after the 6 hero gets added and maybe some balance patches come in to bring things back in line to add a little bit more bans. I think it actually increases the diversity of play as long as you don't go too crazy with it.
It's a clean 40 heroes once Apollo comes in, right? So maybe that's the threshold.
Yeah, because we've had 2 bans since there's been just over 20 heroes. So it is. I think there's an argument to be made. Still, I'm kind of excited to see all the new heroes, as strong as they are, make it through the draft now, and we're seeing a ton of play of characters like Silver and Ventor and Rem. And it's just, I think for now, it's like let's just showcase the cool new stuff we have to show in Deadlock. I'm not as worried about like the perfectly optimal format as I am of just like let's get people playing the best players in the world, playing some of our like coolest newest characters in the game.
I want a show match, no hero limit. Well, okay, there's hero limits, but you can have 2 heroes on the other side. So you could have like 2 Venators, you could have like 2 Celeste. I want to see like a 6v6 of that, of like trying to build the most broken comp.
It's gonna be like 2 Shivs and 2 Abrams and 2 Billies, and you just run it down.
A Viper though is the last pick coming out of Abraham's here.
Ooh.
It's not very often we see Viper, and they do have 2 wins on her. I mean, then again, they don't really lose, so it kind of does make sense. We haven't seen her since night shift number 22, as you can see here when she was picked. It's been a long time, and I mean, technically within this comp, it does give you a lot of lockdown, but I think more importantly, it gives you that early game roam that we'd like to see out of TAS, most likely.
Even more importantly, we get to hear the Lash and Viper romance voice lines, which I know the fans are really have been clamoring for, obviously.
Pregnancy Viper enjoyer?
Any check the emotes. we better see some of our DLNS custom emotes being used in the chat. I hope people are keeping up with the times here.
For sure, and also keep those donations coming in, because that is all going to be contributing towards this prize pool, and that is very important to keep all of these players good to go. And right now, if Abrams is going to look as they did in that previous game, Jason, some reward should be going their way, because it looks absolutely brutal. My question to you, Jason, is can this lineup from Leviathan stack up against what Abrahams is bringing?
Oh, I don't want to answer that honestly. That's the problem, because I have 2 answers. Sure. I have like a PC answer and an honest answer. I think honest answer wise, I don't think you're going to outpick Abrahams. I think you could put them on almost any composition, and they still will have a very good chance to win. I think for Leviathan, it's about them playing like what they're comfortable with and what they know they can execute and do well, instead of trying to go out of their what's the word I'm looking for here? Out of their, help me out.
Their comfort zone?
I'm an asthmatic kid. Help me out. Yeah, out of their sandwich. and like flex on to different things they're not as comfortable on. But looking at what they have pick out of Bebop. There's no initiator out of Abrahams besides Lash out of Hoot. But Hoot really didn't have a problem last time. But then again, they didn't really have counter spells to go against. So I don't know. I think they have a solid comp, I think, for sure. But they need to get to the point to allow the comp to be successful to do anything.
I actually think Leviathan arguably has a better draft this game, like period, because I think they've got Bebop against the Lash, which I think is quite nice. I also think Bebop's actually
team names
really useful into, like, you cover the team names, and I'm like, I'm looking at this Leviathan draft. I think this looks better. I just wonder after game 1, it's like to your point, it's how much does it matter? How much does, like, Abrahams? It's not like Abrahams has a bad draft. They have it's like a little bit funky with the Viper, and it looks like it's going to be like Ventor hard carry, getting a ton of farm. which I think might be Abraham's having a little bit of fun, but also I'm kind of down. I'm kind of here for the Iridomini one-hitting people in this game. Like, Paige, watch your back. When that ult is maxed and Ventor is like giga farmed, we gotta be on that POV in the late game and just watch bodies drop. But I think Leviathan, they have great tools, right? They have strong laners. They have great like team fight. They have like, I would say all these heroes are like kind of premier picks. I guess the interesting thing about this draft is no Holiday, no Paradox. It's kind of just Bebop for that initial catch hero. So Abraham's, they're going to be kind of waiting on somebody like Abrams to build Phantom Strike, or I mean, the Lash ulti is sort of a catch tool, but it's a too long cooldown to really see it the same way as somebody like a Bebop or a Paradox.
Well, the question is, will Abrams live up to their name with Abrams on side? Game number 2 here to get things finished here, potentially for Europe, as Jason and Jake are going to bring you all the action.
I could really hear that to get things potentially finished. I think we know which way Klaus is leaning in his prediction here on the channel of who's going to win this one. But I'm really hoping we see the Ventor Abrams, and we're not going to see it. It makes me a little bit sad.
We all saw the last game, right? Like, this is mentally a true test for the Leviathan players. You know, we're early in Deadlock, but this is something that's like universal to anyone who's played competitive games of any kind, especially esports, is you get completely blown out in a game. It is hard mentally to come back and to play your best. Oh, here we go. Opening parry right off the rip onto the Silver. Oh, that is not the start you needed in this game, but hold on. Maybe Silver able to play her way out of this, although missed parry from Mina. More heavy melees being swung down, and this is a together Abrams rocking our custom night shift skin.
Yeah, and we're actually going to be releasing that one at 1,200 subs. Remember, if you guys have Amazon Prime, use that Bezos money here.
Give us your Prime subs. You are commended.
Prime sub, man. I also heard if we hit like a streak of like 50 subs in like 5 minutes, Klaus will shave his head. Not only wax his eyebrows to 10K viewers, he will shave his head live on stream.
That's crazy. I don't know where you heard that, but that's wild.
And you unlock the Jason feet cam. I don't know why they're doing that.
Don't sub.
Please, I would.
I think I just scared away all
the
those Prime
stream.
subs.
We're turning off the end of the show. It's over, guys. Look at Ventor brawling a little bit here in the side lane. Sonya willing to take some trades. This is definitely a lane for Ventor to have a lot of farm, right? You've got Lash here joining him, who is going to help in the lane, but is going to be happy to roam away and give Ventor a lot of this solo farm. Get him online with that Iridomini a little bit quicker. That nade bites pretty hard, even on somebody like Billy, right? That lingering heal reduction on top of the damage over time is pretty good.
Yeah, I think it also, one of the few abilities I can use to...
I like he just headbutts for his quick melee. It's so fun.
To be able to like deny area as well. If you're going to hide in that staircase, it's going to cover the ground, gives you the extra damage that you need to really prevent Billy from just kind of running around for free. Bobby gets I guess an indirect bait out on a parry. The captivated read's not going to connect.
But Bobby stays alive. Seems a little bit rocky though for Hoot in the laning phase. Expect things to be a little bit stronger. I actually think Billy's in a good position in this lane. Has the Page shield on. Next cooldown, if the Page gets that Guardian ward up, Billy could go for a pretty big dive here. Deceptively tanky with those cooldowns coming off.
In the mid lane, we have Rayek on the Bebop, and that's one I think we've seen him on just yet. Haven't quite connect that hook as we have a good movement again out of TAS. And we've seen so many great Bebop players in EU. I think we're just absolutely jacked when it comes to Bebop players. You got Overseas, you got D-Mob, you got Hoot, you got TAS. Maybe Rayek we can add to that Mount Rushmore Bebop players in EU.
He's got to prove himself, man. To be alongside Taz, we need to see more. Rayek has looked great on some of the other initiators, but I don't think we've seen too much Bebop out of him just yet. Still, Bebop in the mid with Mirage. I love this lane. I think this gives Bebop a great roam and a big hook under tower. Pulled deep. Now Tornado further allowing damage to be poured in on Shiv. And even with Bloodletting, yeah, he's going to be taking out from this one. Maybe a second kill to be found, and this is exactly what Mirage wants to start off a game. Bebop picking up some bomb stacks, getting that kill, slowing down D-Mob Shiv, which, let's be honest, you really need to be focused on D-Mob Shiv. You don't want to let that guy get out of control in this game. We've seen what can happen with his explosive games.
I'm looking towards TAS here. I want to see how he plays this Homeless Viper.
About his 1 HP. He's done for. Surely, yeah, who cleans that one up? Ventor just waiting over the top, and this could turn for more. Works in a cheeky quick melee, standing in cover from the turret, just beaming down Page. Love the positioning there from Sonya.
Psycho Weave giving out 5 gifted subs here to the channel. Thank you so much for the support, man. We really appreciate all the Prime subs that came through as well. I think people really either want to see my feet or they want to see Klaus shave his head. I don't know which one it is, but Whatever gets some more prime subs, I think we're happy with.
Dude, it's crazy how efficient Rem can be with getting the boxes. Is like he's literally taking every box in this part of the map. I mean, like there's a lot of souls to be had. And oh, Psycho Weave, the 5 gifted, huge. Big W, Sonya, mine's flammable again. And oh, this Ventor already got some kills with the Iridomini. That's not the character that, I mean, honestly, this draft for Abrahams is a much more tempo early game draft. They don't have that Mirage end game carry potential, but they do have a monster snowball threat. And if Sonya is very far ahead of the game, if Hoot is very far ahead of the game, honestly, I think these are 2 of the best characters in the game to do like a very early tempo snowball, low items, just showing up, ganking, snowballing kills. You've got a lot of fighting power with like the Viper we've seen has been kind of the bread and butter for that style of play.
Yeah, the finish on Lethal Venom is crazy, especially when you get Petrify and Bolt online too. It almost guarantees you a kill. The burst damage that you can do. Gonna be going for Imp Spirit next. And it kind of fits Taz's playstyle from what we just saw in the last game alone on that Paradox. Constantly roaming around, though I don't know if the Viper will have the same level of effectiveness as this Paradox did with the movement. Well, I can't really say movement, but with the swaps and the utility it gives to the team. But it makes them, I think, more powerful when it comes to damage.
Yeah, that snowball's off to a decent start. Mina, though, Empty Dreams also having a pretty solid game for Leviathan. There's going to be some pressure on the carries from Leviathan to show up maybe a little bit earlier than they would have otherwise liked, especially to this side lane. Feels like every time these ults come off CD, like Paige is just going to die. Like, what the hell can Paige do against the Lash ult at this phase of the game? You better believe she's rushing Knockdown into this one. By the way, Together has a life buff. Oh, cancel charge pulls him away. And ooh, Rem all alone. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get out of this one. Wait, but he gets the double sleep off, so he actually might. The Guardian Ward gives him a little bit of move speed, but he might get hunted. Oh, they're not going to chase. They just recognize he's too slippery on that
chasing.
Rem. Oh, wait, this is crazy, right? This is very deep. Oh, wait, Rem, whoa, what are you doing here, bro? Saint kind of gave that one away.
Like Skeet shooting frisbees out of the sky there for Fremont, man. The chase, I didn't believe was going to happen either, but hey, it nets him a kill. Keeps him within 1,000 souls between the two. Buys him a life strike as well as returns back to that left-hand side. The Sun, in the meantime, has got another kill in Flammable. And we're talking about the Billy Page lane. It's not working out too well for him at the moment.
Bobby's kind of styling on him. Stun. Buys a little bit of time for Ventor, but he's low stam. This one looks impossible, right? Surely he can't get out.
Well, they get the Guardian, though. He bought time for Hoot to finish off the tower.
Honestly, though, if you get this kill on a Hoot, I think this is a good Guardian death. Like, you get some very important kills to shut down some of the heavier snowballing heroes. That Guardian was going to die no matter what. Another side wave, though. Pressure being applied. Together with that life buff, happy to take virtually any trade offered to him. And he is a tanky boy on Abrams. Finishes off the Guardian. Silver looking to get a trade off, though. Wants to get that ult proc to maybe turn this into a chase. That Lethal Venom sends Bebop running for the hills, and he just cannot get away. Team-Op hunts him down, picks up another kill on this ship.
I don't think he's going to hit quite the 22 streak we had last time, Jake. Unfortunately for him. Oh, man, we keep getting subs left and right here. Another 5 gifted out of...
Mirage.
The players got enough money, all right? I'm going to say it, Jason. The players got enough. The subs, they're coming in hot, keeping the broadcast alive.
I think the name's Marvelous.
Marvelous. Of course.
That's what I'm going with.
No, it has to be. That's the true test of being an esports caster, is your ability to pronounce names that you've never read before.
I love when people get mad when you say player names that are pronounced completely, like, wildly different than what they look like. Because how are we supposed to know that? And how is a new viewer supposed to know that it's not Hoot, it's actually Oot? I don't know. I guess you don't run into those too often in NA, Jake.
Yeah, that's it. That's the EU special, is the absolutely unpronounceable names. Here comes, oh, the Iridomini, it's hitting. Oh, the last one misses. Oh, that was way too close for Bobby. Sonya really wanted to find that kill. I believe that's a maxed ulti Iridomini. Taz finds Flammable. A double sleep, rather a single sleep onto, looks like just Bebop. Hoop slams down onto the Silver, but there's not any damage follow up there. And Bebop could be lasering over the top and giving some trouble to Abrahams. Yeah, Saint zoned away by that one. Some kills hunted down. And this is a much closer game, right? Like, this is the game that Leviathan were hoping for. A much more competitive one. Sold lead, marginal, I'd say, at 3,000. And also, I think Leviathan have a very significantly better late game. And I actually think this is a game where Abrahams are under pressure to close things out. Not necessarily soon, but before the 30-minute mark, surely, when Mirage becomes that, you know, defensive turret. I don't know that there's really any answers to them in the Abraham's draft.
Oh, charge comes through again.
Oh, good cancel
for
charge.
the extra movement.
Dude,
and they're
right, together is sick on this character, man. He is clean with it. So hard to catch in this Abrams, even when he looks like he's a kill. I mean, that's part of the challenge with Abrams, right? There's so much playmaking potential with the charge. I think he's one of those deceptively complicated or like advanced characters in the game. But hold on, as I say that, he's looking scared. He's in a tough spot. Needs to get a parry off here, maybe. Oh, hold on. Guardian Wear from Rem could be enough to pull him out of trouble. And now it's Silver who finds herself in a tough spot, 1v1ing Rem, but with the life strike, it's not really a duel that Rem wants to take.
Another $15 coming in from our Don't Jam. Thank you so much again. All the money goes straight into the prize pool here for donations up to almost 14.
Oh, I get it. It's AR Don't Jam. I see.
Yeah. What's the AR stand for though?
Assault rifle.
Oh, I thought it was probably just initials, but
that's why I'm a pro and you're just a beginner, Jason. I'll teach you the ways of reading the Twitch chat names.
Or it's why you're an American and I'm more of a European now, I guess.
Oh, all right.
But the urn has been picked up. And it's first of the game. It is in the hands of Leviathan, and they did not. I think maybe one urn, but I'm pretty confident to say they got no urns last game because of the domination that Abraham had.
If they got an urn, it was a giveaway. You know, this game much more competitive. And I'm kind of curious to check on Overseas game here because I think Mirage farming up a storm here, building some. I guess he's a ways away from being online. But if this urn fight doesn't go your way, as I say that though. Kill already onto Empty Dreams without the Mina. Wait, Mirage is here. Mirage getting active. He makes space. That allows the dunk to come in. Overseas might have sacrificed his life for this, but here comes the Page Ult trying to keep him alive. Mirage, huge damage there in this fight and seems to be being kept up here by the support from Leviathan. Despite losing the Mina early, this is turning into a winnable fight for them.
Good hook out of Ray here, catching on Demoff. Throws the bomb back into his teammates here to explode onto multiple players. It seems like we might just see a full disengage. Leviathan actually the ones turning tail and running because look at this. Hoot going to be coming in from the side looking for a catch as well. Looks like Overseas just wants to go back to farming here and here Hoot onto Ray. Good movement out of Ray, to be fair. They're not able to get the chase down onto him just yet.
Now they're turning onto the Billy with that pin from Together, but Billy is not a feasible kill, I think, at this phase. And so actually both teams are going to kind of walk away from that one. And it's a big win for Leviathan. I like that TP in from Overseas. We talk about Mirage's late game, but he's willing to show up early, and it makes the world of difference to get that urn dunk in and virtually equalize now on the Souls.
I didn't expect to see Demoff so low on Souls in this game at 8K. He's almost the lowest on his team.
He's poor on Shiv. I do think like I think there's always a comeback potential for Shiv because, you know, in a game where you're very far behind, sure, maybe you grab the Spirit Spike, but you basically just go all greens and then you're just an execute bot. And I think that's kind of good enough. Although in this game, maybe it won't be, right? Because now that you're starting to ask the question, okay, who's dealing this damage? You've got two forms of execute on the comp, but that's not really worth much of anything if you're not actually getting people low in the first place, not actually able to set up those kills. And I feel like the game, although the soul advantage is towards Abraham's here, I think this is very much Leviathan's game in terms of which team I'd rather be at this moment. Pure state of the game, it's Leviathan. Hook deep onto Shiv. Oh, D-Mob in big trouble. Locked down to hell and back. Absolute war crimes committed onto Shiv, but let's be honest, Shiv deserves it.
I mean, you're not wrong, but damn, that sounds wrong. Gets Hook into a tornado, into a captivating read. So Dispel Magic might have some potential for him, at least when it comes to captivating read. The Walker's being pushed on the left-hand side, and Leviathan are trying to take the lead they have, or at least it feels like they have, and turn it into more. Freemont's got to be careful. He needs to back off. There was some pressure being applied out of Abraham's on the opposing side of the map. But it's just going to be Hoot and Taz together, and I mean, Lash and Viper, it's a better love story than Twilight.
I see Mina.
It is powerful, right? It gives you a lot of that tempo in the early game. Speculative Iradomini here, ripped by Overseas, looking for some kills. But meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Hoot tanking every debuff in the world. But has the ulti to potentially turn this one. And so I think wisely, Leviathan are a little bit respectful. Like a Lash ulti is exactly the way you could set up a big team fight here. Pin forward, take Silver out of the fight for now. But hey, Freemont's tanky, man. He is not scared of a little Abrams pin and punch combo. They got to back away from the Rake, laser over the top. To key ults down though, maybe there's a re-engage for here for Hoot.
Got no way to get into the air, though, to look for a death slam. With that Guardian being alive, I think that's going to be their focus here. And we'll take it and look to back away. I mean, if we talk about the economy, right, it's kind of even between the two teams, but I feel like where the money is a little bit different. I mean, Together's at 13K, Sonya's at 14K. On the other side, we got Empty Dreams at 13, Overseas at 12. So you have more damage dealers on Leviathan's side with a higher economy, but you also have a bigger front line, I feel like, out of Abraham's here with Together.
Oh, big knockdown. Who just tanking every debuff once again. He's just not able to play the game on Lash. Slowing Hex from the debuff as well. Perfect movement though, and maybe it's going to be enough to get him away. It is not. The Overseas chases that one down. A 3 streak now for Leviathan's Mirage. Together, desperately looking for some counter kills, but chasing a Billy, and he's coming towards his team. The rallying charge turns that one around. Together sticks around though, still believing he can find this kill. Same with the sleep setup. Big knockdown from over the top, and now Mirage needs to get out of dodge and fast. Together looking for that hunt down. You need to find the Mirage kill right now, and this could be D-Mob's revenge. Sliding forward, perfect movement for now. Doesn't have that execute though, and maybe that Page heal is enough to get Overseas out of trouble. Seems like Page is going to die for it, but that is worth it every single time, getting the Overseas carry out of trouble and back into the farm.
I don't think it's over just yet, though, because they can transition to the left-hand side of the map where there's going to be 3 players from the Leviathan. We see Overseas teleport on in, travels into the... Actually push this Walker down, but they might be...
He gets Taz, but they're getting surrounded. They need to get this Walker down desperately. Hoot dies too, though. It's hold on. The huge gank from behind. 3 players coming into this, but Mirage and Silver relatively strong here. I don't think this is necessarily a free cleanup fight. No execute available for Shiv, although hold on. Together's here. He's probably one of the strongest players on Abraham's right now. And the trades keep coming. In the end, that turns into a really solid trade. All you get the Mirage is probably the biggest kill on the map, but on its own, it's not really enough to make up for a Walker and 2 kills that Leviathan find for themselves.
I've not seen the kill streak portrait of Abrams with the skin.
I like it. I saw the critical one earlier. It looked pretty cool.
I'm digging like the sunglasses. I think those are sunglasses.
He's giving me like a Ringo vibe, you know? He's like...
Go on. He's like, what?
I mean, that's all I have. That's all I have. I was born in 1996.
Wait, you were born in 86?
96.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, damn, you're older than me. Okay, well, with the urn though in hand. So Leviathan, they got the turn last time with some great movement out of Fremont and position created Overseas. I think it might be a little bit more feasible this time, as we can see Sonya gonna be on the right-hand side farming up jungle, and Hoot pushing middle, looking for some Guardian pressure or Walker pressure.
Yeah, they're gonna have Walker problems on the other side of the map. Billy's just gonna wait this one out. Mirage and Mina are gonna start to pressure on the opposite side, and is Sonya gonna be able to hold this one alone? Wisely, he's gotta keep this urn though deep on the Walker, and if it walks back, this actually could be a free urn. You really need to keep control of this area. Hoot finds flammable. So a little bit of undisciplined play here from Leviathan. You're able to do that without the lash hold is massive, and that looks like a free urn donation to me. They're gonna fight for it though. They're gonna take this one, not giving up anything just yet. Leviathan, are they gonna fight for this? Mirage is coming towards this fight, gonna bring that level of damage dealing, but Abraham's still looking healthy, starting the gank. Big lash hold, but it doesn't pull them around the corner.
Still trying to confirm on this one. The tornadoes coming through to catch on together, and a lot of focus being thrown in on towards him, but he's still extremely tanky at 15k souls. The fight's still breaking out across the map. You see Saint there to help support this one, and Fremont might have just overcommitted, but at 14k for himself, he doesn't really seem to care here, Jake. He's continuing to push on in. Overseas there to help out now. And Leviathan, they have won the fight, albeit with 1 kill, but their was dropped in the midst of this, and we'll retreat back towards the spawn.
Okay, there's no way they do mid boss, right? They're crazy for this one. They're thinking, hey, 1 kill, a couple players low, resetting, we're gonna go for it. But this looks like such a risky gamble to me, Jason, with the potential series on the line in this game, but maybe it's a bait. They've done enough to pull Taz in. Taz felt like he had to put some pressure down to slow this one, and he has accomplished that. D-Mob's gonna be coming back into this with execute, but the Rejuve's gonna be dropping sooner rather than later. Flammable has the rallying charge. Could bring a lot of power to this fight, but you also have Abrams. Wait, is there even going to be a contest? Abrams, they got players on the side lanes. I don't think they're coming into this one. It's going to be a clean triple Rejuve take for Leviathan. Beautiful read of the map, and now Mirage TPs to defend the wave in the mid. And this is a flawlessly executed mid take, keeping the macro state under control. Leviathan looking to win this game and force a game 3. They will lose a Walker, though.
Yeah, at least get something out of nothing here for Abrahams. And maybe Sonic can escape from this one too, as Saint might not be so lucky to be chased down by Amina.
A kill onto Sonya would be huge. He's got Aerodomini popped on Sonya, but I think he's just getting ganked. He's putting out big damage though onto the Vivo. Wait. He's like, get this thing off of me, man. Oh my god. You gotta respect the max ult, but Sonya does go down, getting swarmed by any players, showing the potential, though, of the Ventor, even in that challenging scenario.
Well, big thank you to M01012026 with another £50 donation this time into the prize pool. And before that was Granicle with a $10 donation. We're up to $1,400 so far to be split between 2 regions. Not a bad payday here for these players. And Leviathan, I mean, maybe their first taste.
They want a piece of that, man.
Winning money in an event. I think this would be the first money they would have won if they can pull the series back.
After game 1, you would have just said, like, you know, you would have bet the house, right? You really would have on Abraham's just crushing this, annihilating. Already, I think Leviathan showing in game 2, they're here to play. They're not a pushover team. Maybe game 1, an aberration. Abraham's getting a little cheeky with the Viper pick, you know, maybe feeling like this is our game to lose, and maybe it is your game to lose. A dunk comes in here for Bebop. The lead started to grow for Leviathan, still very much in control for Abraham's. Like, they can absolutely make a big comeback fight, especially around something like Hoot Slash. But it's not easy, and Leviathan are building towards some very dangerous late game. Freaking check out the Mirage build. I mean, when he starts getting these big debuff items on top of Ricochet, that's when this hero looks like one of the best late game carries.
Question is, how far away is he from that? And how much damage can Sonya do with like a 4K lead up against him? I think.
And 19K, he probably has like just Ricochet right now, I would assume, or maybe he's close Ricochet. Because you got to get your like default build items on so you can actually like play the game normally. And then you build towards Ricochet and all debuffs, but
Counterspell in for Freemuck here. I mean, we saw this before up against Lowkey W. Go for the
really good this game. You counterspell the Lash ulti, you can counterspell the Abrams ulti, you can counterspell the Sleep from Rem, the Lash ulti. It's like actually almost every character has something that's pretty reasonable to counterspell. I think we're going to see a ton of counterspells built in this one, especially for Leviathan. Maybe not so much on the other side. It's not quite as obvious. But I think this is definitely a god counterspell game for the Leviathan roster.
So Leviathan, with the reju that they got, they're going to pick up 2 earned turn-ins to really lengthen this lead. But I'm kind of surprised considering they're only, what, about 10K in the lead now? After getting rejuve, after getting 2 earns in a row. Well, I think they got every earn this game so far, so I think they're on earn 3.
I mean, even with a funky draft, you can tell how good Abrahams are. They're not giving up anything for free. This is like nothing, no kind of a blowout game, right? This is a small advantage that Leviathan have carefully built. But it's also something of a house of cards, right? In Deadlock, that can all come crashing down. One big team fight would flip this lead completely on its head. So Leviathan, they have to be perfect here. They cannot make mistakes. D-Mob, though, could be one of those mistakes, getting potentially caught here in the side lane. This is pretty close, though, to the Abraham's base. Diving inside against the Shiv could be risky, but D-Mob maybe getting bursted down and inside the room. No chance to fight back. Billy being pressured on the other side of the map. There's a lot of counter pressure now going out onto the Viper. Rejuve comes out. Still 1 Rejuve left for Leviathan. Whoa, that Iridomini hits hard. You need to hit every single shot right here, though. 2 hit. Is he going to find the 3rd? Is there going to be that execute with the life strike? Keeps him up. And so with all 3 shots hit, it's still not enough. Mirage TP's into this. Could be bailing out the Billy. Maybe it's not going to be quite enough. Uh-oh. Hold on. It's looking bad. Mirage goes down. And the gank goes wrong. Abrahams turns things around even as the Rejuves expire. Finds a couple of crucial kills on some of your core frontliners. They're looking for more.
As you were just saying, right? You can't count Abrahams out whatsoever. Tasking extremely
okay, that's a little...
deep.
He's like, wait, this mean it's 29K? My bad.
Just I'm going off inside the turn-in room. And a good charge together takes down Flammable, and this turnaround is happening. 3 kills already coming through so far for Abrahams. Now on the retreat is Freemuck going to be coming in from the backhand side. And Hooty's looking for the ground strike. He doesn't have the cooldown up just yet. Enter Dreams falls with that 29K. He's down for over 60 seconds here, Jake. The downside to being so far ahead in the game.
Yeah, long respawn time. And I mean, Abrahams, you give him an inch, they're taking a mile right now. Hitting you from all sides, cleaning up a lot of farm on the map. Any lead you had on Leviathan is more or less evaporated from that team fight. I think you do have the comp advantage in the late game, but you know, it's just echoes of game 1 right now, replaying in your head, right? Of like what can happen when Abrahams get control of a game, and just means like you're not going to see that same level of confidence out of Leviathan that we saw from Abrahams in game 1. Like they're going to play a much more conservative style, and that could expose you to Abrahams really punishing some of those split players, as we just saw in that last sequence.
I mean, Saint, he's had some really good sleep so far in this game. As we are talking about counterspell before, I wonder if anyone else in Leviathan has invested into something like that. And Tass also, I mean, I'm assuming he has by now maxed out Petrifying Bullets. That's something you have to do when it comes to a Viper. The control it gives you, you basically cannot mid-boss against a Viper if she's still alive and has ultimate.
Yeah, it's one of like those longest disables from AoE stun in the game. That's actually reasonable to hit in a spot like that. Oh, Billy, he's farming this wave, could be in trouble. There's a gang squad coming up against him, but Bebop is behind him. And he dodges the first ground sign from Lash. I think that is going to be a back off here from Abraham. As they look in, they attempt something, but it doesn't go good. You don't want to fight past that wave. Ooh, Iradomini. Is it going to hit? They have that damage coming in. The lockdown from the Viper, but it's not quite enough to finish that kill into Empty Dreams. And now Ventor finds himself in very, very deep against the Lycan. Silver immobilized for now, though, and maybe that's just enough space for Sonya to back out. But Iradomini long CD ultimate. Leviathan have a bit of a tempo advantage if they want to try and play out of the map right now.
Oh, this is a perfect time for a judge plan too, considering you don't have Lycan Curse up and available, but the knockdown catches him out. Who's going to fall without really doing much of this one? Big. And a chain gang not going to pull him back in. He breaks the chain. He stays alive.
Beautiful connection there. Hoot gets around the corner, but it's not enough to get away. Rayek with the laser finds that cleanup. Artillery fire from long range. Saint has to just run for the hills now on this Rem. Trying to tag along. Here's the lockdown coming in from Page. Catching on to some of these straggler players from Abraham's, man. They're refusing to back down from this fight. Sharing pressure admirably as a team. And it's a thought about going towards the mid-boss here for Leviathan, but surely this is crazy, right? Surely they're going to bait the team fight out. It look like Raj coming back out. A catch being found. Already the kill onto Rayek. He was alone. Here comes the Bola. Sets up a huge pin down onto this Mirage. Going to get stunned forever. The counterspell keeps him alive, but doesn't have another counterspell for the snooze. And here comes the follow-up team fight. Abraham's looking, hunting for kills. 4-on-4 now. Leviathan not out of this fight just yet. Taz on just a sliver of HP has to fall back. But with Demon finding that kill, it's effectively a 3-on-3 in the engagement. Billy needs this cleanup, and he needs it now.
Even if they lose this fight, I think they've been able to kill off enough that they can stop the rot here to delay or prevent any sort of mid-boss from being done. Demov comes in, slice and dice, does some damage, but he's still going to eventually pay the price. They still have Tass up. They still have Together and Who, though Together needs to go back to heal it before they can legitimately go for the contest here. But if they really want to commit to this, it's a 3-on-3, and honestly, I don't know who I really favor in this. Yes, Empty Dreams has 32k, but you never know what Abrahams can do here. And oh my god, the ground strike catches out onto my Empty Dreams.
You got to get out of this one. Viper behind, though, could be going down. Very squishy hero with a lot of damage. Lash trying to do what he can to bring some of that counter pressure in. But Hoot just has to run. He's out of gas. He's got nothing left in the tank. Still going to look to contest this one. No, I mean, one big ground strike could be enough. And here comes a pin. Together's healthy. He's doing it alone. He's standing tall on the Abrams, but disabled now by the Mirage, taking off a lot of his damage. Counterspell used. He's desperate now, running away, trying to just slip out of this one. But Rayek gets his revenge back off the spawn on the Bebop. And Abrahams, finally, the knockdown dragout seems to come to a close. Hoot barely has any HP left. Surely this one is too hard to contest, as the Reju claim for Leviathan would cement their position in this game.
Yeah, no one's going for the contest anymore. You can see Hoot was back at base. So Leviathan, once again, they take themselves their second Rejuve of the game and earn to be taken on top of this. Looking to lengthen that lead, but that lead really hasn't grown though, even with these two Rejuves and every single earn so far in this game. Abrahams have been consistently keeping things close. You can look back to that last fight as well, being down a player. They were still able to turn things around, and this equalized things a bit. But MG at 34k, Jake, is going to become a, I mean, it's already a problem, but 34k is becoming even that much more of a problem that Sinus Sniper almost has to hit like a pin to get a confirmed kill onto him.
And the problem with the carry Ventor here is that you just can't do it alone, right? Like, it's the nature of your ult. It's very powerful, but you're not like crushing the team fight with it the way Mirage or Ricochet can deal with an infinite number of opponents, right? As long as he's still shooting, he is going to be winning that team fight. And we also saw Billy and Silver offering sort of that similar staying power deep into the team fight. Together did a lot, but even he can't stand tall against Billy and Silver together. And Demov honestly just doesn't really seem to have the souls to be able to play in the typical dominant style that we expect out of him in this game.
A little bit of a pause coming through. Okay, well, that was a very quick pause. I was going to say, let's take a look at the items, but it seems like both teams are ready to go. And we're back into the game here.
I like this double armor from Taz. He's recognizing he just needs this to be able to play the game and to be able to kind of mix it up and keep these spell casting going. And, oh, looks like a disconnect from Demov, so we'll have to pause for that one for sure.
And Tass. I mean, Tass also
take a look at these items.
Ability beyond the items with the tier 3 Slither. in the extra shield whenever you
4
slide.
counter spells so far, by the way, for Leviathan. So a lot of these powerful ultis may not be as reliable as they seem.
Yeah, I don't know. Where does Hoot find value then? I
This
feel like
is a hard lash game.
there's almost value in him using his ultimate to bait the counter spells so Task can hit a massive Petrifying Bola.
I do think Hoot either needs a Dispel Magic or a counter spell. He needs something for the knockdown because he's getting focused every single fight by the knockdown from Paige, and it's meaning that like it's prevented a lot of these ults. Like he goes for the ulti, but if Flammable has the knockdown cast on him, it's like canceling his ulti. He's not getting any value out of it. He's finding himself in an awkward spot and getting chain locked down. I feel like Flammable is having kind of huge impact in these team fights. And I don't think we've even seen the true power peak for Mirage in particular, right? He's got the Ricochet online now and the Toxic, so he has some strong debuffs, obviously, as well as the native debuffs in his kit. But it's the inhibitor and the silencer where, look, you already have big damage problems in Abraham's comp. When you get inhibited, it's looking very grim unless you're just somehow first catching Mirage and bursting him. But with Paige behind, with this level of play, I don't think that's happening. And speaking of getting caught first, worst case scenario there, Saint going down without really any kind of a fight back into that one.
Who just looking to escape. There's a knockdown once again.
Getting onto the ground is a big deal, though, when that knockdown's on you. Reduces the stun duration, so he's able to play his way out after that one. But, hey, 1 kill, 3 rejuves. You're going to go for more here. They don't want to yield the mid lane position, knowing that their walker's relatively low. But when you're able to come behind the walker like this, you know the game's in a powerful state here. Counterspell used by Abrams. Lash ulti over the top, trying to trade things back. Finds a nice one, but the walker is already stopped, so it's just going to be the Lash's follow-up. The rallying charge for Flammable keeps people healthy. And Hoot, not much to show for from that one. Has to just back out with his tail between his legs. And the hook, no, not onto Sonya Sniper. That's a huge element of your damage on this defense from Abrahams. And it's an ill-fated Walker defense to potentially open the game for Leviathan. Looking to force a game 3 after what was a brutal beatdown by Abrahams. It's their turn now to give. Wait,
When you see the confidence of
No, he's not crazy. He's not crazy. He's not going for the silver.
I think you're seeing the confidence of Abrahams to force a fight there, knowing they're up against 3 rejuves under their own walker. I mean, I guess it's not a horrible place to fight in, but they didn't have everyone there either. And they were still trying to go for the contested, letting that one go for free. And eventually Leviathan will get another one for free, getting all 3 flex slots. Where in the last game, man, they had none. But obviously with the domination that happened, not too surprising. But they're knocking on the front door here of this base, Jake, and they're looking to take down these shrines. Well, maybe not so yet. But you can know that any sort of fight that breaks out here would be the shrines if Leviathan wins the fight.
I mean, maybe game 1, a bit of nerves, a bit of inconsistency, maybe not the best draft for Leviathan. Game 2 is, I wouldn't say a 180 because it's not quite as good back the other way, but this is looking like their game to lose right now. It's not over just yet, though. Abrahams still have the base defense to go for. It's been a long time since we've seen somebody siege the Abrahams base. I don't know that we've seen it in the new base that is so much more powerful on the defense. But this is a Ricochet inhib Mirage who is just on the cusp of adding a silencer or a leech to that mix and really hitting the true power spike for this character. A gun buff, sure, why not?
He didn't need that or anything. Another urn.
8,200 souls. Is the Rejuve going to run out for this one, though? I think this is a fight that Abrahams are going to have to take, and it might be one they actually are kind of looking forward to.
Yeah, it's gone in 15 seconds.
Yeah, this Rejuve's going to be out when you dunk the urn, if you go for this. But Abrahams are also pressuring very heavily into the left lane right now. They're really hoping to catch this Mina, but it's probably worst case scenario that it's the Mina that they're looking for. Probably the hardest kill to find on the map.
They're going for the walker instead.
They're going for the walker. This is interesting. Bebop and Mirage are actually looking to defend, but surely not as just 2 players, right?
I mean, you give them the urn, but if you get these kills and a walker, you're going to be feasting for Abrahams, and the fight is going to be breaking out. The catch comes in onto Mina. The curse being used as well. Empty Dreams is out of the fight for 87 seconds. And with the 5-man squad up against 4.
That's your most farm character down. 80 seconds on the deck. No rejuves to speak of. You need to be very careful right now, Leviathan. Do you want to defend this walker? You're going to think very carefully about that one. Silver, I think just backing up for now. I think they just need to run. Do not take another fight here. Bebop Blazer zoning people away. I actually like this. Just deny the fight. You don't want this, although hold on. The rallying charge from Flammable does catch Tass, and even with the double armor, it's not enough. Now Leviathan thinking, hey, 5-on-5, we can take this one.
Well, the sleep coming through, though. I'm not sure if I caught on. Actually, I caught on to Fremont, and he's going to fall, and he's dead for 90 seconds. So it's back to a 5-on-4. With Midwalker being attacked by minions, Counterspell comes through to take away this ground slam, and it actually still connects on a 2 either way. The rallying charge comes out once again with the refresher, and who's trying to do something in this backline, keeping Overseas out of this fight. But Overseas, like you said, he's gonna be cooking away with the ricochet, with the inhibitor, with toxic bullets. He's getting the damage done. Together is gonna fall, and they cannot close this gap. They cannot close the damage they need onto him to kill Overseas. So D-Mob is sure hell gonna try.
They're killing everyone else, and hold on, an execute could be good. Big damage, Sprout Slam after ground slam.
Oh my god.
And eventually the execute comes in, so who putting in work there, keeping that pressure on the Mirage, and eventually D-Mob able to survive through that pressure, get the counter kills. Mid-boss is spawning in just a few seconds too. This actually could be a comeback for Abrahams. They could be right back into this game if they're able to secure those rejuves.
Worst case scenario for
D-Mob's fighting this.
Leviathan.
He's fighting this alone.
I mean, he's gonna die alone.
Maybe, but Mina's back too. There's a lot of damage to be brought to bear here. D-Mob silenced. Caught in an awkward spot. Needs to play his way out of this.
Same back though, he has curse.
Yeah, just to get onto this. Billy needs to find more damage. They need to find these kind of counter kills here. But inside the small room, Mina just cannot be effective in this spot. Empty Dreams couldn't get the finish on that ultimate, and now that late death onto Billy could be costing the game. Abrahams, this game looks over for them at so many moments, and yet the resilience to stick into it and to find their way back in. If they get these triple reaches, which it feels like a foregone conclusion, this is their game to lose now.
You can't contest this. Like, Saint has curse. If Empty Dreams goes in, he's gonna die.
Yeah, there's no point going for it. You just got to clear waves, get the macro back into a respectable position. Silver's thinking about it, but this is suicide to go for. There's no way this should ever work. And I will say, it's still not over for Leviathan. Like, I honestly think the game is a little favored for Abrahams now, but the comp is so much better for Leviathan in the late game. I think they're scaling better. But losing that last team fight was a worst case scenario, right? Abrahams show how to stick into a very difficult game into the late game and just through a very clean team fight, find their way back in. Who picks up a ton of damage, by the way, on the kit. Actually, monster spirit damage from this lash. This lash is a huge threat. Like, the lash is kind of going to be carrying now.
Spirit burn and boundless. That's a lot of damage. And if you're squishy, which, I mean, Mina's going to be, Mirage will be to some extent. And there's really not too much green investment, I would say, for Overseas, or at least when it comes to spirit resist. Let's see if any spirit resist. I don't think he has any.
This is a little scary now. Overseas has silencer though. I think that actually makes Lash's life a lot harder. Reduces a lot of his outgoing spirit damage. Here comes this fight. Together's thinking he can take that fight into silver, but yeah, I don't know about that one. Fremok also quite farmed here on the silver. Definitely a problem. Character has the Vamp Burst, the Bullet Armor himself, so very tanky with pretty crazy amount of damage for silver. There's a lot of threats from this Leviathan roster. But against the Rejuve, Ray came into that one, tried to help out, and just found himself into a team fight that his team was not ready to follow up on.
Honestly, I don't imagine Abrahams is going to go for the base whatsoever right now. I think they need a lot of farm. They're still going to be sticking on this left-hand side. The urn is up, and the urn is kind of a godsend for them considering they haven't had one this entire game. I can see that Fremok's heading over to actually secure it probably after the survival buff.
Ooh, can Fremok pick it up? I think he can get out of there and pick it up. Sieging into Mirage incredibly hard. Mirage, though, needs to be very careful. If Mirage gets caught, this could be the game. They're going all in for him. The Lash ult as well, soloing and pulling him far out of the base. No Tornado left. And without the Mirage, this defense looks impossible. Oh, no. Abrahams, they do it again. Taz, with that Bola, freezes Mirage in a compromised position. The Lash ult to follow up. And there's just nothing in the world that can keep him alive. Now it's Abrahams, triple rejuve, looking to siege this base. The game looks so hard, and yet Abrahams, maybe the only team in the world that could have brought this back into a base siege against Leviathan. They've got to find their way through these triple rejuves, but without Bebop, without Mirage, it's going to be so awkward to make this defense.
I'll see the minions shoving the mid lane with the help of Saint here, with the little helpers. D-Mob, he's been punished this entire game. He's been on low eco. He's been quite homeless, but he's all in the front line trying to take the base away from Leviathan and make that his new home. The chain gang comes through, carries on to quite a few. They still have 2 rejuves left though, so not too worried about this fight. They don't want to throw it away, where they can close out a kill as Empty Dreams forced to just bat away back in towards his cave. And they're going to get both shrines, and I still feel like they can get a phase 1 Patron, but they're still low on HP. Task, D-Mob, together, all about
it's looking scary. I don't think it's good. I think this is actually a beautiful defense from Leviathan. They put a lot of damage down on some of those Abrahams players. They went back to their base, they got the full reset, and now they're fighting with a huge HP lead. So you might be down rejuves, you might be down players, but there's a lot of HP on the map. That being said, Silver doesn't have her ultimate, and so trying to get this Shiv kill is exactly what you need, but you just can't quite close the deal. The movement buff maybe making the world of difference there. A Bola shot as well, and that sets up for another pin from Together. Mirage TPs, Brother Tornadoes back into the base. The hook's coming in. Leviathan desperately trying to make this defense. It's up to Overseas now. He's got to hold pretty much alone. And Dimov still finding more executes. The last ulti sends people out of the base, and it's only Overseas now, the turret against the world, but surely not in a 6v1. And with these long spawn timers, they will not be up for this defense. It's a 1v6 for the game. Abrahams, somehow they've snatched this one back.
Overseas, if he somehow pulls this off, it'd be the greatest comeback, the greatest last stand in the world. Yeah, there's no chance. Abrahams on the brink of defeat here in map 2. Do pull it back, like you said, Jake. Once again, defend their title here in the Deadlock Night Shift for the umpteenth. I don't know how many weeks in a row it is. They showed they can bleed a little bit in this game, but honestly, when it came time to turn tail and fight, they pulled it off. And that's just the Abrahams we know. You might be winning against them, but you haven't won the game until that patron falls.
Man, they are so good. They have like the worst late game draft. They're falling behind. It's not just the offense, right? They're more than the team that can snowball a lead and aggress and win. They can play from those deficits. And people talk about Deadlock, oh, we should have a forfeit button, man. You're too far behind. You can't come back. Like, Abrahams puts on a masterclass, man. Finding those opportunities when they look like they can't be found, look like there's nothing you can do. Abrahams, they do it again, able to pull this one back from the absolute brink, right? From their own base siege to being able to get the win on, I think, an inferior late game comp, outplaying the Mirage in the late game. Only the Abrahams can do this, man. They are built different right now in DLNS.
That was unbelievable. What a spectacular recovery. I thought to myself, the asthmatic child has suddenly become the lion tamer, just being able to taunt Abrahams and how they were going to be able to play things out. But no, not the case here, Jason. Abrahams looks absolutely unstoppable. What a recovery. What a recovery. Oh.
That's what makes them one of the best teams in the world, man. Again, they were down, what, 30, 40K. They lost 2 rejus. They lost like 5 urns. And yet they still held on long enough and found those kills they needed to get themselves back in the game. And the thing is, like, when you're Leviathan in that situation, you lose like 1, 2 players, you need to like amputate the arm. Because you can't keep running into these fights thinking you have an advantage and then losing more players and eventually losing your base in the game. I think they did such a great job to start things off strong for Leviathan. Overseas got fed. M2 Dreams got extremely fed. But when it came down to like the team fighting, the macro play around it, I think the little intricacies of Abrahams being together for so much longer is just one of the reasons that netted them this win.
Yeah, and as soon as that kind of snowball effect started happening there towards the mid to late game there, Jake, it really did feel like Leviathan didn't have an answer for it, almost kind of fumbling, not necessarily fumbling, but just kind of giving up to the pressure that Abrahams was able to put on, and they just could not get any footing whatsoever in that last 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think they just felt like they should win this game. They're far enough ahead, and Abrahams are just so good at laying those little traps for you. Yeah, you might have the advantage. Yeah, you might be stronger, but they're creating those little number advantage moments. And Leviathan, you get a little bit greedy. You think, oh, that we can get that kill, and you don't realize Abrahams are baiting you for that. They want to pull you in deep. They want to find that big comeback fight. And they're willing to give up a lot of resources to get there too. Like, they're willing to take a lot of chances, a lot of little poking and prodding in those team fights to find the one that really does pay off and really delivers the win. Sonya, insane carry performance this game, and in a hard game. I mean, this was anything but easy here for the Ventor.
Joshua for the tip, the $25, put it right. Abrams doing Abrahams things, unreal here. And you're right, with Sanya Sniper taking the 11 kills, 54,000 player damage in a game like this, when you've got a lot of pressure going up against you there, Jason. I mean, looking at how much even map control sometimes Leviathan was able to have there, and the kind of team fight that they were going to be able to put on, it looked really dire for Abrahams in some of this game.
It did, and I think it kind of also hits back to something Jake talked about. Like, Sanya Sniper, even though it had 54k damage, I mean, okay, hold on. First of all, that's a lot of damage. I didn't expect him to have that much. I had to double check really quickly.
That's huge.
But it didn't feel like he was the one carrying the fights. It felt like the workings between like Together, Dimov, and Hoot, obviously with some support from Tass and Saint, that really like extended the fights, but also opened up opportunities with the charge that Together was hitting, the ground strikes that Hoot was hitting, just to kind of distract and get in and out so they couldn't confirm kills, to buy time for them to take down the front line of Leviathan. I feel like that's where really my focus was.
Yeah,
I think this is an Abrams statement game. I mean, to be 6-2 and 13, like, yeah, they won this game, but this game was really hard, right? Like, there was a lot of tough team fights, a lot of deaths. Together has the stat line of like a dominant, crushing victory on Abrams right now. And I mean, there's a reason this character has not made it through the draft in quite some time. together, really styling. And I think a key element to what makes this comeback possible, right? Yeah, he's not going to have the craziest damage, but his pins, his setups that are finding these catches, finding those opportunities are massive. Give similar credit to somebody like Taz. 5, 5, and 13, not bad for Viper in this game. Like that is solid. He's in more or less every fight, and he's finding in those key moments like that bola on Mirage probably seals the deal to finish the game. The one that sets up Hoot for an easy death slam, killing off the Mirage, who's one of the best defensive characters in the entire game.
Yeah, a bit more of a hybrid build as well, so you got to be very technical about how you're going to be taking those engagements, especially with the rest of your team moving forwards against it. I think, Jason, though, if Leviathan's going to take anything away from this one, yes, Abrams gets the victory, but Leviathan showed how much they can push Abrahams to the brink in this game. This has been, I will say that this game too has been one of my favorite games in a little while here for EU, looking at how Leviathan was almost able to take it away from them, but just not at the very end.
I think it goes back to what I mentioned in the draft, that it feels like it doesn't matter what comp Abrahams is on. Their macro play and their team fighting is on an entirely different level. You can outpick them in the draft. I think they definitely got outpicked in the draft looking at Leviathan's comp. But when it came down to winning the game for Leviathan, they just couldn't overpower Abrahams like in their arm wrestle hold, trying to like get the hand over the top. They just couldn't do it. And you can see in that graph as well in the souls, maybe we can pop that up just really quickly, just for a second, just to go back to the match stats. You look at the very end of it, it's so much blue. It's all Leviathan's net worth. And then just at the very end, they came back and that snowball, that sudden, I don't know. Yeah, there we go. The zoom in for
it's
extra
a 40,000 soul lead, man. They're down 40K.
Soul lead.
Enhance.
Yeah, like
Enhance further? Is that possible?
I don't know, maybe.
What do you see, man?
We zoom in, there's numbers there, it's all crazy.
Get out your protractor. You need to calculate.
I can.
We must go deeper.
The turn comes at the walker. Oh my god, we could go even further.
Sorry, the patrons get pixelated.
Quantumania. But the walker take on the Amber side, you see there, like that was the turning point. Like the fight that broke after that, they ended up getting two Guardians. Oh my god, now I can't even tell.
Yeah, this is great. This is really, this is the cutting analysis we're looking for.
But yeah, you're totally right, Jason. As soon as that walker change comes along here, brilliant stuff here by Abrahams, and then obviously able to secure mid boss. Mid boss, 3 rejuves. How are you supposed to deal with that, Jake? Especially with Demov on the ship, absolutely popping off in these final fights. So once his ults get reset, it's what are you supposed to do?
It was a tough game for Demov, right? He was struggling, taking a lot of hits in the early game, and he kind of brought it back in the late game and was able to just stay alive long enough into those fights to follow up on a lot of the damage, get those healbane heals off of his executes, and it looked like he was out of the fight. It looked like, oh, Mirage is really starting to turn the tide here, and yet Demov just finds execute after execute and kind of claws his way back in. Also Hoot on the Lash, big contributor, building that heavy, realizing the team needs more damage. Like, we're having damage problems, and as Lash, you can build a little bit more utility. You could build for more of that, like you could build the unstop to guarantee your ult. You could build for better team fighting, but he builds to be a little bit more impactful in the pure damage role, and it looks very good in this game, especially when kind of knockdown makes your life so hard to get those big ults.
Oh yeah, and in some of those moments I felt like, you know, having little helpers at just the right time to just apply that little extra bit of defense when you're a Lash and you're going into the thick of it effectively here, Jason. So to be able to make something happen there, there's a lot of flashy plays across the board here for Abrahams, and they make it look, well, I was about to say they make it look easy. This one didn't look easy, but they persevered.
I want to know who was the star of the game, because I think, you know, we were all talking about it, of who the MVP is.
It's a tough one to call.
We all had different names in there, and I don't think we even know who the actual MVP is.
We got to see.
Production is going to tell us who it's going to be.
Ooh, drum roll.
Together, let's go, baby.
Okay.
I see how this
kind of makes sense.
I think together, actually, I mean, so game 1, I almost think it's a wash because game 1 is such a complete obliteration by Abrahams. You can't even really point to like one player having the most impact because they're just annihilating, right? But game 2 is where the rubber meets the road. This is where, you know, you're like, oh, we are so confident. We just had a huge win, and now we're really struggling. Now we're being put to the test. I think it was Together who really stood tall and held this game together, right? He kept things, you know, from going really out of control, found them their way back into some of these crucial team fights. Game 1, of course, put some major style points here on the Billy, but you know, game 2, I think to have a 6-2 stat line, 6-2-15 in a game that was as hard as that is something that I don't know that there's many other players in the world who could have done.
Jason?
When you said holding the game together, just in my head was seeing Captain America holding onto the helicopter in the building at the same time.
Literally. Somebody photoshopped together as Abrams doing that.
But the thing is, like, I think that's what's kind of cool about the journey of Together over the course of his history, because he was a flashy player originally. He was like a Yamato player. He went into Shiv, but he's always had like Abrams and Billy in his back pocket, and he shows he doesn't necessarily need to be the flashy player. He can be the cement of your team to hold things together for you to finish out a match. And you see here, the great charge into a great seismic impact. Like, he opens up a lot of these kills and still puts down a decent amount of damage. I think more importantly for like Sonya, no one touches Sonya Sniper in these games, man, because you have Hooper protection, you have D-Mob, you have the entire team protecting him, that he's allowed to do 54k damage, and Together's a part of that team that allows him to do stuff like that.
I think you totally hit the nail on the head. I think he's great at being a problem, right, and allowing the rest of his team to be able to kind of mold around that. And I think you really hit the nail on that there, Jason. It's terrifying to see Abrahams be able to kind of, What? You don't want me to be? All right.
He's never nice to me like this. What's happening?
Unbelievably wrong, Jason. Terrible
is there like
take.
a clip segment coming up of me making fails again on my stream, or is...
Speaking of which, it's time for the top 3 Jason Kaplan
fails of the week.
No, have you even streamed this week? I don't even realize.
I've been busy. I've been busy.
Oh, okay, fine. Well, guys, that was unreal. Jake, that was what a play here by Abrahams. I don't know what else is left to do because it's my first time here. What am I supposed to do?
We ended off. We take a look at the bracket one more time to get you guys all hyped and ready to go with what's coming up in North America. We still have three more teams ready to show you what they got. Melee Creeps have been undefeated for such a long time, though they did drop a map last week up against Floormen. Will it happen yet again? Well, time to tell us. As honestly, Floormen have been on a tear here, Jake, lately. They have really been putting the pressure to Bunny with Clock, and I feel like Goober's really been a good addition to the team. Of course, Rocker filling that support role now.
Yeah, I think, Floormen getting exciting. NA is really, for a long time it was EU, the more competitive region in the Buff Enjoyers v. Abrahams days. And now I think it's really NA that's taking that crown. All 4 of the top teams, I think, are going to be really exciting. Hydra Nation even rebuilding in the wings. So NA is shaping up to be a fantastic region. Catch all that action after this. I'm curious to see Melee Creeps go for another defense of that title, because I think Floormen are gunning for a return to form. A lot of players on that Floormen squad have been at the top, have won night shifts, and prize pools getting up to all-time highs these days with all the community support we've been getting. This is an exciting time to be a team on the come up, and NA going to be probably the most competitive region we have here on the night shift.
Good stuff. It's got its own different flair, its own different flavor, that's for sure as well. Carbon Green also giving us the $25 tip as well. Amazing to see the earn read counter rotation from Abrahams. Definition of defeat in detail here. So thank you very much to that. Continue to donate as well here to the night shift, because all of the money will go to the prize pool for these teams, and we're going to rack it up. We've got so many viewers out there. You could make these players super rich if you all contribute as time goes on. That is it for me. Thank you very much, Jason and Jake, for having me here for the first time here on the Deadlock Night Shift. It's been a pleasure
to have you, Claris. You're an absolute treat. So thank you for joining us here on the show. I think for all of us, we'll be signing off. We got a different crew to take the NA show, but this was a solid one, Jason. Always a pleasure.
I hated it. Never come back again. Let's get out of here. Send us to break.
No, we gotta fight off screen.
This is what he does to me. That's ridiculous. All right. Well, thank you very much. It's time for a break. When we return here for the night shift, it is going to be the North America portion. We have got the whole new talent roster reversed. Let's get it going. We'll see you after this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to North American Night Shift for Deadlock. I'm Golden Boy. I'm your host for this evening. We're joined here by some familiar face. You know, you got ZP. He's been around the block a couple of times. And then, of course, we got Uber joining as well. I'm new here, so I shouldn't say joining because this is kind of like my first gig. ZP, thanks for having me. It's a blast. Pleasure to be a part of this. And yeah, I'm stoked. Uber, how you doing, buddy? You seem a little verklempt.
No, I'm sheepish because for some of our more recent viewers, I might look new as well. I don't think I've been a part of the night shift for a couple of months here, so very stoked to be back. It's been a while since I've done some Deadlock casting. I'm really glad I had the opportunity to be here today, and bear with me out there in the chat because I'm sure there's going to be some rust to shake off. And I'm pumped to be here, Golden Boy. Great to have you here. ZP as well, of course. He's going to be our rock. He's going to be our foundation. He's going to be our pillar. And also, he got a camera upgrade recently because he's looking clean.
That's right. Well done, ZP.
Damn, bro.
I like that. What'd you get,
dude?
It was an Instalink camera. It was on sale a few months back. It was Puckett who saw it. He's like, hey, you should get this camera. I just got this camera. I'm like, hey, you know what? That's a pretty good sale. I'll go for it. I need an excuse. Exactly.
There it is, baby.
Exactly.
Tax write-off. All right, awesome stuff here. Well, guys, look, you know the deal. You've been watching Night Shift. You know what's going to be coming up here. But let's go ahead and review the format, how this whole shebang works. Because we have ourselves, we saw the EU matches. Shout out to Abrahams, by the way. Holy crap. I thought that they were cooked in that second match, but then they were able to come back big time, bring it back for the dub. Now we're resetting things with North America. We have Floormen versus Bunny But Clock, BWC, and two teams who have fought through this quite a few times. ZP in the night shift, I'd say, right? Going up against familiar foes in the Melee Creeps, who are our winners from last week, waiting in the finals.
Yeah, I think one of the greatest things here too is, Floormen, I think they've finally found their groove, but they still maintain the old Hydra Nation spirit of, well, we lost a few weeks in a row, time to do a roster change up. And this was the team that was originally the Hydra Nation squad that is now Sans Hydration. They just picked up Goober and Rocker. Rocker, of course, his streak of coming back and instantly winning the championship actually just broke. But, this is a team with legacy. And by the way, future up and coming things, maybe Floormen versus Hydra Nation next week. Who knows? But Bunny with Clock, they're the team that they have come up and really proven to be a contender in NA, and honestly have been the overall number 2 the last few weeks. So things continue to evolve in North America, and the challenging match in NA, it's been really, really close the last few weeks.
And expected to be so as well, especially regardless of which teams that have advances here. I think ZP's right to point out that we've had a pretty big change for this Floormen roster. They are looking really scary. Like Goober and Rocker are just insane individuals. They are literal OGs of Deadlock. I know anybody playing right now might be considered an OG in a few years, but those guys have been around for that long. Goober is unreal. Amazing troll in chat, but also a bit of a movement god. someone I'm always looking out for. And Rocker had this tendency, Golden Boy, just whoever he subbed in for, he just started calling for them, and all of a sudden he took over the game. So this team are insane. They're a household name in A, or at least the players are now coming back together. So expect great things from them. Poshy's also a fantastic content creator, who's had some great stuff go out recently. So well worth checking out. If you don't know who he is, these guys, yeah, there are some of our NA darlings.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing, them play. Obviously, we've been seeing them week in, week out. I've been watching the night shift matches and seeing what they've been doing. And, no shocker that, they're going to continue to be a contender within the region. It's just really cool to just see how this has all ZP kind of evolved, right, over time. Deadlock as a game, very much so, at least for myself. You and I were talking about this a couple weeks back, and then I'm like, holy crap, like, this game is crazy. It's awesome, but like these are the players who stuck with it from the absolute beginning, and they're definitely you see it in that gameplay, man. Like it's insane. Just the movement is smooth, the coordination is great, the understanding of the different heroes is phenomenal. Like really, ZP, I just think these guys have it all.
Yeah, it is really cool to see. I mean, even just the player personalities and sort of what you know them for evolving over time. Goober's a great example, right? Where you look at Goober, used to be the Viscous guy. Well, now he's actually the Holiday guy and the Celeste guy, if he ever got to play it, just because of the fact that he put so much effort into learning movement where if you're looking at NA scrims that were going on prior to today, teams were not giving Goober Holiday. It was the highest ban priority of Holiday we have seen, just because his Holiday has been that shutdown. And yeah, I mean, the personality sort of grows week after week, and the stories that go along with it, because people just learning new stuff all the time.
Yeah, the game just constantly evolves. It's so cool, man. Let's go ahead and check out the next squad, though. Their opponents for this BO1. BO1, right? We want to make sure format's still the same.
BO1.
Okay, so we got Bunny with Clock, which is the best name. They win the award for best name, period. And I don't think it's even close here. But, of course, a team that we have seen, again, come through. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Z, but this is a team that, has overall had a little bit more success in the night shift, but I think now it's definitely seeing like things balance out a little bit, and they've been competitive still.
Yeah, I mean, it's been back and forth. Floormen, of course, they were able to get through them last week in the BO1, but the previous weeks it wasn't quite the case. That's why they had the roster changes. But they have a lot of cool stories on this team, not the least of which is Aiden, right? Where even though Vindicta's a little bit out of the meta right now, really kind of exploded onto the scene back in the Trolley tournament with just a shutdown Vin that was getting respect banned very, very heavily. And then you look at other players like Arctic, now kind of more in Mirage jail, used to be, though, Shiv on frontliners. And also Matt, who's had the kind of readjust. Matt, came onto the scene with a really, really strong Holiday, and now is more flexing for the team. Says, "Nah, cool cheese, you're the playmaker here. You're gonna have those heroes." But we've seen this team enough to kind of get a real feel for what they're good at, and they continue to impress.
Yeah, I do like that Matt is like the kind of player that's usually in the position to abuse the broken stuff. The reason why we've got the Ivy here is because there was a time where like Kudzu Bomb was just insane for lane push, and like that lane equity was really important in the game. Matt was picking that up a whole lot. I like how it's so easy to imagine what Tanner plays. He just picks like the OG Chad name and plays the OG Chad characters. So yeah, ton of frontliners here. It's been a while since I personally have seen Aiden play Vindicta. It just doesn't really seem to be allowed a lot of the time. But I'd love to see that today in light of some other heroes being pretty heavy permaban targets. There's already been evidenced in EU, like Celeste, for example.
Yeah, no, of course. I do want to thank all the folks who are supporting what these guys are doing here at Night Shift, which is awesome, by the way. There is a Patreon with different tiers of support. $5 tier gets you into the Graveyard Shift post-show. Don't mess up the F on that one, or else, oh boy. Although I will say, maybe if you want to, have a show where you're just going to talk crap, you can go ahead and call it that.
Literally what we do.
No, we literally had a sponsor reach out once, just like, "Hello, I would like to sponsor the night shit." It was like, you need this to have there. Like, come on, man. Like, what's going on?
Hey, listen, that was my name back in high school. All right. Well, of course, we had a lot of folks coming in and supporting this one, and big thank you to everyone. You actually can get the VOD access, right, ZP, for becoming a patron. Why don't you go ahead and run through, folks, what that is? Because I'm new here, damn it.
Yeah, so the main thing is we do a podcast usually after the show. I think this week it'll probably be more on Thursday or Friday, where we grab, usually a pro player and, just sit down, chat for 20, 30 minutes is one of the main perks. Technically, the, $250, the executives that we have at the very top, they can get a custom casted game, but no one has asked for one yet. We're still waiting for that. And, we haven't run one in a while. We just ran one, but we are looking to run things more like game nights and that sort of stuff into the future. But more than anything else, we just really appreciate the support that people have given, because that helps us pay our observers, that helps seed the prize pool at the beginning, and all the basic things that keep the show running.
So huge shout out to you guys making this happen, the patrons, y'all at the top there. And look, I mean, just you get out and support. Any donations are going to be going to the prize pool, right, as well as EP. Yes, which is another really cool thing. So directly right to the prize pool. I'm going to see if I drop a couple ducats in a little bit to the prize pool. First time in my career where a couple shekels. Yeah. First time in my career where I've paid to work. So this is going to be
how do you think I got back onto the show? I just ZP cheeky fitty over PayPal, bro. The door was shut.
Right into the prize pool it goes, because that's just, we just really care. No, honestly, I'm stoked. I'm really pumped to see what we have, because there were some changes. This will be the first one with Celeste as well, right? I believe she just dropped recently. I tried her out. Freaking awesome character, but I am absolute garbage with her.
You need good movement. You need good movement fundamentals.
I'm seeing these people just zip around, and I'm like, dog, I'm almost 40. What the hell's happening over here?
The ZP has that reason too. He just doesn't use that excuse, bro. Bro gets around. We can do it.
I guess so. Really, yes. All right, we should be jumping into the side selection in a moment here, and then seeing where things are going to be going. But yeah. I'm kind of pumped for this. Okay, so and I didn't know that this is a thing that you guys did. 1v1 side selection.
Usually it's
back and forth.
Usually it's Mo and Krill, but we had to do some diligence to the new heroes and have a good old brawl here. This is how they get down in the Vatican. Venator v. Venator. Perry, though, comes on in.
Down at the Vatican. Oh, man. The power
hitting them with the sign of the cross, baby. Go, let's go.
Just too many.
Whoa, what? Mind games.
Low-key hoping...
Trying to
I'm
negotiate.
hoping we get more Venator today. I did like the carry Venator build we saw just now on EU. I think that's fun. Obviously, a lot of the talk was that Venator needs a little bit more help sometimes to sort of get there. But I did like the playmaking ability of Iridomini, the ultimate. So fingers crossed we get that into the draft.
Yeah, we have been seeing some really cool combinations as well. Well, here we go with the draft. So now we'll actually see whether or not we get that. Camera's looking nice, Mitch.
I'm just adjusting it, because I'm kind of, I think I'm trolling. I'm pretty sure our production can do this much easier. But with a forehead like this, I need to leave some room, bro.
That's fair.
And that's after the filters. It's unbelievable.
I know. It's actually using the vertical
also, well, what in the world is going on? Buddy with Clock actually his first pick, and they banned the Celeste. If you feel Celeste is that OP right now, it is better that the second team ban it, because
they banned it a lot in EU as well, I believe.
Yeah, it's just normally you'd let the other team ban her because you're first pick, so you'd force Floormen to ban Celeste by banning something else. Otherwise, you get to pick it up. So it is a bit odd that they just take this out right now. I guess they don't want to play it. That's the only real thing I could imagine, which is odd.
Well, I think they also, if they don't want to play it, they certainly don't want Goober to play it, because Goober just sitting here and be like, this is the best hero ever. I will zoom across the map. I have no clipping. Like, you probably don't give it to Goober, because he would absolutely be prepared. But Abrams coming in as first pick kind of makes sense. We're just in a meta right now where it is a run on frontliners in the beginning of the draft.
Yeah, you've got to get him locked in.
Billy. Yeah, locking my boy. This is I've been loving this dude. I've been playing Billy nonstop, but
you're a Billy guy.
I totally get it. You just feed. That's what I've been doing, and I really need to stop, man, because Billy, it's easy to feed with Billy. It's easy to feed with him, man. Holy crap! If you're not supported. All right, Silver gets locked in too. Been loving seeing a lot of Silver in play as well. Feels like a kind of a staple with a lot of compositions now, right? You're just seeing Silver locked in all the time.
Yeah. I mean, again, potent frontliner can really benefit from like berserker weighted bullets as well. Obviously, her gun plays quite nicely there. And Geist is a good pickup, obviously, like AVG's in this game. So, there's we're talking about the kind of people who really want to try and locking these potential gun carries that also give you great durability. So no surprise to see these dealt with. It's been a while since we've seen like the playmakers really locked in, but another Rem pick up here really early. I'm kind of blown away, ZP, by how effectively passively the Rem can farm with that 3 ability at times.
Yeah, no, I mean, not only does Rem give good map control and the ability to steal enemy resources, but also support is just good. It's a little bit weird in NA, where NA has been really undervaluing Page, but, at the very least realizes, like, yeah, Rem is pretty darn good. Now, the interesting thing about the bans here is that for Goober, who has been just viciously getting banned out of Holiday, they had to pick it here before the mid-stage bans, because while they had to burn the ban on Celeste, they 100% would have banned Holiday if Floormen didn't take it there. So that was understanding that Goober would get targeted, and they say, okay, we're going to overpick Holiday relative to where most people go, because it is simply worth it to do when people have this level of respect for Goober.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what Goober could do with that. Because he's just an awesome player in general. And yeah, Rem's been so freaking effective. Like, I feel like with Rem, like you mentioned before, is you just that passive ability to just be able to farm, handle so much of the field out there by yourself. Holy moly, character's so good. Mirage as well. It's going to get locked in for Floormen here. So did get an opportunity to play with you in your Mirage. Show me what he could do with that one. That is a wild. Yeah, you're pretty damn good with that hero there, Z.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mirage is just one of the better gun carries out right now. With some of the changes that came across to orange items, he really rocketed up in Prio. But also, Bunny Clock, they're going out of their way to take away things that Pashipop may normally go to. Pashipop can still play the Mirage, but when you look at the hero pool here, the early Geist pick, I think, was making sure Pashi didn't get to play it. It's one of his bigger comfort heroes historically, so kind of makes sense. But
targeting their opponents a lot here, which goes to show you, right? Like, they're looking for this dub. I kind of respect that, ensuring that they're targeting the things that they don't want to allow their opponent to be able to shine with, right?
I love this. We've got 2 heroes on Bunny with Clock who can actually abuse the tunnel systems on the Cursed Apple, the more recently added one. So I'm very curious to see how that goes.
How does that allow them to be able to, like, I guess better yet, just what does that allow them to be?
You have more direct cross-lane mobility and actually more access to boons and the ability to sort of farm boxes. That's a part of the map that other heroes at this time can't actually access, and lets you get around the map like pretty easily. I do like that the Mina sort of gets roped in here. Could be like a Lord and M pick on the Floormen side. Obviously, somebody who can really scale very well. You've got Mirage, you've got Mina who can really make that happen. You've got the playmaking potential on Holiday. A very well-rounded composition. It's great to see the Ivy back in the mix too.
Oh, GT coming in.
Great talent.
Yeah, I mean, this has been more of an NA special, and it's kind of interesting because GT's been the spot where GT hasn't always, he's not picked in a lot of the games, but then I feel like when GT has been picked, oftentimes it would actually be, someone like Rocker playing it. Yeah. It's actually pretty good. I mean, you still get tons of pressure out of the Owl, especially once you hit your first ultimate. And I don't know, I always go around in my mind and wonder, has GT been undervalued? I never hate when it comes to play, even if it's the last pick.
Well, we'll see, right? How do we feel as far as our picks goes here? Who has that advantage coming into this one? Because I'm kind of siding more with Floormen. I'm liking what I'm seeing over there a bit more. I think, with the Mina and, you have the Billy and Silver just being hyper aggressive, just a lot working over there. But curious to know what you guys think, Z.
Yeah, as I look at it, I like the Floormen comp a little bit more, mostly because I'm not a believer in Calco. Like, the few times Calco has been picked recently, it hasn't looked super good. The Bunny with Clock frontline is scary. I think
it's
Geist,
very tanky.
Yeah, Geist is really worth the earlier pick here, but I also think the fact that you gave Goober Holiday is ridiculous. When Floormen was actually able to take a map away from melee creeps last week, they did it with Goober on the Holiday. So more comfort picks over towards Floormen. I mean, it's a little weird. I hope it's Pashi on the Mirage and not Pashi on the Ivy. That hasn't worked out super well, but yeah, on the whole, like the Floormen comp a little bit better.
Yeah. Obviously Rem is the kind of, hero you want to stack up with a lot of those active items, for support purposes. The tag along is actually, it heals based on a % of missing health here. So it doesn't care about your target being tanky or high HP in general, but I'm curious to see how it plays out. I do agree with ZP, very tanky comp picked up for BWC.
All right, fellas. Well, I'll let you guys have fun, but I'm going to stay, muted, maybe just be a little React Andy, just have some fun and just chill out. Enjoy.
We do that. We do react, Andy. Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Great to be jumping back into the Cursed Apple, folks. It's Uber and ZP here for the NA portion of your particular show. Here we've got the Mirage and Holiday mix up here in mid for Floormen. They'll be going up against the Geist and Rem.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about classic mid comps. Mirage Holiday is about as classic as it gets. At one point, when Mirage was more in the meta, you'd see it all the time. Still really heavy poke damage. Counterbalance a little bit by the fact that Geist is inherently tanky and still going to be healed by Rem. So we'll see how it works out. I'm still jury's out on how Rem is going to fight in some of these lanes, versus the more classical combos.
Yeah, it feels high sustain, right? I think that's what we're going to be looking for between this this Rem and Geist combination. We'll see, like Tanner being put under a lot of pressure, obviously. That's an Abrams in a bit of a hostile lane on that right side of the map, best as I can tell. We'll check in with that, of course, in a moment, but already getting poked pretty aggressively here by that Silver Mina look.
But you shouldn't be this low to Silver pre-ult. Like, the entire thing when you run a Silver lane is that it's going to be a bit weaker before you actually get your Lycan Curse. So Tanner just getting pummeled to this extent, going down actually, is a brutal start for Bunny with Clock.
Yeah, and you really don't want this Mina to start to, get out in front of you here, start to farm those stacks, and in general just sort of get ahead. So that's something we're going to have to be checking back in. Already, of course, that first extra Spirit picked up, so looking to hit a little bit hard. And yeah, Floormen might be looking to collapse onto this lane, but things aren't looking much better for Bunny with Clock on that left side of the map. A lot of push here, of course, with that Ivy lane. It's in mid, I guess, where they're able to find some form of equity, but that is only going to last so long until that Spirit Lasso gets online. It could be quite difficult. We're over to the left side here, of course, so we're on board with Arctic, who had picked up this Warden. Definitely looking worse for wear as well. Outflast attempted here, but now getting wrecked, and will be struggling to get back to safety here. Has to make use of that heavy melee. Looks like for now, the Warden will remain, but there's not much to do in this lane.
Observer's channeling a lot of power. You heard about Caster Curse. That was more of an Observer Curse there. It's like, hey, Arctic, he's looking. Oh, he's nearly dead.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's not ideal to eat that big of an HP tax early on. But we got a bit of box roaming here, and this is where if you're going to run Calico, teams have been a little bit more aggressive, especially in NA, at roaming once boxes are up, using the opportunity for early ganks. We've been seeing that a lot in recent games, and any hero that's good as far as making the most out of that pressure would be Calico. So, as I look to Cool Cheese, just gonna see how active he gets early in the game.
Yeah, again, we mentioned that access through it with Ava that you can have to tunnel, so it means you can more safely or more, stealthily rotate between those lanes. And someone like Calico, a little bit more dangerous with that capacity than Rem is, of course. The latter really just wants to farm. Calico really wants to try and get aggressive and secure those kills. All right, AVG bouncing around here. Definitely needs to try and work back behind that Guardian. Got a bit of a lick there from Tanner, who's still looking to be pretty active despite a very difficult start to this game. We've got a 3-stack here for Bunny with Clock on this far left lane. And so far, it looks like Cool Cheese has not found too much to dig out here.
Yeah, I mean, you bring 3 over, you get a little bit of HP out of Rocker, but, to bring 3 over, it is a pretty high commitment. You look elsewhere on the map what they're losing, but getting into it right now, Billy deep in on the Arctic. A little bit low, gonna need the back out, and the left-hand side, the gank potential is gone, as you see Bunny with Clock kind of rotating back to normal.
Yeah, so Calico Warden, of course, here for Bunny with Clock. Be careful, that Billy stun plus Kudzu bomb is a big problem for anybody who gets caught inside of it, having your mobility limited in such a regard.
Worth noting, by the way, it wasn't just a gank attempt. In terms of where things are at, and they're rotating around the lanes a little bit, but as I'm looking at this here, Mitch, look at the mid lane. I mean, I was wondering how this would go, and you actually have Silver coming over to the mid now, 3 for Floormen to try and even up what has been a brutal mid lane so far versus Geist Rem.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty important moment here for Lord A&M, but Link is a little bit too close here. It's going to be Aiden, of course, the guys to pick up the kill, and there's more where that came from with Bunny with Clock there rotating in. Goob is a little bit low now, and it's a melee from the Abrams that secures that elimination. Floormen fly a little bit too close to the sun, and they've taken so much damage on that mid Guardian to boot.
I see the enemy.
I think in terms of lanes, you gotta respect. Put Rem Geist up there. I mean, that was a Mirage Holiday lane at the start of the game. Not a lane that usually gets bullied too hard, but in this case, absolutely got it.
Stone Idol here from Rocker as he looks to get on out. Kind of does a bit of everything, this guy. And Bunny with Clock want to try and work their way back onto this left side of the map. Rocker being low as he is,
Owl
can't afford to get too close.
Death awaits.
Owl just came from right-hand side from Matt over into middle. I was looking towards posture. I'm not actually sure it hit. I just looked at the minimap, saw the owl rotating over, and it's just like, wait, what actually took damage?
That's what he was looking for there.
Mina's real
low. Bad news for League. Again, a bit of a stack here on this right-hand side. Lord and M's just trying to maybe give a bit of breathing room for League to get out here. Healthy as they are, not too bothered. But there was a window there where the Mina could have been snapped up, and now League will look to try and have some impact on this right side of lane for now. So after the smoke clears, Bunny with Clock able to close this that small early game deficit right on up. A lot of these ultimates coming on now, ZP. So definitely worth keeping an eye on the next couple of minutes. Last stand up for Arctic, of course, going to be crucial.
It's going to be a three-man slam for Floormen here on the right. They lose the mid-guardian as this goes on, but they're going to go for more of a trade. And more importantly, Lord and M's about to start getting real active in this game. Of course, for Silver, everything revolves around playing around Lycan Curse. You're at 3.5Ks. So, your period of weakness here is about to be over, and you're getting a little bit of help from the rotation of Goober to make it happen here on the right-hand side.
Okay. Rem trying to go for the sleepy, huge double catch. Two players from Floormen are asleep right now. Stone Honor being used. Chain Gang also going to be committed. Every player in the vicinity here basically throwing in. And there's enough room for Floormen to get away, but look how low Rocker and AVG were. That's after, of course, they got some of that pocket sand thrown in their direction. So that means this left side Guardian's about to be chewed up.
Macro play for Bunny with Clock. Feeling pretty good here so far. I mean, their next Guardian coming down here. So far, it hasn't been the most active game. Alcalco back into the middle. Arctic in some real danger. Falls the Lord NM, who now has Lycan Curse online as looking for some mid pressure. Still, Owl going to be brought out.
I don't know if there's really enough room for this one to connect. Floormen actually sort of see this rotation coming from Bunny with Clock, and they're able to get back in position now. This relieves the pressure on that left-hand side of the map. Might actually allow AVG to have some room to get back in. A little bit of a milling around now, of course, for Aiden, who will pick up some of that farm towards the left side of the mid lane. And we have some buying going on here as well for Rocker at the secret shop.
As I'm looking at it, I want to see the improvement from Lord NM, because last week was a little bit tough, which is understandable. The Silver came out on Monday. There wasn't a lot of time to practice. And when you look at the series that was going on last week, it was clear Lord NM was, learning the hero. But the situation here is a little bit different. You've had over a week to practice the hero, time to optimize builds, even after some of the changes came on in. And now you're at the point where Lycan Curse is online. So, for Silver, you don't necessarily want to be stuck farming for a long period of time. You want to actively seek out more engagements at the early part of the game. And if you're going to make this here work, as we saw in EU, that's what you have to look for. So I am curious about how Floormen rotate here, 2 minutes before buff and earn.
But look at this quick move over towards the right side. I think that Gibbs is about to run into a bit of adversity here and has to double back. Yeah, this mid to right side transition is definitely one worth keeping an eye on. Nelson is obviously being taken. We're at 8 minutes 27 into the game. Very even, but Floormen have sort of passively managed to pick the lead back up again. Even some damage being put onto this Walker in that mid side. And still the farming on this far left side for Floormen. You can see that AVG is not going anywhere. He's trying to gobble up as many of those souls as he can, but realizes there's an opportunity to drift towards mid now. That mid Guardian has to go.
That was something that Floormen did really, really well last week, is that even when they were losing at the beginning of the game, they were masters at just making the most out of macro resources, both efficiently farming their jungle, protecting things from getting hit from Bunny with Clock. So even when they would lose objectives, they were still getting enough in the map to keep things close. And in this case, they're not even behind, because it's been a much better early game for them. So I don't know if it's Rocker, Goober, whoever is making calls, but it has been good for them as things heat up now.
Chain ganging towards mid. It looks like Rem's being targeted. Gibbs might be in a spot of bother here. I think AVG feels like he's done enough. In the meantime, though, Goober got caught out here. That's the Calico actually getting involved. Great Talon turns up in mid now as well. We are hearing the airdrop in play. But what is Rocker looking for? Maybe just honestly a bit of safety. There is only Bunny with Clock players down there below them, and they do not want to tangle with them.
15 seconds before buffs come on out, and the thing Melee Creeps got away with murder last week is that they ended up just getting every single buff niche. Of course, Melee Creeps not in this game, but we'll see who is prioritizing. Bunny with Clock definitely look to be solidifying in on the left. Absolutely no one near the right-hand side. Of course, earn contest, more important than it's ever been in Deadlock. If you've been missed for the last few weeks, the earn turn is instant now, so way more emphasis here on the pickup. And Mitch, it is about to be a brawl.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You can see both teams posturing around that. Silver's already gotten straight on in there. Tanner here just trying to bide his time. Good shoulder charge connection onto AVG. Takes the Billy out of the center of the fight for the time being. It's a Bunny with Clock pickup of the urn right now. And AVG's seen better days. Quite low. This Abrams has been a problem. It's why there's been such a high priority pick lately. Gibbs is low. Yeah, eventually gets picked off. So that's a kill going over towards the Mirage. Poshibub turns up when he needs to. Doesn't even have to use the Traveler in order to do so. But that urn is heading across the map in the hands of Cool Cheese. There has to be some sort of intervention. Rocker is trying to pace them here. And of course, there'll be Amina waiting around the turn-in location. So plenty to keep an eye on. This fight is far from done.
Matt, gonna let loose the owl. So far, I've been more of a scouting owl. May take a little bit of a chunk out of Ivy towards the end. Not too much in the end, but now, Calco. Ready to turn in the urn. Any contest? Nope, it is free. But if you're going to give up urn, that's the one to give up, especially if you get a kill in response. It is not the worst overall for Floormen, where, yeah, Bunny with Clock get a little bit more in the aggregate, but you're pretty okay with that. And actually, one thing of Calco, and we brought this up the first week the urn change came in. In theory, Calco is one of the best heroes around at doing urn intercepts, and the other team gets the urn first. It just didn't work out that way the first time it was brought into the game. So, you know, that's another benefit to Calco that we haven't really seen expressed at the pro level here just yet. But today may be the game if, you know, Calco's stuck trying to engage for the urn.
There wasn't a ton that was traded by Floormen. They got a lot of damage on their mid-Guardian ZP, but weren't able to topple it. And Bunny with Clock really value keeping that in the game. They are still positioned around that mid area. Obviously, you give that gun sort of oriented Ivy enough time like this, and you're eventually going to have yourself that Guardian. Important way to open back up the map here. You'll note that the right side Guardian for Floormen is still up, so they're ahead on these neutrals.
I will say, when I look at the comps here, I think it's pretty close. Like, I don't think either team necessarily has a ultra massive late game edge over the other, but if you have to give a nod, I do think Floormen likes going late game a little bit more between the Billy, the Silver, and where you're at now. As we see Rem doing quite a bit of damage. Gibbs just able to turn the corner, and League, I think, wisely knew that others were waiting in the wings, and this is getting a little bit more hot.
Yeah, obviously this, you know, investment into the stamina, though, for the Mina means that League can quite easily put some distance between himself and his would-be pursuers. But I don't know if this is advisable. They dove back into. They realize how many of these Bunny with Clock players are nearby. Nox Nostra followed by Sanguine retreats. This League needs to get the heck out of dodge. And there's a chase on the right side lane still because Lord NM is caught and they're in trouble. Now some scrutiny as well on towards the Walker. That's the far left side. Keep an eye on that part of the map here. Bunny with Clock might have to race to trade these Walkers now. Big damage from Floormen on that key objective on the left.
This would be a tragedy if you give up Walker and get only a Guardian return. Floormen. Pretty good macro play so far. I mean, they get Walker, they only gave up Lord NM. Yeah, AVG goes down.
Across the map. They're looking to try and defend this right side Walker. Floormen turning up when it counts. Zipline boost also being used. Tanner gets picked off. Rock has found an impact already. Lee can't quite get away, but it's all about defending this Walker, and so far that may have worked off. It is so very low. Arctic's eventually able to pick it up. It'll cost them their life, but still, Bunny with Clock had to work hard to get an even trade of those important objectives.
Right play to be done there. You all in the Walker there. You don't want to be down a Walker. Also, I mean, we've had a few games recently where teams just end up getting slot locked if you don't make a move sometime early in the game to ensure that you get a Walker. So neither team dealing with that here. And I mean, look, Mitch, this is about as even gets right now. 73K on the aggregate. You know, taking a look at the allocation even too, pretty solid. I mean, you got Warden at 13, Geist at 14, other side, you got Pashi at 14. You know, the one hero that is starting to fall a bit behind, but, you know, sort of for nature because she's not eating the jungle is Lord NM on the Silver. You know, maybe not the absolute best game on the Silver so far, but, you know, not so far behind that she can't have an impact on team fights. But,
yeah. More of that investment as well into the utility, right? There's no slowing bullets picked up there. Life Strike obviously in the mix and some of those actives. So Lord NM just really trying to get across the map, pace a lot of these more macro movements, and then being able to add that utility towards team fight. Okay.
20 seconds away from the buff, and already a little bit of contest here. Lord NM using movement here, boot kick up and over, and the curse beckons, but it's more of a cowardly werewolf in this case. You don't want any of this fight if you can help it. As you see Tanner over and in, 200 HP for Lord NM, just desperately trying to escape from the pressure, but we'll be able to do just that as the buffs now spawn.
Yeah, great mobility. I mean, that's obviously what Silver can offer you there. The slowing hex could have been it. Tanner able to catch on towards Lord NM, but they were able to sneak away. Now that mid walker for Bunny with Clock is being pressured down. Our reinforcements, Cool Cheese turns up, trying to ward away the entirety of Floormen. They're going to fall back, but that urn has been taken quite early here. So that's going to be ferreted back into the base of Bunny with Clock for the time being. I'll see the Stone Idol there being used for some sort of mobility. Rocker rather getting caught out as he tried to airdrop away for the fight. Not the opener that Floormen are looking for. But Tanner is low. Definitely wants to reconsider taking this engagement. But look at the Billy. Is AVG in a position to do something here? Chain gang used, but probably more, for survivability or simply to ward off Bunny with Clock, and it doesn't pay off. Floormen now down 2 players. Tanner, though, is quite low. Could be an even exchange here now as League is on the hunt. Getting pressured by a very brolic-looking Rem there. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Sanguine Retreat has to be made use of as Gibbs is able to...
Look at the right-hand side, by the way. The Walker's just getting decimated. So Floormen, they go all in on the trade. They go, okay, you have the urn, you've killed a few of our guys, but what about we go in for this right-hand side Walker while everything is going down?
There's only one Walker up now, and that urn turn-in is far from guaranteed. We'll see if Bunny with Clock can actually get that across the map, but it doesn't feel like a trade that favors them whatsoever. Coming back off spawn now, or back from spawn, AVG is going to be there. Poshy doesn't have ultimate, but he can get his way across the map the old-fashioned way. Then we look there over towards Rocker, who should be able to escape. Doesn't want to get caught out a second consecutive time. But now I think the rest of Floormen might have to commit to getting involved. They're still spread, but they want to fight around this own turning location, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary part is that they gave up Walker and they still haven't turned an urn. Floormen get an opportunity to double down, hop on over. Rem diving on in, nap time used early into the fight. Tanner already down, kind of a disastrous part of the engage here. Goober was able to shake some of the pressure, knocks Nostra in over the top. Getting Arctic a world of pain, no last stand. Not much really avenue for Arctic to do anything here, just desperately trying to get away as League chase it down.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. There's none of those key ultimates really active. Al is back here for Matt. Cool Cheese also has From the Shadows, but I think the work's already been done here now for Floormen. There'll still be some scrutiny, of course, on that urn turning location as Poshipop's trying to get ahead, but he's hit with a slowing hex by the look and needs to back away. Watches Covenant crucial in this fight for Rocket to make sure Floormen stay nice and healthy. That's more than I can say, though, for the rest of Bunny with Clock. They get absolutely wiped. Their corpses simply feed the Kudzu Bomb vines. That's an urn turn in. So they get a Walker, they get an urn, they get a team fight win, and that gives them an 11k soul lead.
It's about to get worse here, Mitch. Not only do they give up a Walker because they're not able to get the urn turn in time while Floormen were over there, not only do they lose the rebound urn fight, but they're going to lose mid-boss on top of all of it. So it was once an even game here. Maybe they're going to be able to contest and get a little bit of the rejuve. It's going to be difficult if they even go in. No, they don't even try. So what a way for the game to swing, Mitch, from even to down 15k and 3 rejuves now staring you right in the face.
And it's all well and good, ZP, to have so much soul allocation over towards your Warden and Geist. That's a great sign. But if you do not put your team in a position to leverage some of those important area of effect abilities, then it just doesn't matter how much they're working with. League has been so good at catching these stragglers. There've been some positioning problems for Bunny with Clock. We've seen Gibbs out of position, and obviously Rem doesn't have the scaling to really do anything on their own in terms of, evading capture. They're going to be squishy at all phases of the game. Lord and M in the last couple of minutes has also been able to accrue enough souls to become more than relevant in this game, and AVG is going to be scaling quite nicely. This almost illustrates my point here. Lord and M looking for another target here, but the binding word going to ward them off.
And Mike and Curse about to fall to the wayside. Also, one thing, we haven't talked about item builds too much, but the one item that's really come back into vogue, not just for silver, but even heroes like Warden is slowing bullets. People have realized, wait, this item actually pretty good nowadays. And obviously, it's not a vacuum. Other items have gotten adjusted, but, the standard continues to evolve, Rest of things here on Warden about what you would expect in any given game.
Yeah, I mean, this game is different every week. Trust me. Trying to come back after a while is it's like a whole new thing. From the shadows here could be a problem for Poshy Pop. That range increase a few months ago definitely making it harder to avoid that. But the Mirage is going to be able to get on out for now. There is an hour coming in, though. There might be something to this. And it's almost as if Poshy Pop is aware of that because he throws up a tornado, tries to get away. That execute potential of guiding hour rather is something to be mindful of. And that mid walker is a little bit low for Floormen, so we may see Bunny with Clock look to group up for a fight there soon.
Yeah, Bunny with Clock, the problem is you don't want to take an open fight. Ideally, you defend Walker, but against 3 rejuves, it's difficult. It's why when you have any other possibility of trading out a mid-boss, even if it's a losing fight, you do so, because anytime you're up against 3 rejuves, it doesn't get any better. And overall rejuve time, still 1:50 left. So what you have to expect is that Floormen, after they've taken the jungle and whatever buffs they want here in full, they are going to make an attempt on the objectives. And I mean, the timing is such here too. They could also add in an earn, which looks to be the intent.
Yeah, Goober going to be able to snap that one up now and very quickly traversing the map here. I don't even know if Bunny McClock are in any position to argue with this. They might look to try and take a mid-fight, but their waves aren't pushed. They're not in a position to trade this out for any larger objectives, so they realize they're just going to have to fight for this either way. And obviously, now all our big abilities are online. Can Bunny with Clock get set up here with a big Warden ultimate to turn this fight around? That's obviously our goal. That is their turn-in location, and here come Floormen ready to fight.
I don't think they fight. I think you fight this, you probably lose. I mean, 3 rejuves, relatively even. And yeah, I mean, Floormen right now taking their time, letting the front line move forward. There's going to be no interrupt here on the Goober. And quite frankly, Bunny Clock could not fight this. And even just posturing, they lose Matt and might lose Arctic on top of it.
I mean, it's the rejuve difference. It's a bit of a problem. There's overlapping alchemical fires on the ground here. And you notice a lot of counterspells being picked up in keeping with what we saw over in EU. But it's for Floormen. This is where the dam breaks, folks. AVG getting pummeled there a little bit, but he's invested so heavily in so many of these high durability items. You see that Spirit Resilience picked up alongside the counterspell. Torment Pulse ticking as he goes to work on this Walker. And Floormen are going to really make use of this rejuve buff CP. It's to expire soon, but they've almost got that 30k soul lead. All Walkers down, and now there's some creeps in their side of the map to farm.
One thing we didn't talk about comp-wise, which I think can be a real problem, especially when you get to this part of the game, is that sometimes the reason why overall in Deadlock that most successful teams will have a standard playmaker hero, usually either Bebop, Holiday, or Paradoxes, are these are the heroes that give you opportunities to get back into the game when you're behind. I mean, they also give you opportunities to get ahead of the game when it's even. They're just good. They're just good in general. But you stop and look at where Bunny with Clock is right now. What is a good fight? Look for them right now. It has to be a positional gank where, you know, Tanner goes in, lands a good charge on someone. I mean, maybe something gets up on the Owl and everyone jumps on them. But the engagement for Bunny with Clock to actually get a first pick and turn this into a winning condition for them, it's pretty difficult. They're
trying to literally set up a dive around the secret shop. There's no other way for them to manufacture a good fight start than just wait, and it pays off. Lord of Them is the player that is caught out, though, and not necessarily the highest value target, but still a little bit of a reprieve here for Bunny with Clock. The Soul Lead, though, is still out of hand. Make no mistake. Rocker will certainly have the target on his back now, and he finally, I think, is aware of that fact. Trying to get away as quickly as he possibly can. Floormen down. Our player do not want to tempt fate. See, slowing hexes galore being thrown in the direction here.
Yeah, and without Playmaker here, that's exactly how Bunny with Clock needed to set that up. I mean, it is a much more difficult task, but you figure, hey, someone's going to come around the secret shop, and it's Lord NM that gets the business. And this doesn't get you fully back into the game, but if you look at the map positioning right now, it gives Bunny with Clock more ability to grab, you know, a disproportionate amount of the jungle to potentially get an extra kill if Floormen over-engage while down 1. But this window of power, Mitch, is about to go to the wayside. Lord NM about to be back up, and we're going to be back in the dynamic where Bunny with Clock kind of want to retreat to their side of the map and really play close to the vest, because mid-boss going to be back up now in about another minute. So you're about to get into the zone where if you have another bad team fight, it's another mid-boss and very likely the end of the game.
I mean, Bunny with Clock might just want to play around mid-boss. They might just want to fight there. That at least gives them an actual staging ground for a conflict that doesn't require them to sort of sneak up on someone to catch them out of position. However, that's the issue for Tanner right now. Caught inside the chain gang, Lord of Them chomping at the bit. And tanky as Abrams is, this is going to be tough to dodge. Good nap time use there for Gibbs. It's going to slow it up, but Tanner surely is going to be run into the ground. And now Bunny with Clock's ability to meaningfully fight over this mid-boss is severely limited. Tanner won't be back until just after mid is spawned.
This is quite brutal. I mean, if you're Bunny with Clock, you needed to try and look for an opportunity to get a pick pre-mid boss. But if you're Floormen and you're watching the timers, which they certainly are, you also could just send it. We'll see if they want to do that. I mean, when you have the level of lead they have, there's a few different ways they can play it. I think if it was EU and his Abrahams, they would just send it because that's a team that has never seen a send it opportunity that they don't take. But okay, as we take a look here, Floormen, they know mid boss is spawning and the call has been made.
Yeah, it is time to go for it now. At least, you know, with the guided owl, Matt can try and make a play here, set something up, but it's going to be asking for quite a lot. This mid-boss is going to melt rather quickly, and Bunny with Clock are aware. They're trying to obviously work on some Sinner Sacrifices here on that left side of the map, and now they need to drift over. They've been baited out of position. Do they fall for it hook, line, and sinker, though? Floormen up in the mid are looking for stragglers or anybody that got too close from Bunny with Clock, but they have not. Buffs have just spawned up. They could be crucial over the next few minutes, and that's where Floormen are heading now.
Owl ends up coming out here for Matt in the middle.
Is there a follow-up? So there is ZP. This could be it. Okay, last stand obviously in the back pocket for the Warden. Don't know if Arctic really has a chance to make use of it here. And oh my goodness, what a silence on towards 3. Bunny with clock. Pressure down. Tanner going quite low. Parry attempt is there. Seismic Slam will be used inside this small room. It does catch on to 2. Tanner, though, still bleeding out, but it's going to be AVG that falls first. The Abram surely going to be traded out for this. An attempted parry goes wrong. Now, here comes Lord NM. Looking dangerous. Berserker, of course, in the inventory, made use of that counterspell earlier on. And that's a 2-for-1 trade that Floormen will be happy to take. There's another buff to scoop up and mid-boss to be addressed again, ZP.
And of course, it's not going to roar here one more time. If you're Bunny with clock, you just have to assume it is about to die at any moment because, well, it is. 30K difference between the two teams. Bunny with clock down 2, Floormen down 1. If you are Bunny with clock, the stage has been set. You still need to get in here and try and make a play happen as nap time comes out.
All right, it's the Stone Idol straight away. That stun important. And Arctic still at least is going to be able to get a rejuve credit here. It will be used up pretty much straight away. Of course, on this Soul Revival effect, it's going to be Goober, in fact, that's brought back into the fight. But Floormen have lost one of those as well. In fact, all rejuve credits have been eaten up, so that buff is no longer active on Floormen. Now, there's a no-holds-bar brawl active. Native Destroyer managed to use that Soul Exchange, get that key health back. AVG still out of the fight, of course, and as you can see, Goober has seen better days health-wise, but eventually the Lady Geist is going to be brought down. This is dangerous. Yep, Spirit Lasso catching on towards Matt. That Grey Talon isn't going anywhere. A barrel will basically do them in, and Poshy finishes the job.
Don't force me to kill you
All in all, for the game state they were in, that is about as good as you could hope for Bunny with clock. You may go, what do you mean? There's a bit on fire for Floormen. You got multiple people down for Bunny with clock. Yes, but you don't have Floormen coming out with 3 rejuves. So it's not good to, oh, the hyper line. That is so awful for Cool Cheese. Boot kick into, well, maybe finish. Return the shadow. You have to be some deep shadows indeed. And no, not quite enough to free up Cool Cheese.
Something I loved at the start of the fight that was maybe harder to spot is that Rocker obviously has picked up that silence wave, so comes in with the airdrop and just hit silence wave onto 3 players to begin that fight. Just gives a nice little window there for Floormen to go ham on them. And now the aforementioned Rocker is going to get that soul urn turned in, so you can see now this game has really opened up.
45K separating both teams, and it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Is like, what does a good win condition look for Bunny with clock? And look, they made some opportunity happen with the proximity gank at the shop, but doing that again and actually being it successful, particularly this level of gap between the two teams, it is going to be enormously difficult. Also, Mirage has just about hit his perfect power spike. Once you get Mirage around 35K, that is when you're about as powerful as you're going to get. Like, yeah, you can add extra items, but this is where essentially a Mirage really starts taking over the game as a late game carry. And you look at counterparts on the other side, a 25K Warden means practically nothing at this point, Mitch.
Rocker is dominating, by the way, picking up a lot of those kills. The only player with Healbane, I was kind of wondering to what degree like Rem's healing capacity is going to be respected or at least played around. It looks like it's pretty limited as it's not that easy for Rem to get around the map. I think we saw like Refresher Rem or something similar, like to try and refresh that 2 ability, but it doesn't look like it's something that people are too concerned about.
Echo Rem has definitely been more meta. I think it's arguably the best thing to put an Echo Shard on in the entire game right now for how Rem wants to play. But in terms of frontline, I mean, yeah, it's pretty good for keeping Aiden in the fight, but everyone else is so far behind. And I don't know. I look at this draft, I think back to the beginning and why I had a little bit of doubts for Bunny with Clock. I have not seen the proof of Calico being a good pick right now. We have to go production for the win rate, but I feel like every time I've seen Calico at the night shift level, it has not worked out.
In recent time, I was going to say, because obviously back when I was actually casting this game a bit more, Calico's trading ability in lane with Leaping Slash was pretty absurd because obviously the melee damage proc that she could apply. But here it seems like it's been a little bit harder for her to run away with the game. We've not really seen much. I mean, again, good mobility, good earn presence, or at least the ability to sort of traffic that across the map. But outside of that, nothing I'd be writing home about. Decay, Slowing Hex, Rescue Beam, Guardian Ward. There's a lot of buttons here for Gibbs to be pressing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of how the build has evolved here on Rem, especially with how tag along works, the bonus you get to shields. It's tailor-made to just, throw out a lot of good support. I think it's why the hero has been picked a lot, although I still side-eye NA a little bit right now relative to EU, where NA's just decided we don't play Page. And it makes no sense because I think that hero is absurd at the moment, and so is the majority of EU. But we've just taken out even melee creeps. So I would far rather pick a Kelvin, where he's actually the only Kelvin player remaining.
One of the few players,
that
right?
Changed. Yeah. Also, look at this movement. Look at how clean Goober is, especially with superior stamina. This is an earned speed run. The man has just spent so much time practicing movement.
Turns out having 8 stamina pips is also pretty sweet for getting around, but bro has only used half of them. That is what is kind of insane about that. There is a setup here to protect against this earn fight, and I am again asking the question, can Aiden the Destroyer with 35k souls be the difference maker? Because Floormen are looking stacked, they are looking jacked, they are cracked and ready to get up on the attack. Here's a float here for Goober. Gonna drop down, quick soul earn, turn in now. That's instant, that's pretty scary. And there was really no resistance from Bunny with Clock at all. They were chased straight on down. You can see Nox Nostra used as League just plummeted over towards them. This should pretty much wrap things up at this point now. Base Guardians can be dealt with, and the Soul Lead is too big probably to remediate at this point.
Mitch, that opening was ridiculous. You talk about all sorts of style and aura coming on in. That was an airdrop chain gang. That was the aerial Billy from AVG, the create room, where it's like, wait, what's going on? Why is this goat flying? And was it necessarily needed in this case? No, but was it a stylish way to set up this team fight? The end of the shrines and likely the end of the game? Absolutely. But Mitch, with the 70k difference, this one is all done but the crying.
That's it. It is. That's a fantastic hexagrams line, by the way. I do hear you.
Oh
there.
Yeah.
Floormen here obviously are in a great spot. They just don't want to linger. That is the one spot where Bunny with Clock can get back into the game, but they could have finished it. Let's be real. Obviously with the patron knock, they realize that Bunny with Clock can sort of get back in, but we could discuss a number of these builds here, but they know they can simply double back over towards mid boss, pick that up, and be done with the game.
Not much room for anything left here. Again, you have to go through the mental thought process of how does Bunny with Clock win a team fight? And you can't even get to that point right now, Mitch. It's more so, how does Bunny with Clock even get one elimination? And you kind of look a little bit closely and go, okay, maybe Lord NM's going to go to the shop again. Maybe Goober's going to focus so much on movement that he forgets that he just went into the enemy fountain. Realistically, you go into the absurd to get one kill. But also, even if you get that kill, that you have full rejuve. So it's done.
Yeah, you can sort of see here the soul allocation is pretty spot on for Floormen. Poshupop is now at the point where you are going to get shredded without realizing where the damage is coming from. Spiritual Overflow, obviously joining the inventory along with Ethereal Shift just to make this Mina that much harder to hit. Obviously, Tank Buster is such a core part of her kit alongside that Boundless Spirit. So she is right where she wants to be. She's about as good as it gets here alongside the Toxic Bullets. She's a menace. League is at 7-1 and 14. Is that a very good game?
I kind of look forward to the future here, and I do think this is a better day for the Floormen. As they're looking at going up against melee creeps here soon, as they go for Lord NM. Mitch, they go for that one shot on it's everyone's favorite werewolf, but the HP bar, it's not moving much.
No, Lord NM is beyond tanky at this point. Metal Skin in the inventory, by the way, alongside their Spirit Resilience, so very, very hard to deal with this particular Lycanthrope. And there goes Gibbs and Matt. They are down, and this will be Floormen rounding on the Hidden King. They probably should have knocked it, the last time they came here and didn't have to middle around. But with Bunny with Clock throwing those GGs up. And so once again, Floormen have the opportunity here to renew their claim to the throne of Night Shift. Last week it was a very, very close matchup. I'm very glad we get to see that run back here. Big GGs. Floormen advance to the money match against Melee Creeps.
Damn. I tell you what, I wasn't ready. I was not ready for the game to turn around so quickly. That, I think, was the thing that just absolutely floored me. No pun intended. Maybe pun intended. I don't know. They deserve it after that one. Hell, you can really. I mean, because when you're really looking at it, right, things were looking pretty okay. In like the mid game, like we were all right. We were good. Things were stable. And then you're like, okay, maybe this is BWC's week. This could be it. And it was that one play where they just got a little bit too hungry, going up the gut on Floormen that they ended up losing that right. What was it?
The right
Walker. That Walker was it. And then from there they had to double back, and then they got cooked. They could never deliver the urn. All that stuff it was just like a series of events that just really played out poorly for them. And I'm writing it all down in my notebook. I'm like, oh God, this is bad. This got really bad.
This is actually miserable. But yeah, I mean, the problem is that it wasn't a trade, right? They had urn control, and Floormen going into that, the fact that they were able to stop the urn and build up enough time was nothing but bonus. Realistically, they were happy to do Walker for urn. And for Bunny with Clock, not only do they not get the urn, but they get wiped out in the upcoming urn fight in such a way, so decisively, that they also lose mid boss. So it went from an even game to they lost Walker, urn, mid, one after the other, and they're running a comp that really has to put in way more effort than the norm to actually go in and, the stone form timing there.
And there were some moments as well with Tanner on the Abrams where you're seeing, just some great presence, right? Like really allowing himself to take that frontline control and all that, but there just was no damage. There was just nothing. No one could follow up with anything because they were just so freaking just stacked. Uber, really, I mean, that was it.
It's like soul investment into like Warden and Geist is important, but it really takes you to be ahead, I think, to be able to leverage that and abuse it. Whereas, like, you get Mina started early. If you remember, Lee got the first kill, I think, of the game. And that's obviously really potent. Yep. And then you have Mirage, who, pairs, like, really good gun damage, which can, have area of effect, right? You can be bouncing that around backlines. Alongside global pressure, it could be really hard to catch this team out. And the thing is, like, when you build a composition, you don't want to be asking yourself this question because you're trying to play to win and not play to not lose. But you have to ask yourself, how do we actually get a good team fight when our opponents have like rejuve or something? Do we have catch potential in this team? I mean, you notice that like no Paradox in this game, she was banned out, but Holiday was picked up, right? And that is a dichotomy that we've had for a long time, is that those two heroes specifically can force favorable fights for you, right? Either by the swap or of course the Spirit Lasso of Holiday. If you ban one of them and then lose the other, then you don't have a good way to like risk-free start a fight, especially from long distance. You have Guided Owl, which we did see get a 2-player stun on Floormen up mid at one point, and Floormen was still able to disengage, albeit barely. So outside of that, you don't have reliable ways to get good fights unless it's around static objectives like Urn and mid boss, and that's why Floormen were baiting Bunny with Clock into it. They tried to pull him down to mid, get a fight out of them, Bunny with Clock eventually walked into a trap. They got players picked off. Tanner, unfortunately, just got caught out of position a number of times.
No, it was the one thing that was clear was there was an understanding on Floormen's side of their timings, when they wanted to go for the fight, how they wanted to force the control. Like, honestly, I'm looking at the mini map and I'm kind of just seeing Floormen just hurt him like cows, just like, okay, come over here. All right, great. Now we're going to, mess you up. Okay. And then come over here. Okay, great. And by no fault of, Bunny with Clock's own, I mean, on it, I guess maybe to a certain extent, but Floormen were just on another level for a good chunk of that game at that point. And
we got to talk about Lord and M as well. Lord and M was sick, man. Like, not super relevant early in the game, but obviously got a lot of neutral farm, right? Floormen with map control and that early Walker advantage. Lord and M quietly got back into the game to become a real threat. Like, that insane innate mobility and also durability that Silver offers is just like, it's a match made in heaven with so much of the kit. Like Hollow Point, obviously like Warpstone, Berserker, all this stuff really made Lord and M quite a problem.
Yeah, I'll also add on to that too. As far as Lord and M goes, like I ragged on Lord and M a bit last week because it was a tough performance on Silver. I mean, you look at how Melee Creeps drafted when everyone else was first banning Silver because she was really, really strong before she got adjustments. Like, clearly still strong now, but not quite the same level of power. Melee Creeps made the assessment of, go ahead, let Lord M play Silver. We don't really care. And I think Lord M has definitely leveled up on the hero as time goes on. But the thing I have to like go back and hit a little bit is that I think when Bunny with Clock has looked good, generally speaking, it has been cool cheese on either the Paradox or the Holiday. And I think draft wise, getting stuck in a position where you end up picking Calico instead, it just feels tough, because I do think this game could have been significantly different if you just had cool cheese on the Paradox, because it's not even just about the playmaking either. I think people tend to underrate the amount of defensive benefit you get in some of the bigger team fights just by Paradox dropping a wall. It really, I don't know. I think the Paradox would have given them a lot more value than the Calico, and I'm not trying to be the world's #1 Calico hater. It just hasn't worked in the last like month and a half.
You have a problem with the character. I mean, my
he
God,
just hates cats, man. It's fine.
You really don't like cats, ZP? Yeah. Is that true? You don't like cats? You want to tell that to the world, or you want to go single on ZP so you could have a PSA?
Look, that's the Jason approach. Jason is the full dog guy. Like I'm good with cats, although you wouldn't know it from this break where it's just like pumping up Silver, hating on Calico. There's a clear dog over cat dichotomy going on. But GB, we got an MVP.
Yeah, I mean, if it's ZP's choice, it ain't going to be Calico. So let's see who's the MVP coming in hot. All right, and no shocker, it's Goober. Oh man, dude, when Goober grabbed the urn and just got from one end of the and listen, I know for you guys who watch Night Shift on a regular basis, that's like a Tuesday, or in this instance, a Wednesday for each and every one of you. But for me, oh my, this man looked like Spider-Man. He was flying out there. I'm like, is he Miles Morales? Like, he was flying through the thing. He was absolutely zipping around that map. The man you're so right, ZP. What a treat to watch this guy play Holiday.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, just because of how it's evolved, where it happened if you watch his stream over the last month or so, where Goober's just like, all right, I'm just gonna keep learning movement. Got a Holiday addiction, and then probably had the best day of his life when Celeste came out. Even though right now at the level of power evaluation, maybe we'll see Celeste in play a month from now, or we'll see how broken Apollo is.
I love that Spirit Snare being taken. Bad. Yeah, so like the Goober sits on the wall to make sure a teammate actually triggers Spirit Snare so they can drop the urn in and get a turn in. That is some really nice movement. Also, like the build got pretty out of hand. The Vortex Web pickup alongside Alk Fire, like you just really cannot. It actually heavily limits BWC's ability to fight around those like areas of effect or enclosed spaces. There's just too much punishing damage. Also, Silence Wave, the second Silence Wave carrier on that Floormen team, really problematic if you can actually stagger those activations and lock your opponents out of the fight.
Yeah, no, it was a impressive showing. So congrats, MVP, for the first matchup. But coming up next, we have our final matchup. It's going to be a rematch from last week. Rematch we've seen quite a few times. Melee Creeps versus Floormen. And those ZP, I will say, coming into this one, while yes, Melee Creeps they're great, won multiple times. How many have they won in a row now? What, 8 or 7 or something like that?
It's over 10 now. I think it's like 12 or 13. Where it's I mean, it's easy to forget though for Melee Creeps because they get roughed up a lot. They're not quite as dominant as Abrahams have been, and for a long time they were map 2 merchants, where it's just like, oh, it's map 2. I guess we're gonna lose that. Like that entire spree between like 14 and 20, the one loss there was always map 2, where they just messed around a little bit. But the one map they lost back last week, that was map 1, which to me is kind of a signal that okay, teams are getting a bit closer. This new Floorman roster does have what it takes to compete. And again, the bans are going to be different tonight because they're not going to be able to keep Goober off Holiday with the first ban unless they want to give up Celeste, which is probably the ultimate no-go zone.
That's crazy that you kind of just have to now pick your poison in this situation, right? You have no other choice. But anyway, we'll worry about that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, though, folks, this is, of course, Night Shift. Make sure, if you want to support this, go ahead and just throw a couple donations out there, add to the prize pool a little bit, support these players and what they're doing out here and keeping this game going. Shout out to everyone who's been tuning in as well. This is unbelievable. So many viewers. I mean, honestly, just thank you guys. This is awesome. You guys are
crazy, bro.
Pretty
we were talking about this last week. I know. We were talking about this last week. Like, hey, GB, you should come on. You should come on Night Shift, bro. You're like, yeah,
it's crazy.
Sure.
It's crazy. And you know what's crazy as well? I wasn't even planning on it. And then ZP, when I saw him, was like, hey, you're going to be on Night Shift on Wednesday, right? I was like, I guess so. After the meetings, So I'm super pumped. Anyway, folks, we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. We have Floormen versus Melee Creep coming up next. See, out of nowhere.
forward.
I got you.
Kill me if you can.
I got this position right. You picked the wrong.
Let's push Broadway.
I see the enemy.
I see Abrams.
I see guys.
I see the enemy. Ready to open fire. Come on. Anyone else want to do something? Hope you don't mind the pickup.
Let's take out guys.
Este será un día largo para ti.
All right.
Everyone.
Let's take out guys.
I see Abrams.
I see Warden.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Night Shift Deadlock. Yeah, you like the little dark haunted mansion type gimmick going on over there?
It's given Transylvania, bruh.
Exactly. I'm Golden Boy. We got Uber and ZP. We're going to be yapping about this awesome match that's going to be coming up because we have a rematch from last week. We've seen this battle before. It's just Melee Creeps versus the Floormen. And we just saw Floormen look very, very good in that matchup against BWC. We were seeing a team, ZP, that put together, I think, just a good response to a really well-balanced approach from BWC. And then from there, we're just able to just continue to layer on the pain, instance after instance. Would we be seeing maybe something a little similar, considering we talked last week, or you mentioned last week, they took a game off of Melee Creeps. So are we starting to see the Floormen maybe, become the ceiling men? You didn't think I was going to do that.
And gentlemen, we regret to inform you that Golden Boy has been removed from the show. But
come on!
Look, all in all, I mean, Floormen, they've proven to be really good macro-wise. Like they've taken a huge step up in some of their game decision making. I think they were held back a little bit last week by the draft. Melee Creeps, though, I mean, look, you don't win as many in a row as they had in NA if you just aren't bringing it on all levels. The team has the amazing ability where even if they mess up, they find a way back into the game in most cases, because they're just chock full of mechanical talent, and they've hit a point where you can't ban out any of their heroes. One of the most common stories here on Night Shift is people look at John, kind of the perennial gun hero, and they're like, we will ban all his heroes, and John's like, oh, I got another that you didn't know about, and it fails miserably. So
there's always three at least, you know what I mean? You ban like most of the gun carries, you ban like Warden, you ban Mirage, he just plays Bebop, or vice versa. Like you can't stop this guy, man.
Well, I mean, look, they're going to have to figure something out, right? At some point, you got to get taken off of the top of the mountain. And, maybe Floormen have figured something out. Maybe they, have a few tricks up their sleeve. But, I think overall, right, what we should be expecting here is just some more, more of the fundamentals that we see from Melee Creeps, and just how they're just so damn good, so clean. They don't drop a beat on anything, Uber.
No, I mean, this team for me, like, obviously Ido is one of the most notable players on this team, and he's like an incredible movement player, right? And was a pocket player. I'm kind of hoping to see some silver play from Ido tonight. But for me, it's Sire and John, who are good friends, played together for a long time. Sire's a fantastic caller, has a really good mind for the game. Someone who now plays a lot more of the support. ZP mentioned, I think, while we're casting the previous game, like we might see Kelvin. It's one of the few Kelvin players we still see coming up. But those two working together are great. We've had conversations with John. We've sort of heard from these guys. They're awesome together, man. This team is the real deal for a very good reason. They put in the work when no one else is. So we love having a chance to platform the fruits of their labor on this very show. But Floormen, I'm going to say, looked very clean in their previous game. It's only best of one. Can't read into it too much, but they've got some no names in NA on that roster.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And here you go, Floormen. We just saw them just a little while ago. We saw just Goober. Oh, man.
Just goobing all over him.
Well, that's a sentence. But yeah, no, I'm with it. I support it. Yes, he is goobing all over them. And in style, too. Really, that holiday movement. So, yeah, I mean, I guess, if you're coming to this one and you're Melee Creep, you're not too concerned, right? But you have, ZP still have to put some respect, right, on a player like Goober. You can't really let him just run roughshod all over the place.
Yeah, again, I think the draft situation gets a little bit tougher, but look, you're talking about moving players. You look over to the Melee Creep side, you got to talk about Ido, right? Like, actually, the original movement player and Deadlock, at one point was the Pocket God, still pretty good in Pocket, but the interesting thing, and this is on me, I should have mentioned to production, look, I was traveling, it's no longer DMB. They did the replacement. Yeah, DMB is out and Do is in. And that makes the hero pool stuff a little bit more interesting because, generally speaking, if you're running Pocket, you'd put Ido on it. But Do also has a world-class Pocket, and there we go.
In real time.
That's great production value. Look at that, guys. Only here at Night Shift.
But it also means that John, because obviously DMB was like the quintessential Mirage player, like Geist kind of thing. Might see John have to pick up some more of that slack there, as opposed to like the sort of Warden Bebop part of his pool. John obviously is just amazing on those sustained gun carries, but obviously DMB used to be able to pick up a lot of that role and give John a bit more flexibility. So that's something I'm looking out for through this pick ban, because it won't look quite the same as it has for melee creeps in the past.
Is there also just maybe a question about synergy as well, right? I mean, we could talk about the numbers and everything as much as possible, but also just them working together. Coming into this CP, is that could potentially going to play a role for anything, or melee creep's just so far ahead that it's not going to be that much of an issue?
I mean, melee creeps, look, when you've won this many in a row, I mean, you're obviously a comfort zone, especially relative to a team that changes rosters more than they change their laundry, as a general rule. I hope for Floormen that this is a more stable incarnation, but history has shown that that is not the case. I think advantages the melee creeps, though, when you look at players that really stand out, is that I think John is a cut ahead as far as players that generally play things more in the M1 carry spectrum. He may be in Mirage jail. Like, I kind of expect Mirage to be a very highly valued pick here. Also, I think Sai has something really good going in terms of support play, because when Sai is able to play Kelvin, it still looks good, and they can pick it towards the very end of the draft because no one wants to use an early ban on Kelvin and other teams don't want to play it. So, melee creeps is kind of engineering some draft advantages by being good at heroes that other people don't want to play right now, and you cannot understate that level of impact.
Yeah, so you can't ban them. You can't ban these guys.
Yeah, no, that's incredibly frustrating, because at that point it's like where you really are in a pick your poison type situation. You don't have much to do in the way of like options, and that is a very, very tough spot to be in if you're going up against them. And also just a credit to melee creep really for forcing the game to be less about the meta picks or whatever, and more about the individuals. And when you got to focus on the individuals, when you got to focus ban the individuals, you miss out, as we're noting, on so many other things as well. That just becomes a deadly combination to have to deal with. So really, melee creeps coming into this, they most definitely have the advantage. If you're watching this one and you're like, yeah, of course they have the advantage. Is this douchebag not been watching? Well, listen here. Okay, it's been a bit. All right, but first time doing the night shift, and I got to say, I've been so impressed by this squad. Here's the history of these two teams, and when they've played against each other. But as we had noted before, Uber, Floormen did manage to take that map off of melee creeps last week, so there is at least some opportunity here for Floormen to maybe sneak a dub in there.
Yeah, no, they are definitely good enough. I want to see what Do looks like in this melee creeps roster, because if you're looking for a player with like unbelievable mechanical skills, like kind of like a solo queue god, just like really like one of the top players that you could scout, he is one of them. So I kind of would like to see melee creeps find a space for Do to just kind of do his own thing. And
what's
then
he was on before? Where was he?
He was seamless. He was floating around. He's been in and around like teams here and there, but it's never been a long-term thing. Also, as we get into the draft, I don't know if we have time, but GB, to catch you up, there is an origin to Floormen. There's a famous image, and it was Lord NM in the pit, just dead on the floor as doorman. Maybe we'll get that for you after. But first ban coming up here from melee creeps. It's kind of interesting that Floormen gave up first pick, because now you could ban Holiday and you force the other team to go Celeste. And yeah, that's what they do. So Floormen, they have to ban Celeste, and I'm sitting here kind of beside myself because Floormen had choice of first or second pick.
They won both picks back to back here, I think. ZP,
I think they had to have known. They had to have known.
They're expecting. I mean, again, like they can get the Paradox still, and then they can get like another really important frontliner potentially off the rip here.
Who would you grab off the rip? Who would be that strong frontliner?
Shiv.
Would you do Billy again?
Shiv, Abrams, both in the mix here still. I think they're like hotly contested. Yeah, Shiv off the rip.
Okay. Well, Shiv for melee creeps. But yeah. Floormen, I'm assuming will probably go to what they did last game, right?
I think they go Abrams Billy. I think Abrams Billy is like the go-to. Or you could do Geist. Like, I think Geist in one of the top two picks is important, especially because the early Paradox pick, that is a little bit wild.
I don't think about the importance of Paradox, though, right? You were saying you don't have Holiday, you don't have Celeste. Well, you want to get one of them, you get Paradox. It does feel like a priority pick, no?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to get Paradox in, but oh man, they go Geist. Look, I like Geist. I think Geist has been undervalued, but melee creeps could come in with the chunkiest roster of all time if they just square up with Abrams Billy here, and that Ooh,
Got a
this
lot of
draft
meat.
is
Got a lot of
we'll
meat
see.
out there. Got goat meat and demon meat, and some pompadour meat. Whatever shit is.
Just a lot of meat. Yeah, the meat is walking down the boulevard. It is swanging.
When the meat's getting picked, folks. Get the hooks ready.
Oh yeah, like this is a very like tanky team that also like boasts some really terrifying scaling potential as well. Mirage, okay, so I don't know. Yeah, the thinking here is that like what Floormen would dare to ban a Mirage or like go double gun carry. Yeah, fair enough. I guess DMV's not on the roster here, so I would be less expecting to see that. I think that's a John pick of guys, but happy to be wrong.
Yeah, for melee creeps, it's going to be John and Mirage. Like Mirage is, or rather, John fully expects to be in Mirage jail.
Okay,
and Silver comes in,
but no Ido Silver. A bit sad, but that is totally fine. I got my teams mixed up there for just a moment, but yeah, it'd be the old John and Mirage.
All right, let's see what this next one is. What this ban will be.
The Kelvin ban, bro. That's mad respect to
Teams
Sire.
don't want to ban him, but you kind of put a force in there. So yeah, they're gonna have to get rid of Kelvin. Okay.
Yeah, that is directly targeted at Saya. Well, we'll see what comes in from melee creeps in turn. You know, I think if you're Floormen now, you are wondering, okay, what's Saya going to pick for support? You could get the Rem here. Like, going for Rem, you're going to get the healing of the Geist. And also, as we saw in the last game, the Rem Geist lane was actually ridiculous. Like, the fact that it made even a Holiday Mirage lane look miserable. So I think maybe Rem is coming in. No, they go Ivy. Okay, that is a little bit wild because I think melee creeps probably snap back here with the Rem. They weren't the biggest fans of Page. They could also go Viscous to get it away from Goober if Goober was thinking about that, but I would fully expect either Goober or rather either Viscous or Rem as one of the next two picks.
I'm a little late.
Oh, finally, dude. We're catching on. Yes, melee creeps are taking...
CP, you were so judgmental, and now look at you.
Dude, they haven't been playing Page. They have not been playing Page. And
No, I know,
in Europe, it's been ubiquitous.
But they're growing, they're evolving, you know? That's the way you got to look at it, right?
Before our very eyes. Lash taken away from, from Lord and M. Love me some Lash pick here. This does give you like a form of pseudo like engage in lieu of Paradox and Holiday. Being able to have the Lash here is pretty important, but Lash is really easily countered by Counterspell. There's actually a couple of heroes here that are easily countered by counters.
What the hell? Okay.
All right. So thoughts?
Well,
all channel points on melee creeps. I don't know. I mean, look, it can work. I mean, maybe Drifter's been undervalued, but certainly not successful really almost ever. Aside from like, one night shift where he went ult build. Yamato getting picked last, by the way, is interesting because Yamato was getting way higher valued as like early frontline pick, and getting it this late into the draft is a really big change up from last week. But oh my God, Drifter, we have gone into unknown territory.
These are some wacky teams, man.
Yeah. Obviously, Drifter's someone who benefits from like melee on hits and has a hard gap close in Hunter's Mark, Stalker's Mark, which can be really effective. But that is bizarre. John quietly picks up the Bebop here potentially towards the end of this draft. This comp is crazy. Now you have at least some hard engage. It's limited for melee creeps. You only have the Bebop hook that can really set up these fights, but you do have the Death Slam from Lash. We talked about it, the reactive barrier and Counterspell are going to be important.
Gentlemen, I have a real question here. I think we just had blindness to it because normally he is gone immediately. Where the hell is Abrams? Does anyone see where Abrams is right now? He is non-existent.
We were all like, oh yeah, why don't you go ahead and grab the meat? Blah, blah, blah.
Dude, he's great in the Drifter spot. I'm not going to lie. That would be where you could easily snap up the Abrams or the Ivy just quietly. Floormen have a bruiser-esque composition, right? And obviously, a number of healers with like melee adeptness, but no Abrams is a pretty glaring omission from this draft.
This is that Drifter either is going to be the best decision ever, we are going to be like, well, the Abrams was free, and that's probably going to be the conversation. This is very, very fascinating. And then, also seeing the Page in play as well on the melee creep side, that's going to be exciting, right? Because we've been seeing that way more on the EU side of things. So getting Page here. Now, what should we be expecting, ZP, with the Page in this combination?
I mean, I think melee creeps is just their ability to simply run at Floormen is going to be pretty unparalleled, where you already have Shiv Billy, which is a far scarier frontline. Like, Geist is good, Silver has her moments, and I mean, you got Yamato. It's reasonably chunky for Floormen, but you have the premium frontliners backed up by Paige. I think Mirage is probably the best person to have in more of a gun carry role at the moment. Also, I mean, look, lore-wise, it may not be friends, but the final picks of Lash Bebop, you got plenty of playmaking on top of it too. We'll see how Drifter performs. We will see.
You've got Death Slam, Rallying Charge, and Bash Down, right? These two very impactful AoE like disruption abilities, plus Chain Gang. So you can basically get the fight you're looking for either through the Lash or the Bebop, and then lock your opponents down.
You have a lot of push and pull on the melee creep side, which is what worries me here. Because I see the Yamato potentially being
Floormen.
Floormen.
That is Floormen.
Yes, that is Floormen. Oh, that's so funny. That's good. Oh, poor guy. He's a great character, though, man. I gotta say, probably some of my favorite animations for a character is on Doorman. He's like just really odd.
He's weird. He reminds me of Vision, right, from the Marvel universe, like otherworldly being, but kind of like, it's crazy, man. But anyway, I'm hyped for this matchup. The draft is buck wild. It is absolutely bonkers. I do not know what to expect from this game.
All right, folks, here we go. It's your championship match. Let's see if melee creeps can defend their throne, or does Floormen look to, I guess rather dethrone them, take them away from their title here. It's going to be a tough battle. Weird compositions. That Drifter, Godspeed. ZP Uber, over to you guys. Have fun.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. All right, Muddle Fudgers, lock in. We have the gun carries obviously facing off amid the Bebop Mirage lane alongside the Paradox and Lady Geist look here. Obviously, the Bebop Mirage look does have some great pick potential, but we know what Paradox can do as soon as we get that ultimate online.
Lord and M dropping some DMB shade at the beginning. It's like DMB shit. I'm not even sure it's shade, but it's just like, nope, that is not DMB on Shiv. That is due get with the times. And yeah, looking at these lanes is going to be interesting. I mean, Drifter's not a new hero, but it may as well be, Mitch, for how little we've seen Drifter within Night Shift, and it's going to be League playing it. So definitely looking at this Drifter Silver lane, probably also the full homeless lane, as it were, with keen eye.
Yeah, it's going to be very curious. Obviously, we've seen Drifter before, but it was a bit of a meme. We were kind of getting excited about it. Obviously, Eternal Knight's very powerful, the ability to affect the vision of your opponents, but I don't know if it's going to be the be-all and end-all in a game like this. It is the Drifter Silver lane, so two, people that are tussling with their feral sides, I suppose. Good pressure at least being applied here. You'll notice that melee creeps just have to respect this to some degree. I think that is the Page and the Shiv that are opposing them.
Also, kind of as expected, John is on Mirage Jail. There's a lot of people that may be tuning in going like, oh, I can't wait to see John play Bebop. Times have changed. Yeah. Instead, Scout is more taking the Bebop role, which makes sense because Scout is usually playing playmakers anyways between Holiday and Paradox. Now just taking the Bebop mantle on top as, look here, things getting a little bit hot and heavy. Billy certainly paying a bit of an HP tax.
Yeah, Fishcake, big overextension into a Soul Idol that comes in from over the top. So heads up stuff there from Rocker, who was instrumental in the previous game. Ido is going to be on the Lash. I think we didn't actually get enough time to talk about him in that previous game, but this definitely makes the most sense. Obviously, we've seen Ido on the Shib as well, but definitely a hero who benefits from great movement. Ido is going to be looking to set up a lot of these fights here. Carbine at the ready for Goober. Oh, that could be a big catch here. Could be a little bit dangerous for Saya, but elsewhere, not looking good for AVG. Brought down by Ido. The Lash already has taken his toll. Big rotations over towards the mid side of the map here. This is getting a little bit ugly. Saya falls. We saw the Carbine catch onto the Page earlier on. And Fishcake barely gets out alive. It's going to be Goober instead who falls. And Melee Creeps have a small lead early. And I think Dew is hungry for more.
Mitch, everyone leave your lanes. A burger boxing battle has been called between middle and right. And look, we're seeing more of this here. Teams are a lot more willing in comp to contest each other at boxes. It's not quite the gentleman's agreement, everyone just stay in lane until 10. And all that just took place pre 3 minutes. So we'll see what the next round of rotations looks like as we get a pause and we get to marinate on that a little bit longer.
Is John getting called Cajun Germa in the chat?
What?
I don't know. Someone said, I'm glad Cajun Germa can play finally. I need to know.
No, I think they're talking about Drifter. I think because
I was going to say
no.
John doesn't sound like he's from Louisiana at all. But okay,
no, it's definitely
okay. Okay. I'm curious to see. Obviously, League already with a decent little bit amount of souls to the pocket here, returning back to the lane, and you'll see, of course, that utility from Sire offering some durability to Do, who we have eyes on in his debut.
All right, who messed with the decimals in the prize pool? Who did it?
Why are we doing that? Sorry, it needs to be to 11 significant figures, guys. Yep, as the math teacher, that is what I require to pass.
Really wanted to throw as many numbers as possible to throw for the 6-7 that's in the middle there, you know.
6-7, baby.
Yes, I am one with the kids, of course.
Yes, hello kids.
Yes.
We're only. We have an average age here of like 38. Excuse my French.
It's not about the actual age. It's what you look. And you know, I think we're aging a little bit gracefully. You know,
maybe listen, brown don't frown. You know what I'm saying? So I'm out here chilling, big chilling.
Okay.
Well, Mitch, we're still about 40 seconds from buffs. I'm just looking at where Scout has rotated here, well off the mid lane. And you know, the key to watching for melee creeps, there's no other team in the game, even across EU, that makes it more of a priority to get buffs on both sides. So watch the Hidden King rotation here.
Look at this,
in a moment.
Left side rotate. Yeah, you're dead right. Here comes Scout. This was the works for a while. AVG caught out. No hook needed for that one, and then one is going to be thrown out. But still, that is a kill secured. And we are heading into buffs in 12 seconds. But more importantly, it's this Guardian that's about to get work done on it. Rocker, of course, can clear this ways pretty effectively with the Kudzu bomb, but it's still a problem for the Sapphire side. And now melee creeps can peel away to have their just desserts or have their buffs.
In this case, Floormen decide, actually, this week we will go to engage in buff. Now, UI-wise, we are not so lucky that we actually get to see who has on the UI. Eventually, we'll figure it out. Maybe it's Silver Drifter that end up getting the Floormen side, so we'll see what ended up spawning there. But, you know, all in all, relatively even here so far. And League on the Drifter, actually one of the more farmed players. So I want to root for the Drifter here. I think everyone wants to see Drifter get a W because it's just been too long, Mitch.
I mean, League, obviously, we saw the carry Mina in the previous game. So obviously the kind of player who wants to be getting a lot of that farm funneled over towards them. Already have the ultimate online, but you know, melee creeps are ahead in those souls. We're at a pretty crucial point in the game where some of those 4 abilities are still getting active. Power Slash comes in very quickly. Bash down coming out from Fishcake. It's going to be able to double back. League's picked off, though. That is crucial. Floormen now in a bit of danger on this right side of the map. A rotation in there, though, by the looks of things from Goober. While this Guardian's being pressured down, there's the paradoxical swap, and Do is going to be cooked. Easy enough pickup here. Hyper Beam getting thrown in, though, by Scout, but it's a little bit too late. Simply trying to ward League away, who returns to the lane with a vengeance. Going to be stuck with the bomb and knocked away, but still, I think Scout is cooked here. Tough to escape. The slash bringing them low enough, and League will have his revenge.
Bit of trades back and forth. It's still active here on the right-hand side, by the way, as we look at Do, who instantly comes back into the fray. Going to be 3, actually, for Floormen on the right-hand side. And, I mean, look, they may just run at Shiv Page here again. And nope, as I say that, okay, Goober's going to head on back. A little bit of civility here. And, man, it's been so much action, Mitch. Can you believe it's still under 7 minutes as the airdrop comes into play?
Okay, what is the plan here? Looks like Goober's going to be joining them. So, yep, straight past the Guardian we go. Nice! Carbine Connection's going to be forcing out a chain gang, but a Stone Idol will be able to shrug that off instantly. And Fishcake is down. Now, Floormen, for real, are going to have themselves this Guardian. You see a rotation coming in from Ido, quick as you like, now over towards this mid part of the map where things for Lord NM have seen better days. Parry attempt here by Lord NM. Captivating Reed going to be dodged away from Messiah. Looks to try and slow this Silver down. Poshy Pop's going to be the one that's picked off, though, and now this damage from the Mirage will need to be respected. Lord and M will have to peel away.
So like in Curse, that's more or less just doing a little bit of creep clearing duty as very hostile environment here, but still a little bit extra damage here towards Scout, towards the tail end, but there's the final Howl. Going to be rotating back in the normal Silver as we see melee creeps bring a few more people into mid to defend. Not wanting to give up mid Guardian here just yet, and the action just continues. We'll get Scout now stepping up. Hook, ready to go.
Goober
going to drop back.
Swap. Also, I don't know if you... here comes the Carbine. That's just a little love tap. League rushed Life Strike. First item. Pick that up. Obviously, that's a long time to wait. 3,200 souls invested there, but you can see really trying to make that one ability quite nasty. The movement slow, I think, is pretty important, of course. The healing is nice to have, but keep an eye on how this Drifter build goes. I know a lot of people are going to be following it with some level of interest. Mid Guardian down to half here. That's something to be looking at. And of course, Scout will be hoping to open up a fight with a hook when they look to finally pounce on it. But there's some drifting over towards the left side of the map here, ZP.
Yeah. Also, you know, one... Oh, hold the phone. Billy, double bash down, looking for AVG. AVG, again, the Rising Ram towards the end, but also responding with the power slash of his own, and what looked like AVG potentially taking a beating quickly goes the other way.
Yeah, I mean, only extra Spirit Mystic Burst on that Yamato, but you have to respect what a power slash does when it connects. Pretty ridiculous damage potential there. So in the end, it was just more some passive work over towards this farm. Obviously, we are in the 9th minute now, so Sinner Sacrifices were being snapped up as well. That's why we had a brief reprieve from the actual pushing in the lanes, but that looks like it's about to change. Cast Rise over towards the mid side of the map. The Bebop Lash duo, the two playmakers of Melee Creeps, actually grouped up together here and are trying to shove.
You know, Mitch, the gears have been turning, trying to figure out, okay, what is the science behind the Drifter pick? With Earn Contest being such a bigger part of the game here, I do think when Drifter turns out the lights, actually fighting Earn and getting a good initiation, eyes on, etc., is a little bit more difficult. So I do wonder for Floormen if part of the calculus here is, hey, go League, save Eternal Night for first Earn, well, every Earn, and just pop it as, once more, behind enemy lines is a silver.
Parry there, obviously looking nice for Lord and M. The chase is on, and Duke going to be in deep trouble trying to get away. Low as they are, Guardian's going to be traded out, and Duke ends up getting caught. So that's a mid Guardian traded for a right side one, but there's still more chase to be done. You can see they're looking for Sire. These buffs have come up, though, and it always seems to be Melee Creeps who are first to snap them up. Of course, the casting buff picked up, and an Urn now spawned on the left side of the map, right in front of Melee Creeps.
Well, if the goal was to have Drifter come in and use Eternal Night for the pickup, that didn't happen at all. Drifter's on the complete opposite side of the map. So if it was part of the calculus, it's going to be more for the contest. And I mean, you look at the team comp wise, I mean, there's plenty of good tools to just dive in on Melee Creeps if you want to do that for first Earn. I mean, first Earn is one thing. Potentially get away is Idol's just getting plunked from the back and from the side. As Goober comes in.
Okay, that is the Lash out of the picture for the time being, but Melee Creeps undeterred, still heading towards this right side of the map where it's really only League that's in position. He wants to fight for it, but that might be ill-advised. Yeah, quickly doubles back now. But with Melee Creeps here, they may decide to try and hang around. There's a fight to be had if they can regroup, and maybe we'll see a contest for that Guardian. Kutsubom here. The grasping roots attempt to slow Scout down. He's going to be able to back away now. Reinforcements have arrived, but eyes are still on the Bebop squarely. Here's the Shadow Transformation coming in, but nice rallying charge. It's a big knock up and a hook straight into League, but he can fight for his life here. He really is going to be hitting hard. Lord and M, though, the first to fall. League at least able to take the trade, of course, and builds himself an extra stack, but now he's got eyes turned in his direction. Looks like the chase is on. Billy is going to be in hot pursuit to make it so he won't be slipping away. The League is healthy. Build up a lot in those last couple of moments. In the meantime, yep, there's pressure also on towards this right side Guardian now. 2v2 in that right lane. Melee Creeps want to try and work this, but with Carbine at the ready, there's no catch.
Also, in the middle of that, I give GB mod, and 2 seconds later, he drops $100. Despite how that may look that he paid for mod, he actually got mod before he dropped the dodo to the prize pool. Believe it or not.
Paid for mod, guys. Paid for mod.
I looked there like in the middle. It's like, you know, Mitch, just keep talking for a little bit, hop into my alternate browser, and go from there. But
this guy, focus on the cast. Oh my! You see this guy, Mitch? Unbelievable. I swear, some people.
No, he's changed,
days.
He's changed. So buttoned up, so dialed in.
We used to be about the craft, and this guy, unbelievable.
No, this guy's about the clout, brother. You know how it is, man. He's changed.
Look, I gave away the clout in this case. You know, I just GB looked a little bit unarmed in chat, but
yeah, you got it.
59K to 58K now between both ends, and you know, I gotta say, Mitch, when you're taking account of who's gotten the farm, John may be the most farmed in the game, but League is right behind him.
Yeah,
you know, best Drifter's looked in quite a while.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Life Strike Backstabber is going to be there. Like, obviously, just great pursuit itemization. League is going to be very hard to fight one-on-one, you know, for anyone. Can he continue to use Drifter's kit, which is so tuned towards isolating the individual and taking them down to punish Melee Creeps, who don't necessarily have like the easiest pick potential. It's not on tap, right? You need a hook essentially from Scout or a Death Slam from Ido, which are both somewhat telegraphed, I think.
Uh-oh, dive.
John knocked into the wall there by that kick, stunned up briefly, trying to get on away. Captivating Reed has attempted to stop any pursuit here, but it won't quite connect. And here it is, though. Melee Creeps to turn up. They're ready for this fight. John trying to slip away. Chain Gang going to pull the rest of Floormen back, and they're going to be forced to fight on their own feet right about now. Here's the transformation, but where is this Silverhead? He still wants to go after the Billy now. Fishcake had to give up his life in order to get John out, but there's going to be an exchange on the right side of the map. Melee Creeps focusing on that Guardian. They're going to defend this mid Walker, though, which is looking a little bit low, but ultimately, it's a trade of a player for that objective. Feels decent for Melee Creeps, at least keeps them in step.
All in all, though, Floormen looking real competitive. Also, we haven't really talked too much about, but you know, Goober, efficient rotations, has yet to die this entire game. Just been looking at this on fire paradox in perpetuity. But Mitch, looking at the state of the game now, 50 seconds until next urn and next set of buffs. This is where really one of the two teams is likely to get ahead of the other, and we'll see. If you can get a pick right at this moment, you know, about 20 seconds before, it's even better, as we see Rocker right now under all sorts of trouble here in the mid, rotating around. Is any help going to be coming?
He's on a box run by the looks of things. A clever though from Fishhead realizes he can't overextend into this because here comes Silver. Lord of them is on the hunt now. And there is going to be great connection, of course, off that grapple. And the Armato gets on in there. Scout's going to be the first to fall. That is Melee Creeps' main way of starting a fight. It looks like they are going to disengage to some degree. Slide straight through this wall here as Fishcake sees an opportunity to, you know, give Goober his first death. And we've run straight into the Mirage. This is dangerous. John now is going to be vomiting this damage out. In the meantime, this is happening elsewhere. There's actually a fight happening on the right side of the map around that urn location. So Goober does go down. Yes, both teams have lost playmakers, but there's these scattered skirmishes here as that urn is still up for grabs.
Everything taking place on the right side of the map here so far. Taking a look at Dew in on the rotation. And right now, just making space to get the urn pickup. Fishcake going to grab it. And if Floormen are going to make their contest, it is going to happen on the left-hand side. Now it's decision time, though, for Floormen. They were more keen in the last map, Mitch, to go for trades, but Hyperline on the Scout. More of a chase down, perhaps, is nope, they pull off.
They're still going to head over towards this left side of the map. John this whole time has been able to protect that left side Walker and have global presence available with Traveler, which has now come back online. He's the one to watch. 19k souls for John. He's going to be hitting like an absolute Mack truck and obviously get into these fights at his leisure. And we have the double back as well from Ido, who's probably just gone to buy, but we have all 6 ultimates at the ready, and that urn is on a collision course with the left lane.
Maybe one of our first major urn contests of the night. You know, we got a few great ones in recent history, but this one, it's looking like it's going to be all hands on deck. League just destroys John early. Ido making space here with the Death Slam, enough to let Fishcake get the urn turn in. But what's the death toll going to be for this now, Mitch?
I don't think Melee Creeps, well, you wouldn't expect them to want too much more than that. However, Hyper Beam, I think for pure deterrence, and Rocket just got caught on the wrong side of the map there. I did notice Lord of them scurrying around that turn-in location, but didn't end up getting snarled up. Still, got to make a trade for this, and it's going to be a right side Walker being scrutinized heavily here by AVG. Sees a chance to go for a big objective and snaps it up. Beach fair.
Trend. In terms of macro play, the trend for Floormen is that they don't care that much about urn. They're appropriating enough people, Mitch, to make it a difficult urn turn in to where you actually have to put in effort into getting the urn. But the real objective that we've been seeing going all the way back to last game and now here is that they want to get a walker. So their entire game plan is we will slow you down enough that we ensure that we get a walker for trade, and we like this better for map control, at least for urns 1 and 2.
Time for some sinners now. Still feels like a pretty close game. John getting blown to smithereens by League earlier on, despite having at the time, I think like a 5k soul lead is 4 or 5k soul lead is pretty darn telling. Toxic Bullets have joined this life strike. So, you know, it's a relatively, you know, durable drifter build with like high damage and really wants to make use, of course, of the melee proc on that one ability. To say nothing, of course, about how impactful that ultimate can be. Big hook, though. This might be the fight they're looking for. Captivating Reed also used to try and catch out this Ivy. And yet, Rocket's been able to glide away for the most part. Will they be allowed to escape entirely remains to be seen, but it looks like they put enough distance between them and their would-be pursuers.
I wonder if there's room to weave in the silence wave there before Stone Foreman is on a knife's edge, and Rocker is able to get away from for what any other hero likely would have been death.
Does get the airdrop out. We'll see if that ends up really making a huge difference. Melee creeps. Again, Braun will need to shove this right side wave. Of course, you can guarantee that John is going to be there. Not quite a critical mass as far as the Mirage is concerned, and certainly needs to get some more of those key items in their inventory. We've got counter spells up for a lot here, of course. Pretty important, I think, up against melee creeps to bring as many as you can. Death Slam's going to be a problem. Chain Gang, of course, is very impactful. The hook from Scout, the rallying charge from Sire. A lot of things you really don't want to get caught up in. Otherwise, by the time you're unstunned, you'll be dead.
I gotta say, the sub storyline here that I've just been looking at is that of Drifter, where, interestingly enough, it hasn't been as much, hey, just a, Eternal Night for earn fights or anything like that. Just League taking advantage of the raw neutral ability to just get on top of people and, deal some of the higher gun damage in the game. But speaking of gun damage, this is kind of the worrying part where you look at people getting ahead of the game now, Mitch. John 24K soon to be heading into the real problem zone as a little bit of a chase down here on the League.
That was a nice carbine from Goober there to slow down Scout. They were going to chase down League, and League obviously a massive pickup at this point in the game. So buffs up in about 30 seconds. So definitely going to give something worth fighting over for both these sides. And as close as they are, Floormen are going to feel emboldened to actually take a fight here, especially with what League was able to do to John earlier on. And they have the Paradox in their composition. One good swap, and it's lights out for melee creeps.
Real tense here. 10 seconds till buffs come up. Melee creeps staking out ground on both buffs from the looks of it. I don't love the idea for Floormen going up both, but instead they're making their stand right here now on the left-hand side.
Okay, it's time. Stone Island going to be used here. Look, you can see the chase is on. Everyone's going after the Lash, under some extreme pressure. Can melee creeps actually make something of this? Power Slash doesn't quite finish the job. Here's the Silence Wave, though, going to be dangerous for Yamato, but Shadow Transformation is able to be used just in time, and melee creeps need to back away. Another big Power Slash, but that Shadow Form is expired, and it's a very low health Yamato. Chase is on. Billy gets on in there. Chain Gang's going to hold Lord NM in place. Mostly supportive items on that silver build, and that is a big old rallying charge to knock Lord NM out of the cursed apple entirely. Rocker, evidently too close to the sun, and now Walker in mid is on the line.
Shoes on the other foot here. By the way, the rallying charge was perfectly timed. Lord NM was just about to pop Lycan Curse. And, Paige read a book, called the Cavalry, and that was enough. But the change-up of positions here, when it's Floormen in control of the urn, and now, what do they do to deal with mid-boss? Eternal Night still off cooldown. Not a lot of options, but this is something they need to go into. At the very least, get some of the rejuve charges down. But here we go. The crystal is coming down now.
Silence Wave there gets thrown out. That's going to finish off the elimination on Scout. Still, melee creeps are in decent fighting form, but gotta watch out for this Yamato. His melee creeps get all of those rejuve credits. They've lost one, or obviously they only get two with this first take, and they're probably gonna have to make use of them. AVG is down. We already have a res off that credit. Goober off the map. Floormen cut down to 3 players and really in no position to fight for it. Their gambit was to contest these rejuve buffs, but after the fact they weren't able to fight, only down to 4 players. Felt like it was their fight to throw away.
The end result, not exactly what they expected, but again, it could be worse. You may go at this and go, okay, you've lost 4 people contesting mid. Well, yes, but melee creeps also don't have the benefit of triple rejuve to go into more pushing. Still a little bit tough too that the pickup margin was just on the edge of it being a advantage urn for Floormen, but instead it's going to be one last neutral urn to push melee creeps even further ahead. But Floormen, because there's no rejuves and the power of that contest here, Mitch, they can come on in and make this a real fight.
Somehow though, despite being focused down so early, ZP.
Wait, they just get the urn for.
Yeah, they just can take it.
Okay, melee creeps don't even come in. Okay, that
I
is
guess
wild.
they want left Walker for this and maybe some mid pressure. Left
They need a slot.
urn? Okay.
I think they just need a slot is where they're at, but that's. I don't know. I mean, this is where you'd rather do the Walker trades a bit earlier in the game because I don't know. I don't love doing Walker trade at this point because you got Floormen pretty sizably back in the contest. But okay, look over and in on Lord NM.
Oh, the reset. Max points being invested into that hook and a lot of pressure. That's going to keep the silver out of the map. However, yes, Scout realizes there's going to be an airdrop used there. No point pushing any further up. Now, though, big shove in mid. With all of his Floormen players concentrated over towards the right side of the map, you can see melee creeps are setting yet another trap here and hoping to convert it into one of these walkers.
Melee creeps all together here on the right-hand side. Floormen being a little bit more defensive.
John 32k, by the way.
Yeah, I think when you look at win conditions for Floormen, if you can do some sort of dive, whether it be a swap or anything that gets John out of the fight early, completely different situation, because some of the elements of melee creeps don't scale as well into late game, especially the Bebop.
It's the ricochet inhibitor combo for John that is pretty scary. If that guy gets to do his work, I mean, that inhibitor proc is brutal. Healing reduction matters so much against the Geist, especially. Anyway, Death Slam catching on towards 2, and see, okay. Silver in deep trouble here. Rocker and League simply ceased to exist. Don't know what happened to the Drifter there, but there was no chance for League to actually be an active participant in this fight. And so that will mean at least one Walker picked up.
Trying to escape the chase down. Not quite going to be able to make full clearance. Take a look at AVG.
He's going to be going for it here. John though is, I mean, he's hitting very, very hard. And the outgoing damage being reduced because those inhibitor procs matters there as well. AVG is not able to get anything done. Spends a big ultimate, still gets picked up. And it is going to be the Bebop, the Menace himself. Scout going to work on this right side Walker. Mid Walker being taken as well. And we talk about those moments where the dam breaks. We just saw it in this game.
I will say, though, I mean, for how bad it could be, and look, losing another Walker here is, in fact, pretty rough. It could be worse for Floormen if they weren't able to prevent the rejuve in middle. I mean, a 20k difference between both teams. The problem that they're having in these bigger fights is that they're ending up going after targets, whether it be the Billy, whether it be the Shiv, whether it be the Lash. And the last few fights, John's been relatively untouched, and you're in the danger zone here where it is a 36k Mirage. It is one player that absolutely needs to die, but maybe you get Scout here as a consolation as the Eternal Night falls.
Yeah, and in goes League. Needs to try and make something happen. Silence Wave, though, connecting straight away, knocking him out of the fight for a time. Scout's going to be picked up, and they've got a good little bit of isolation here on John. Exactly the kind of player you're looking for, but the cavalry may have indeed arrived. Yep, it's Do who's turned up. He's also relatively farmed in his own right. John was not picked up in the end, still alive. And Ido going to use every ounce of that slick movement at his disposal to go after Poshy Pop. Nice little slam. Posh is in trouble. Makes use of the soul exchange, and that leaves Ido in a bit of an awkward spot now. Counterspell has to be used, but Ido is very, very low. Poshy, though, is healthy, topped up, ready to go. Fishcake picked off and then ran straight into the Geist trap. However, Saya out of the game. We've got an earn recovery here as well. So behind all this, melee creeps might be able to get an extra edge on equity because Goober and Poshy Pop really can't linger.
Oh, the earn position is so tough. Goober wasn't quite able to get the pickup and instead leaves empty-handed, not able to use his movement to get up and away. And man, the fact John's still up, that great escape still being just miserable for Floormen to deal with. John picks up another, and while this earn has to go into enemy territory, buffs came up in the melee. And yeah, look at this. The gun buff is tailor-made for John to just casually walk up here, Mitch, get a little bit extra fire rate, get more clip size, and if you're Floormen, on one hand,
that's messed up. Yeah, his fire rate is insane now. He's got the spiritual overflow fire rate increase from Ricochet as well. The guy is going absolutely crazy. Not to mention, of course, like just that sustained damage build up as time goes on from spiritual overflow and the debuffs from inhibitor. You have to go after the Mirage straight away.
And that's been the problem. I mean, in the very last fight, we did see the attempt to go after John, but John just gets absolutely saved by Saya, gets away, is able to come back into the fight towards the very end, continues to be a gigantic problem. And, you know, you look at Floormen right now, there's not a lot of things they have. I mean, I guess your ideal would be you get a swap on the John, you know, Eternal Night goes off at the same time. But, you know, part of the reason why Mirage is so good right now, it's not just his output with gun damage, it's the fact that, you know, when you add in Tornado, you add in Traveler, one of the more slippery heroes in the game to deal with. Like, it's easy to be like, why not just jump John? Well, because John's playing Mirage, and killing Mirage, I mean, look, you can bring Slowing Hex, bring a bit of Disable, but it is not an easy task, especially, you know, when he's this far ahead of the game.
No, and he has Counterspell Reactive Barrier as well. Now Merc Magnum, for Christ's sake. So the guy is going to be going absolutely nuts. Obviously, Merc Magnum just gets that extra spirit damage and bonus fire rate, by the way. Obviously, you know exactly what you imbue with that. So this guy also, like, QSR is just a insane effect, right? And being able to have another clip of 30 to roll with is insane. Anyway, early Shadow Transformation in this fight. AVG at least is able to use it to back away. Melee Creeps getting on defense now as we had a bit of time where they consolidated. They certainly want to defend this Walker. And Floormen have to go for a fight. They have to go for a Paradox swap. But if they link it too long or if they're too obvious about what they're trying to do, it's not going to pay off. Box run towards mid, and it's time for the boss.
It's so much worse than that. They blew Eternal Night Shadow Transformation and Airdrop. Melee Creeps know it, and now they're putting on mid pressure, even if it's just to make the mid boss scream. Floormen, they don't really want to fight here, Mitch, but also they cannot let this one go. They're gonna have to win it down. Some of their most crucial ultimates. The only upside is that if you can get people into the corridor, this is the area where Silver can go wild, but at only 22k, I don't know if Florida M has the gas.
Floormen definitely uncomfortable about trying to fully commit into a fight right now. They'll settle for pushing Melee Creeps off of that mid boss. Plenty of room, though, to get topped back up. Not sure what Lord M is waiting for or hoping for up there. Now the long staircase is going to be what's being looked at, and we'll double back for some pressure on towards this mid boss. Here's the Death Slam's going to be catching out Goober. That's the pick potential goal for Floormen. How are they supposed to fight now? John clearly in the thick of things here. You can see the Kutsu bombs just riddling across the ground. Poshy Pop has been picked off. No risk of that soul exchange, flipping the fight on its head. Couldn't ask for much better than those exact 3 picks. Yamato, Paradox, and of course Lady Geist are down.
And that may just be the game. Also, I don't know if we were able to catch it, but given that that all started where AVG was out of position, I think it may have been a scout hook that put AVG in a tough spot. And all rejuves go to Melee Creeps. You had to go for the contest there if you're a Floorman, but not likely to work. But yeah, I mean, to complete the point, I think AVG got hooked. Could be wrong, but given they was out of position, had the blow Shadow Transformation, and that wasn't enough to free him. They had to drop the Eternal Night right after. And Melee Creeps, Mitch, they just correctly identify, well, you don't got anything left in the bank to actually defend. We're gonna go on mid boss, and now you have to fight in the situation that just feels awful. Down key ultimates, and eventually they swing to their advantage. They leave with 3 rejuvenators and earn control, and Floormen, they just don't have many win conditions left at this point.
And the Drifter has fallen off precipitously off a bloody cliff. League down to 27k. Well, not down to, but has only managed to get to 27k, whereas John is, well, I mean, the guy is the quintessential gun carry on this team. Unreal player, and now he has a bit of everything. Obviously, we talked about the Merc Mag upgrade from QSR earlier, so has basically the dream build ready to go here. And Shrine's taking some damage here, presumably from some of those minions coming in. Okay, Sire calling a pause. There's a stamina problem. Okay, Ido's just restarting. All good.
Ido, great streamer, top player, more PC issues than anything. It is a recurring meme. Like, I actually don't know how Ido gets out of bed in the morning sometimes. That stuff that he's just like, I don't know why it's breaking. Oh, I mean, also there's the entire thing of the video card where, basically Cheto was like, no, install your own video card, it'll be fine. And apparently it was like a disaster and the video card broke or something. Like, it was something absolutely terrible happened once Ido was tasked with doing anything other than being good at Deadlock. It's like, video card, put gasoline on my PC and light the match.
I won't lie though, I did ask, I have blown up a PC trying to build it myself once, and it was the most innocuous error ever. I plugged in the on-off button. Like, so obviously the case has the on-off button, right? There's a cable that comes from that.
You're an aerospace engineer.
Yeah, I know. That's the worst part of it.
I mean, legitimately, his education background.
The socket for the on-off button looks really similar to the socket for the USB port. And I put it in the wrong one, and I fried the PC when I first turned it on.
And hey, man, and smart people can have dumb moments too.
I'm a himbo, bro. I dead ass, man.
Dude, I'm just glad you got it, Mitch. Thank God you got the esports, and you were not designing my airplane. Like, good God.
Listen, at least on airplanes, the on-off button and the USB port look different, bro. They're different plugs. Don't worry about it. Trust me, dude. Okay, whatever. Crushing Fist picked up. I want to put them around ZP's neck right now, but he's too far away. We have 216 to 166. So, you mathematicians out there, even if you fry PCs, you'll know that is considerable of a gap, and it is Melee Creeps circling like vultures ready to pick Floormen apart.
And for Floormen, they are hoping for a miracle. And, you know, Mitch, they say, we like the lights on. Thank you very much. There's no night. It is just the blaring sun illuminating the oncoming demise.
It is Reykjavik in the summer, buddy. Yeah, keep them shades down if y'all want to sleep. Rallying charge, thrown in through the mix is Poshy Pop taken down first. And I really just want John POV here because I just want to watch people melt. You get the idea though. There could be shrines picked up, there could be a lot of other stuff done, but Floormen need to be wiped off the map and taught a lesson first and foremost. Do was getting focused down really hard early on in the game. They were looking to chase that Shiv, and still Do was able to find a way to succeed. But of course, all of the souls getting funneled in the right location, making John a force to be reckoned with.
Yo, shout out to TK Breezy for the raid, where, you know, one of the fun, interesting pipelines for Deadlock? It's not just other FPS games. You got a bunch of fighting game legends also up within here.
Shout out to TK Breezy, actually. He's a homie of mine. And also Smash commentator extraordinaire, but not a shock because, dude, you got all these melees, you got all the parries, you got all the fighting game tech, and also speaking of melee creeps, oh my god, what a performance, bro! John 49,000 souls,
bro. You know what's even crazier than that?
His fire rate. He was shooting an AR with that little cannon. That's
you know
insane.
What's crazy? People are surprised that I went to college.
Oh,
well,
what the hell?
Hello? You're the smartest. You're one of the smarter casters
what
as far as
bro, that is
wordplay.
Yo, can we just talk about the backpedal for Goalaways? Like, you're the smartest. No, you're one of the smarter. Like, he immediately downgraded your ass. That is unbelievable.
No, we have a lot of smart commentators in esports. They're a couple.
You see this?
He's busting out the
oh my god.
What does it say?
Okay, you know that this is a conversation topic that has happened a couple of times now with how quickly he went to get the bachelor's
I went to college.
degree.
Oh no, I got the other one as well. Hold on, wait.
Oh my god, what is going on?
You see this? No one does it like me, baby.
What?
No one does it like education award.
That's not an educational award. Anyway,
I'm just saying.
I guess so.
Well, why do you have all of this within reach of you? Like, are you living in a box right now? Like, what's going on?
No, it's okay to have it within reach. I just think it's great that it is within.
I am living in a box. I am living in a box, actually.
The glass case promotion.
I am ZP. I am so divorced, bro. You have no idea. Like, it is crazy how divorced I am, bro. I'm living in a box.
He just like goes like, you want to see my dinner from like 3 days ago? Like, I got that too.
I eat out of plastic containers. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh man. Well, listen. Plastic containers. You just get your grub how you get your grub. Just as long as you get your nutrients and your fiber. Very important thing. Speaking of fiber, oh boy, Floormen are going to need it because let me tell you, that was a butt whooping at the end there. John's Mirage was firing that tiny Magnum so quickly and just doing so much damage. It's just so much damage. There was really nothing that they could do, and you were starting to really see some of those big playmaking options that they had available to them, like League on the Drifter, Goober on the Paradox, mostly League on the Drifter. I think you had a right phrasing, Uber. He fell off of a cliff. Drifter fell off of a cliff, just nowhere to be found at the end there. And makes you wonder, maybe Abrams could have been a good option after all.
Yo, stat screen though, even though John, like, you look at a lot of that was backloaded, right? Like John was in the training arc and was, the devastation at the end game.
He was enjoying like a PvE game for a little while at the beginning of that, and then toward the end just definitely ramped up for sure.
Yeah, but look at the actual aftermath. Ido, the active warrior,
yes.
Just right place, right time throughout the game. I don't know. I look at these comps here. Look, it's hard to say the Drifter was bad. I think League had good moments, but I also just think you look at recent Deadlock history, giving up Shiv into Mirage, into like Paige, Billy, like Floormen gave up a lot to early pick Paradox. And on top of it, you think about the situation they have here, they could choose to pick first and guarantee themselves either Holiday or Celeste for Goober, where they look the best. Although that being said, I don't know if you want first pick Holiday. That's kind of a here or there thing. But
yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing as like what happened with Paradox, right? You're kind of, it's the same answer to the question, just said in a different way, which ultimately is like there's just too much of a hero pool advantage on the melee creep side, where they just have so many different areas that they could dip into. Whereas the Floormen, they're really trying to get clever with how they could do this. So I applaud them for being clever, honestly. Like I applaud them for taking a risk. If you're going to do it, you might as well do it in game one. Yeah, it makes you wonder how this next draft is going to go now, ZP, knowing, how this played out.
We've invoked the Page pick as well. Obviously, like the refresher on Page is like really powerful. Double charge is like really good. A couple of situations where I think like there's even a pick off the back of a rallying charge to catch a fleeing player. And, we can see what the idea is supposed to be with the Drifter, but at some point it gets really hard to funnel that farm into League. Looks really good early. 1v1's John with like a 6k solely devs. Okay, now I'm exaggerating. It's 4 to 5, right? But still, that's quite a lot. We had high hopes for it, but as if you mentioned, there's like the ult combo. We have Shadow Transformation, Eternal Night get used in mid. There's like an airdrop, and then the ensuing fight really favors melee creeps because they caught Floormen out of position and force them to bust those ultimates out.
A lot of times too, those fights where Floormen just kind of trapped in a really bad spot, and then melee creeps just really reading the moment quite well. All right, folks, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, question is, can Floormen force that map 3, or will we see yet again the melee creeps walk away as your night shift champions? Don't go anywhere and enjoy the smooth jazz. We'll be right back.
You don't got what it takes.
Going to shop. Glory. Let me show y'all how it's done. The rejuvenator is descending. I didn't choose this fight, but I will finish it. You're done.
Welcome back, everyone, to the night shift deadlock as we get ready for map 2 between the Floormen versus the Melee Creeps. Melee Creeps up 1-0 after a dominating performance. And if you're just joining us, welcome. I'm Golden Boy. You got Uber as well as ZP. We're yapping about the game that we just watched. Do want to give some shout outs, by the way. Some of the folks who coming in hot supporting the channel. Shout out first. We got $30 donated from Peach Pear. While I love Melee Creeps, can someone dethrone the king, please? I agree. Oh man, you see that? And look at that, guys. And people getting tired out there. Oh, they turn on you, and then at that point, and listen, not to bring pro wrestling into this, okay? Because if anyone knows, but Melee Creeps is a great opportunity for you to turn heel. Ido becomes a bad guy, you know, maybe he goes for a low blow, something like that. We'll work it into the gimmick. We'll find a way. Some douchebag named Golden Boy donated some money. We don't got to worry about that. Skeletor donated $5. Thank you so much, Skeletor, for that. We got Deem Dolphin with 21. We got Speedman for 50 saying thank you. No, thank you, Speedman. Thank you. Goopy Noopy. That's a name. That's a name right there. ZP, I don't want to know what the definition of that name is, but I want you to come up with five. I want you to come up with 5 versions of them. All right, Night Shift. So slowly gathering the former Overwatch League Infinity Stones. Love to see it.
Yeah, I remember Connor was the Overwatch League watcher back in the day, so good to have you.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, sick. And then, of course, we got Postline saying, come on, Goober, bring it home. Let this week be the week of the upset. Listen, folks want to see the upset. They want to see it happen. But yeah, no, we've just been migrating us Overwatch League former casters.
We just like moving around. Do you know what I mean? It's like
we just like games, you know. We just like video games.
We're getting older and older, and we're just not stopping. It's a problem, honestly. But I'm refusing to give up. But I want to say that look, you know, at the moment, Night Shift, we're running without like sponsorship. And I am just over the moon to see that we're still able to support our players and give them a reason to come out here and play for your pleasure and really put the effort into not only developing themselves, their teams, but also the scene. So shout out to you guys, because you guys are the ones keeping this scene alive. You know what I mean? We don't have sponsorship money coming in to pay these players. It is you guys. Thank you from the bottom of our heart. And so for us, it is a no-brainer to come in here, give our time, make a show out of it. It's us, it's you, it's our players. We're having a great time. Let's keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, you know, listen, this is my day off. Well, both me and you, Mitch. You know, we got work. We got a long weekend of work up ahead. But honestly, stuff like this is what esports is all about, and it's why, you know, I think it's important to be here and support it. So yeah, thank you to those of you guys who are out there, you know, donating all that good stuff, supporting the prize pool, support the Night Shift crew. If you happen to be able to do so, you can subscribe. You can join the Patreon. you get put up on the screen, and you know they have a graphic, and you'll see your name up there. You know, it's cool. You know, just support something that's grassroots, because ultimately that's what carries esports forward. We are getting ready for this second map to start up here, second game, I should say, in a few. I would say map. It's a very Valorant coded.
Yeah, I know. I have called it a map before.
Bro, it's crazy.
I think it's fine. You have to do like.
It is. I mean, like, ultimately, it is what it is. It is a game and a series. But what's funny is because when I was doing Fortnite years ago, they told us we couldn't say kill, so we had to only say elimination, and that just became like a core part of my vocabulary.
Didn't they do that to us in Overwatch as well?
I think they did.
No, they did. No, but we got the times like, guys, Team 4 would like it to be elimination. It's just like
Marvel Rivals make us say knockout. Like we can't say kills either. Yeah, it's a knockout, bro.
By the way, good on that. When you listen to Acast, like people still slip and kill, multiple times because like that is what everyone calls it. Like,
if it says it on the screen in the game, it's fair game, okay? Because if it says it in the freaking video game, then it's probably past the ESRB rating.
GB, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what it is. You know, 15 years experience, damn it. Anyway, no. But yeah, jokes aside, all that stuff. Thank you guys so much for supporting Night Shift. This has been super fun. We should be again. There we go. The production's unbelievable. This show, by the way. Yeah, no,
production is crazy.
Was it waffling or was it just amigos chatting? You know, just a couple of amigos chit chatting. You'll have to see it.
Also, Floormen decide once again they don't want first pick, so they're gonna have to ban Celeste, and they guarantee that Holiday gets banned. Now, we already saw on the last map.
Do you let him just get Paradox here and see what happens? Or
yes, you have to get frontline. Like, you can't do what they did last time. Don't mess around with the Drifter. You don't, because if you're melee creeps, you don't change anything about your draft here. Floormen are, they're going to ban Celeste. And now, melee creeps, why would you change anything? You come in hot with the Shiv. They're going to go Shiv, and now for Floormen, you need to change things up. Abrams wasn't actually that valued in the last game, so you probably grab Billy +1 here and, see where it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, Abrams not being looked at in the previous game, like Shiv. Not a surprise to see that picked up first. Yeah, look, and the thing about a Golden Boy is that he's really durable. Obviously, he can defer a lot of the damage up front, right? And just have that as like ticking damage that he can also clear. I'm just talking about, I'm just telling everyone his kit. You guys know his kit, but also that he has that sort of long sustained, strengthening with his rage mechanic, and it becomes really scary in those later fights, just like Mirage does, right? Where he's just stacking up debuffs on everyone via ricochet. So any of those kinds of heroes that can do sustained damage, but have the sustain to stay alive long enough, very, very powerful. Paradox Billy going to be locks here for Floormen.
Okay. All right. Well, they went back for the Paradox pickup, which we were questioning what they were going to do there. And it seems like we're kind of repeating the same thing again, but with a little bit of a different...
It's a swap, basically.
We're not going to get Drifter, I'm sure. We're going to get a different version of this.
The big swap here is that they go, okay, we overvalued the Geist, we're going to get Billy, but in exchange for this, they've also given up Geist, and they've also given up Mirage, which is also the problem. I think melee creeps goes in Mirage because Mirage is the best one carry, and they do. So you have to deal with the John Mirage again, and you have to deal with, like, Geist is still really good. This feels like an overvaluation of Paradox to me.
Okay, I was going to say, like, is the thing that you're really needing to do if you're Floormen is to kind of get the game done as fast as possible, because you cannot let Mirage just keep carrying forward, right? You can't.
It's both Geist and Mirage, like both of these are gun carries that have the potential to scale really effectively on a lot of those tier 4 items, and Geist is really hard to kill. Like you can't die for her because her Soul Exchange ultimate basically just turns her from being easy pickings into a raid boss in a second. So you have to lock her down. But now you have to also lock Mirage down, who will just sort of do a lot of damage to you over the extended sort of engagement. Yamato going to get picked up here for Floormen, though.
I think they should pick Page. NA, please value Page again, because it was such a huge problem for them that Sai was able to do it. Didn't really care about the Kelvin, got into it with EU and grabbed it. Your Floormen, though, you have first pick out of the mid-stage bans. You can pick up Page and force, in this case, it would probably be Saya onto the Rem, maybe even something like a Viscous, which would be a lot lower if you're playing it more on the support end. But I think the Page would be a big difference. And nope, instead they go for Silver. So if you're melee creeps, you get to get a lot of what you did before. They're probably going to go with Page +1 here.
So much freedom to choose what you want. Like they Yeah, ripe for the picking, whatever choice they want here.
I mean, the problem is that Floormen put themselves off first pick, so they functionally lose a ban because they have to ban Celeste no matter what. And then they're spending a ban on a hero that rarely ever sees play at all.
Yeah.
So not only are melee creeps hard to ban out, but your bans aren't all that meaningful when you give up when you sort of give up that first pick. So keep coming, baby.
He's back in. All right. Well, that's a good response. They got Billy. You'll take the Abrams on the other side. Good frontline presence. We'll see what Floorman goes for here. They're going to have to go support, right? They need some help out there.
You would think, and maybe it's going to be more in the Rem. Instead, they turn to the clergy, bring in Ventor. But I do wonder for Saya, is Ivy getting picked up here because it's what Saya wants to play? We have seen support Saya on Ivy in recent memory, or is this more of Rock? It's been Rocker's preference, put Rocker on something else. I'm not quite sure. And instead, Rocker isn't even going to be on anything support-esque at all. This is full, just no standard support. I mean, unless maybe there's a world where you build Ventor a little bit more like it.
That's what this is. Yeah. This feels like all gas, no brakes for Floormen. It's either you're either kicking their ass or you're going to get your ass kicked. It's one or the other. I don't know if that's the read. What do you think?
Yeah, Ventor obviously, I think obviously the traps are quite powerful, and Iridomini is doing pure damage, right? So it can still be meaningful damage, even if it's not going to scale heavily off your gun damage, for example. So I don't know how this is really supposed to factor in, because I would expect League to play the Mina, look really good there, but you also have this Ventor picked up alongside of it, which does imply that one of these heroes is maybe going to be built less with the carry focus. But we know what Lord and M does with Silver, picks up a lot of those healing items, tries to be built fairly tanky, fairly mobile, fairly disruptive if at all possible. But his melee creep's composition is really, really robust, and they are really hard to kill if they get ahead. Your opportunities to catch up, your Paradox play has to be really, really good, and who are you supposed to catch out, really? Lady Geist is not always a viable target to try and go for those picks. So it feels like a classic melee creeps comp. They've also feels like they've been given a bit of everything. Both the Geist and Mirage, for me, should be a very concerning sign if we scale later and later into the game. And Floormen have some scaling potential. Yeah. They do, but their peak will not be quite as terrifying as melee creeps. Yeah.
I think what I want to see out of the Ventor here, in theory, and obviously we don't have a lot of game footage on Ventor at the highest level play, but I think on one hand, Ventor can be pretty decent at keeping out Abrams and Shiv a little bit more. I mean, you have to respect Gutshot to an extent. You have to respect traps being somewhat annoying, but also when it comes to Ventor's ult, you have the ability at times to, in this case, in team fights, you probably want to shoot most of those crossbow bolts over towards John and hope that, in addition to getting the Iridomini damage, that you're able to get, AVG in off a dive, maybe get a swap. I mean, the number one thing that they lacked in the last game, as far as the way the later games fights worked, is that John was living forever. John just did not die, and when the Mirage starts getting up to 35-40k, that's a real problem. I look at this comp, and I do feel like they have more options to potentially just squash John in the team fights later in the game.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Curious to see if this theory for Floormen work out. And really, you got a hefty amount of firepower on that side. So we'll see how that shakes out here. But fellas, go ahead, have fun with this one. Should be a blast, and we'll see how, or rather, whether or not melee creeps can shut this one down here with a 2-0, or Floormen force that game 3. Fellas, over to you.
Thank you very much. I don't know about UZP. I've been, playing around with Ventor a little bit here. So curious to see what the build looks like. Poshipop has a glass cannon inhibitor build, right? It's a pretty gun focused with a recharging rush item. So that has seemed like a ton of fun, but we might see a different look entirely. It does feel like if you're not trying to make Ventor, a bit of a silver bullet for you, if you excuse the pun, or like a heavy damage dealer, you might be missing out a little bit on what that kit is designed to do. But as it stands, melee creeps are poised to take the lion's share, of course, in NA of our fantastic night shift prize pool, which on last count had gotten up to over $1,800. So thank you so much for everybody. You guys putting your money where your mouth is in a big way and supporting the Deadlock scene. And I'm sure Melee Creeps and Floormen are more than happy to throw down for your entertainment.
So we don't know which player's PC blew up. We have likely suspects, but we just got a note from production saying players connecting 11 out of 12. Can we get a status check on Ido? That would be great.
We do.
But,
we've got to ask the obvious question, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not above throwing some obvious shade here while we wait, because this is the first time this happened. Like, I do feel like someone may have gotten disconnected, whatever it may be. But it's going to be interesting.
It happens.
You know, where this one goes. I do think that overall, probably better odds for Floormen relative to the last game, but I don't know. I'm not entirely sold on the pick second strategy for at least the higher prio of Paradox here. Although it is just funny how, you know, it always feels like a Deadlock, a nerf will come in, the Paradox or Holiday, and then they'll go a little bit lower in priority. And then somehow, some way, we always get back to this situation of like, no, hero's really good, pick them early, even in a meta where frontliners seem to be coming in at such a premium. I just think they're good. Like there is a sense of like in terms of making plays, like you feel how bad it feels to not have something like Swap in on your team or the ability to get a lasso. There are abilities that not only get you back into a game that you are behind, there are abilities that can get you ahead of the game. It just when you don't have that dynamism and you're running other options, like you're running, say, you know, you could run a Haze in that role, but you have to more so run at people, or you're running like what we saw in game number one, where Cool Cheese, who would usually be on the Paradox or the Holidays, instead on the Calico. And yeah, they were able to set up a shop gank, but it was a whole lot more work and a lot more prone to failure than if you could just swap or, you know, land a lasso or a hook. Or
you need
to more initiating opportunities, basically.
Perfect. I mean, yeah, crowd control in this game is like very powerful and very long duration, which is important because mobility in Deadlock is ridiculous. So escaping from your opponents, well, like via like jump pads or over roofs or through tunnels or with the use of abilities is really easy. So like you have to lock people down. There are a ton of active items here that like provide like slows, stuns, silences, lockdowns. So if you don't have these built into your kit, you can itemize into them. But man, nothing beats having true hard engage potential on your team, because it's so obvious when you run up on people that you can fall into traps.
Yeah. Also, we did get an update. Ido is cleared this time. It was League. League was the one who crashed. So, you know, props to Ido.
Just calling people out, you know, just
we do that
nowhere.
Here. Puckett loves calling people out, by the way. That's his whole shtick, bro. He does not hold back.
That's Uncle Puckett. Uncle GB's different. He'll approach it a different way.
Do you remember so many DMs I get from Puckett being like, yo, can we do something for the players? Like, yo, what torture devices do we need so they actually start? I am sick of waiting here.
That.
You know,
I respect that. Chris has been there in the olden days, back when, you know, you're hooking up Xboxes and just taking way too long to start the show. So he knows exactly what he's talking about. I feel them. All right, fellas, here we go. Let's see if Floormen can bring this one back. Over to you.
Okay, on to the cursed apple we go. Thanks for sticking with us. We do want to see what this Ventor is up to, so eyes are certainly going to be on Poshy Pop here. Again, I've been sort of just abusing his build without understanding why or how he put it together, so hopefully we see some proof of concept here a little bit. Obviously, Mirage and Bebop will be his opponent in lane.
You know, to be fair, like with the Poshy builds, like half the time you're going to get a banger, half the time other pro players will be like, we also don't know what Poshy was building. So, you know, if you have a little bit of confusion when you look at the latest Poshy build, you may not be the only one. But yeah, as we take a look at the lanes here, got all sorts of beefy lane between Shiv, Abrams on the left-hand side, but that is one Billy Mina can win depending on, you know, execution. I am curious though here in the middle, you know, because we're still kind of evaluating just where Ventor is in the lane matchup, but pairing up with Paradox is usually good as... No way, is Goober... Surely Goober isn't going for a sub 2-minute gank, and yet was so flirting with the possibility.
Yeah, I think they certainly will consider. It could be also because the pressure for the Mina Billy is feeling a little bit immense, but it's Abrams obviously and Shiv in that lane, so like they don't seem to be suffering too much. We sort of refer to the health bars. In fact, if anyone is, it's Do, who again has to use health as a cost for some ability, so expect to see the Geist look a little bit lower at times, but that is obviously the Geist alongside Sire's Ivy on that right side.
Also keeping a keen eye on Ventor builds, where, by the way, the one tragic part about today is that the Circus was just a little bit too strong. We got to see no Celeste today, Mitch, but so what we have to hope for, we have to hope that Apollo is grossly broken to free up Celeste.
Yeah, that's what honestly, the one hero I was most excited for, because I just love the duelist archetype, but obviously I'm in the minority there. I accept that. I'm curious to see how they find their place in the game. A little bit of damage on this left side Guardian here, so melee creeps definitely have to be a little wary.
Let's push Greenwich.
And what are we looking for here? Okay, so just a box run being conducted by AVG. Cool spot for Bebop down below. Do eventually gets picked up, so that pressure on the Geist results actually in a pick.
Also, a bit interesting that, again, it happens off the silver lane. Generally, silver lane's a little bit less explosive before Lycan form comes up. And, okay, may have been off a bit more they could chew there. We see Saya in on the chase down. A real low HP Lord and a low HP League. I mean, the HP is just non-existent, and Saya is still chasing it down. 49 HP in the dream.
Oh, the sliding no, and Do is not going to be denied. Coming back off respawn, finding that kill. That is big. And also, we know that Lord and M also was very low at the time, but they were able to slip away. This will at least allow Melee Creeps to shove this lane back. We get a little bit of pressure on their side. Very standard Mina pickups here. Of course, the Burst and the Spirit. Just to make sure those Rakes and Love Bites hit a little harder.
Also, looking at rotation on the map, Scout right now potentially looking at a piece of the left-hand side, leaving John in middle to take up the farm, and now setting up the 3-on-2 here on the left.
Okay, shoulder charge comes on in, but it could be dangerous. Attempted dashing away here for AVG, stuck with a bomb. By the looks of things, were Floormen. Not able to find themselves a pick in the end, but Floormen shoved pretty deep under their own Guardian. Rocker, though, wants to move out into the open somewhat. You'll notice that as time's going on, the War of Attrition has favored Sapphire side so far. Floormen getting good damage mid, actually on all three of those Guardians in these exchanges.
Uber taking his shot at a gank now off to the right-hand side. We'll see if this one ends up with a little bit more purchase. So far, does not look to be quite resourceful, and both teams are making the attempts on left and right. The mid lane's being very, very active this game, Mitch.
Okay, Lord and M dangerous actually connected the bowler, and okay, Saya thought he was playing with fire by sticking around there, but it's actually League that got picked off. Should be a 1-for-1 though. Stone Idol going to be definitely dodged away from now. Lord NM should have the damage to finish off Saya at some point, you think? Okay, knock up, not quite there. It looks like Lord NM's in trouble and nobody managed to get towards Saya. That is devastating. That's not just insulting. That is brutal stuff. Now, 3 players on the Melee Creep side of the map here. A rotation even came in from Do. That's how long that went for.
And on top of it, Melee Creeps get both buffs after Saya does his best impression of a fisherman. I mean, that was bait all day long. And Lord NM directly went on the hook. Man, so pretty nice opening start here for Melee Creeps. Both buffs, good lane position, and off. Take a look at Saya again, just hanging out at low HP, no problem so far.
It was wild. The bro is getting away with this. That is insane. Obviously, Watcher's Covenant will allow him to recover some of that lost health, and League got caught in the end. Nice little edge drop there. Do is getting nice and fed. This guy is getting a lot of souls on them. Saya also progressing quite well through this early game, and now some serious pressure being applied to Lord and M. The push-ups here as Goober obviously is in that same lane and would hope to assist. Carbine on cooldown for another 10 seconds though, and again, they are getting these troopers shoved in under the tower.
About to be 3 people for Floormen on the right side. They all rush on out. See where Goober goes. Goober actually deciding, nope, I am heading back over the middle. Now, the interesting thing is that John has gotten a lot of uncontested middle farm, and so does Poshy Pop, and there's that gentleman's agreement in the middle, Mitch, as both have gotten pretty farmed, and yet neither seemingly have been doing too much harass. Just a quiet, sleepy, get farmed for later as that hook brushes against the ankle of League.
There are pings over towards the middle of the map. You see that hyper beam now being used. This is ostensibly just to clear some of this pressure away, but this Guardian is certainly feeling it. Okay, Ido, we're going to head elsewhere across the map. There's going to be a fight on the right-hand side, though, after that hyper beam, so keep your eyes fixed on the minimap to see how that transpires. Guardian went down. Ido got caught out. Poshy's able to find him there. That was the Iridominator. Nice connections, of course, with the Ventor. A pretty easy pickup when your opponents are at low, and that last bolt right now is doing execute damage. So the threshold, I believe, is 8% at base, so you've got to be really careful.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Van Alt being an execute is that that's the least impactful part, is it takes around like 60% of your HP at times. Like, oh yeah, there's execute on there too, by the way. It's like, doesn't feel like an execute, just, 2 shots, just, where'd my HP go? Like, where'd it go? It is interesting though, because so much of Ven's kit is just into his ult that he doesn't have the presence that other heroes do, while he's unable to summon the bells, as it were.
So only 2k souls separate these 2 teams right now, and as a drift over towards the left side, 4 Melee Creeps players are converging. They certainly want to get that low health Guardian, and AVG caught out. Can he back away? Seismic Slam going to be used here. This maybe is just for Ido to check his options. And eyes turned now back towards that Guardian, but they do need a wave coming in. They do know they've got to be zipline boosts coming their way. Rocker has gotten into the fight now, knocks Nostra some decent damage down, but that Guardian has been felled.
Small but significant macro advantages being hidden by the melee creeps here so far. Game not out of reach though, by any stretch for the Floormen. As, by the way, Goober, where in the world is Goober right now? Goober is at all 2 HP, now healing, as taking a look at AVG, or League rather, in and gets a swap directly into Dew. Gonna force out Shout Transformation. Still wants a piece of this Geist, but it is a full-on suicide mission before the end, and Dew lives to fight another day.
Yeah. I'm certain that Sai's going to be feeling pretty good about this as well. And look, with Headhunter, Backstabber in the kit, those key earlier gun items are going to be pretty important, and the ability to step up and contest this Floormen Sin of Sacrifice. Obviously, Sai will have to actually fight for it. Could see Bomb here to get the extra. Not really too much concern about the level of health there. Dew's going to be picked off, though. The Ventor actually rotates to the right side of the map, so Poshipop is starting to become a little bit of a threat here across the apple. And good timing from Ido, gets involved, was hit by a carbine shot, though, that might have actually been intended for Saya. Eventually, the Ivy will be brought down, but Goobo can only trade 1-for-1 there.
That being close at all is absolutely wild work, but while the mid-fight was going on, Floormen able to equalize a little bit more on Guardians, as once more League. Flying Strike to the back of Ido. Ido at half HP, still quite a bit for an Abrams, and instead, now the pressure heading back over towards League. See how deep this chase down is. Doesn't really seem like they're all that interested. Instead, they're looking more towards Lord NM. Off into the middle, as both teams very active on rotations, and a mere 20 seconds away from a next set of buffs and the first urn contest.
Again, this has been such a frothy game. A lot of activity here, especially in these, between the lane areas. Obviously, buffs in 10, like you mentioned. Ventor's going to be up as well. Nice little slice and dice. Their full rage bar here for Fishcake to work with, but still doesn't want to overextend. There's every reason, though, to be fighting right now, and melee creeps clearly feel it too. John can get in there via Traveler. Here it is. Goober going to fall down first. That's the initiation tool. They've had a chance to make use of the swap. Hyper Beam as well is going to make short work of Rocker. And now that airdrop to make sure they can chase on down. And Ventor is not going to find absolution on the cursed apple today. And I think you're happy if you're Fishcake to take the brunt of whatever damage might come your way, but it still wasn't enough to bring him down.
They don't even get Fishcake in the end. All of that for the buff contest. It is a full wipeout. Melee creeps going up nearly 10k. And I gotta tell you, I don't love the idea of that contest just for mid buff there. You could have fought it elsewhere, because I think Venator plays a little bit by old school Warden rules. Back when Alt and Spirit Warden was a thing, a general idea is that you didn't really love fighting when Warden Alt was down. I think you have a similar concept with Venator. So much of his kit is power statted into having his ult that if you fight in a situation like that where it's still 50% away, you have no Ira Domini, it's not great. Like, I don't think Floormen needed to take that fight there. They could have waited till it went to the other side, and big tip coming on in. I don't know how big that is, because I'm terrible at on the fly currency conversions. I don't know.
I think, dude, I haven't used Swedish krona for a few months since we were in Stockholm, but actually that's 420.69 importantly, but I do think it's like a factor of 10, so very reasonable. Thank you so much for your donation to our prize pool, and I'm sure Golden Boy, we're going to keep him busy. We'll convert the 420.69 value from Swedish crowns to US dollars for us.
We got a message for that. It says, quote, "I love you guys. Hope you're all doing well. ZP, I need more Abrams cosplay." The horns are somewhere in here.
When can it be Halloween again? I'll actually put effort into my costume this time.
More than just like I picked up a police helmet. We'll go from there.
Dude, I know it was very low effort, but hey, it's fine. I turned up. I showed up. That's all that matters. Okay, dude caught out there by Goober, who is themselves very, very low. Iradomini active. Douse him with holy water is the plan. Oh, those bolts hit so freaking hard. All right, opening shot, slowing bullets there in the Ventor build. So this is pretty similar to what I saw in the build browser from Poshipop. Oh, big stun. That was a nasty shoulder charge from Ido to secure that elimination with like 6 people involved in it. Can the Sanguine Retreat get Rocker enough distance? No, I think they ended up going into a wall here. Like the tech, but your boy Ido is the movement king. Rocker caught out. Melee creep still with 4 players up, and a very scrumptious looking Guardian in this lane to go after the small issue of Lord and M is dealt with.
I mean, upside for Floormen is that they're able to, get a Guardian in some of the chaos, but, the inertia of this match starting to weigh pretty heavily against the Floormen. Upsides, still running with Paradox, still have options to get swap picks, and, they're a little bit more bursty. The downsides are, you think about how some of these fights have gone, the fact that they went with a composition where they don't really have anything that can go on the more, support end is that the longer fights don't really seem to be to their benefit. The ideal fight for Floormen is one where they've gotten a pick off at the start and then can take a more leisurely 6-on-5. They don't want these more even fights because I actually don't think comp-wise it works out that well for them, especially if it's in a case where, Ven ult is down.
Yeah, that might be a good point. Floormen have to abuse their peak potential. Is the chain gang trying to catch out Fishcake, who's not the most tanky of shivs, only 10k souls to his name, and so that will be a elimination picked up. Goober still has, of course, swap available, so can try and chain this into yet another one, but it looks like melee creeps don't really want these hands. An 8k soul lead, 13 minutes in, it matters, it does, but a player down, you cannot be afforded to engaging.
The timing, a little bit tough for Floormen. When you think about what was available on the map, it was still way away from Earn. It wasn't at a timing where you'd have reasonable amount of time to go for mid-boss. I mean, it's a little bit early for mid-boss unless you just get the most ridiculous pick and everyone's in middle. So even when they do get pick off, not the highest value, besides the fact that it does slow down Fishcake. Like, in terms of where you'd like your Shiv to be farm-wise, it's a pretty poor Shiv, to which no one is going to have a whole lot of sympathy for with how much Shiv has gone away with here today.
Tesla bullets picked up there, bit of a power spike for the for the Bebop, I guess. Heroic aura, of course, on Billy. Well, it wants nothing more than to be in the thick of things. So actually finding some of these pretty important tier 3s at this point in the game. I think it's pretty telling that you see Rocker has invested in that Dispel magic pretty early on. You are looking at a lot of non-ultimate effects that really could take you out of the game. We know Mina, if she can be held in place or caught out, she tends to vaporize. So Rocker needs to be fleet of foot, and that's not ideal. Okay, well, Rocker's going to be able to Sanguine retreat away. That's the Dispel magic used amid the retreat.
Buffs are coming up. We saw Ido potentially going for it. Don't know if he got the jump at there in time. I think Floormen were able to get the buff on that side, getting whatever was in on the left. But this time around here, Mitch, a little bit different, and melee creeps actually respecting not full diving in. And I look at the ult situation, it makes a little bit more sense. Pashi locked and loaded. Hook, though, comes in, and he pulls out the crossbow. Immediate response. Don't know if he quite has the line of sight on this here, as Scout does not like the action and is quickly looking for the retreat. And Fishcake ended up getting those bolts.
Yeah, again, Bro got absolutely caught out there. There's something here for Floormen, for sure. They have a Hyper Beam from up very on high. A rake here with some Love Bite application on Scout, but not really enough to punish him. However, being held in place by your own accord for a long period of time while your opponents look at you and find ways to kill you, maybe not the way you want to proceed here. This is melee creeps now down to 4. Kutsu bombs obviously around this own location now, and things are getting a little bit dangerous here for Saya and John. Posh Papa is low. AVG might get picked off here. There is something to be said for melee creeps in this fight, but going into it down 2 players and with an Urn being picked up by the Ventor, melee creeps need to find a way to stop bleeding value.
I mean, it's a little bit tough. Floormen, they get the good engage, and it was kind of interesting, too, because Scout was the one getting chased immediately, and Fishcake tries to offer a little bit of support, actually ends up falling on the Iradomini bolts. Now, okay, you've given up Urn control, you get Walker in turn. I mean, that's a trade that we've seen Floormen doing more, and oh man, if they get 2 Walkers for Urn, I mean, that's incredible value, on top of the fact that Urn is still being contested here, Mitch.
That's right. Yep, we might have a melee creeps attempting to fight for it now. This fight's happening on 2 different sides of the map. We'll see if there's an actual legitimate contest around this. Saya's been picked off, though. That's on the right. Looks like it should be a comfortable dunk here for the Ventor. Yes, Poshi's able to get it down, but there's a fight to be had. Dude gets in there, picks him off. Looks like it's dangerous straights here for Goober, and melee creeps are doing pretty well on the right side of the map as well. They might be winning 2 fights simultaneously, or at least it looked that way, but now we see just how low John is. Eventually, Lord and M's able to bring him down, and it looks like Fishcake isn't a huge threat on his own. I might have to give up the ghost here because this Silver ain't stopping.
You know, we haven't seen a ton of the Silver v Shiv today, but that is one of the reasons why you do like picking Silver, is that she's one of the few heroes in the game, of course recently added, that can square up with Shiv. Not a lot of heroes love fighting Shiv up close for any length of time because Shiv just trades out well with everyone. does not actually trade out well with the silver in a lot of situations if Lycan curses up.
So still an 8k soul lead. Mid boss obviously still up for the taking, and it is an extra walker in the possession of melee creeps. That is the game state right now. So that is probably, you know, half of the lead melee creeps have is because of that extra objective is up. This isn't great for Scout. They are not quite on their own, but I don't know what Fishcake's going to be able to do to peel this scrutiny off them. Maybe more of an engagement we have. Here comes the Traveler in. Okay, John serious about being a part of this fight. Nox Nostra going to be used instantly to silence out that Mirage, but eventually that effect's going to be shrugged off. Here comes the airdrop. What can be done now? Tank will retreat upwards. It's going to be Pochipop picked off. So that is the Iridomini. Already had been used by the Ventor, as it appears. But Floormen have to scatter. Melee creeps find themselves at an advantage, and Scout is about to return to the game. Rocker wants to avoid detection here, and actually is trying to chase down Fishcake, who's been more than a punching bag than anything else up until this point.
Taking a look here, other side of the map, AVG. Able to rotate in, get the walker, may give his life for it, and as long as it doesn't end up in a mid-boss off the opportunity, probably reasonable here so far.
Shadow transformation used. Seismic Slam comes in. There's so much to be picked up. Floormen are risky getting wiped out entirely. Lord and M can't do too much. Stunned up, and a great little shoulder charge there from Ido, but needs to be very, very careful. Pochipop's going to be back into the game pretty soon. Floormen have reinforcements to turn this fight around. That Siphon Life isn't going to do quite enough to keep Ido in the game. Tries for a melee kit, but Pochipop is back and bigger than ever.
Hook lay into the fight here on to the Venator. We see Pashi leaving. Now, no, not as strong here in the fight. Still down on another hook connects. Man, oh man, this is a tough spot for Pashi to be in. Hit on all levels. The final Geist Bomb from Do. Gonna finish it off, and with 2 down, is this an opportunity here for mid-boss? We'll have to see. Anything so? Well, yeah, they're gonna go for it.
All right. Bomb thrown in, life drain. This mid-boss health starting to dip pretty quickly. Goober and Pochipop still not in the game. You do have to respect AVG, who has Chain Gang at the ready, but there's not a lot of big ultimates available for Floormen right now. Saya, of course, has that airdrop should it be needed, but all of melee creeps are already in position and grouped up. Regardless, he has picked up the Shiv, Stone Idol to make sure there's no steal, and that is 3 rejuve buffs to melee creeps.
They're able to get a walker in exchange for the mid-boss attempts, but now they need to get away cleanly. You don't want to give up more. Instead, you got Abrams, Ido in hot pursuit right now against AVG. AVG is all sorts of low, and that is roasted goat on the menu before it's all said and done.
Now, AVG, the most fed member of Floormen in terms of those souls. Do again is having yet another game where maybe a little bit muted early on is going to be popping off. In fact, didn't even have a bad start this time around. Wasn't getting chased across the map like he did on the Shiv earlier. So this is getting pretty scary now. You would think that melee creeps with 3 rejuve credits are likely able to at least even things up on walkers, but there's a lot of this farm to be picked up. You notice there's a few sinners on the map still, and as you may have noticed, an urn location to consider.
The one upside so far for Floormen, although that may change very rapidly as you start getting late game farm and giving more of it to John. John was actually a bit behind on the game before the mid-boss fight. He was down at 16k. Now he's at 20k, but it's not the ultra farm mirage that you had last game, as Lord and M maybe some real danger in off the charge. Scout on the finish. Ido being relentless on some of these Abrams catches.
At the same time, Sai started to apply some pressure to mid, so likely to keep Pochipop interested and on that part of the map. But there's a big push here going towards the left-hand side. There is the last walker for melee creeps exposed. So this is where, as melee creeps, you've got to make the decision. Are you looking to try and trade 2 for 1 here? Can you even do that? That's why Scout's headed over towards mid. They need to overpower Pochipop and render him unable to defend that walker. First walker taken. That's melee creeps getting on the right side, but they're a risk of losing their left one here. Nox Nostra not quite as powerful as it used to be at taking those objectives, but still, it hits hard. So far, not so shabby. Walker still standing for the time being. AVG has fallen now, and Rocker is surely on the back foot. Look at the moves here. The chase is real. Dispel magic used, though, by Rocker, and should be able to get away with these jump pads being used to great effect. And my goodness, Saya refuses to give up. They know a pick on Rocky here could be absolutely massive. All the walkers are down. This game is broken into utter pandemonium, and melee creeps are the ones on the front foot, with the waves pushing in their direction, and the base guardians under pressure.
Everything has fallen apart for the Floormen in the last few minutes after the mid-boss. After a few picks that did not go their way, Melee Creeps the best in the business at just cementing their advantage. And look at the map. Every single wave pushed up. And you're going to see Melee Creeps now just like a swarm of locusts devour the Floormen side of the jungle and go back to their own. The soul lead right now, Mitch, is going to get even bigger, and there's still enough time on the rejuve to perhaps go for some base guardians before it's all said and done.
And we're getting to the point here where this Mirage build is getting pretty insane, to say nothing of the Lady Geist of Do, who I'm quite sure is going to be looking even more terrifying. So Floormen, their sources of burst damage feeling more and more limited, or at least their methods for taking either the Mirage or the Geist or both out of the game quickly. It's already hard enough as it is with Geist being so tanky. Still, we have Floormen on the left-hand side of the map. They need to take their Walker. There's no other option. League's been caught out pretty much straight away. Silence Wave catching him, and also the Mina off in the periphery. This League should be able to slip away here over the buildings they go, but oh, the Shadow Transformation had to be used. There is no escape apparently now as the Stone Idol clatters on in, and John is awarded the kill credit. There's more though. Duba spotted off in the distance, and look at Melee Creeps cross this distance so damn quickly. They'll want more base guardians for themselves, and Floormen are trying to play keep away with this urn. Eventually, Melee Creeps are going to turn their attention there too.
And I think for Melee Creeps, this makes sense. Even though you had a little bit of time left in Rejuve, and you'd be like, why not go for Guardians? Well, go for Chase Downs instead. Prevent the urn. Blow up the Billy instantly. Tank character, by the way. Not really clear when you're getting stat checked that hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's a clear indicator of the balance of power in this game. And as good as Lord of Them looked earlier on, especially in that transform form, taking 1v1s, there are no more opportunities for 1v1s. Now, you are fighting all in, and you might have a split push of someone like John, but eventually he'll be joining the rest of his team. That urn is still eluding Melee Creeps for the time being, but they've had a chance to go back and start to buy up, start to spend that pretty ridiculous soul lead they've managed to mount.
I feel like holding on to the urn has almost been a curse for Floormen, where they've just been stuck babysitting it for such a long period of time, and you know, you're effectively down one when you're already low in stats, and oh my goodness, is League caught here once again. You're just with this level of stat difference, you're just not able to make the escapes you otherwise would as these characters that are usually tanky. I mean, that insult to injury, you didn't even have Shadow Transformation up there because you had just died using Shadow Transformation. And the hook in onto Rocker. Rocker in real danger. Avoids the double hook though, at a minimum.
Yeah, that could have been a problem, but this is Melee Creeps here with a Bebop composition that are punishing Floormen, who just want to try and get into the map, want to try and farm some of these lanes. There's an airdrop happening right now across towards that left-hand side because AVG is desperately trying to split push here. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 though in that area, and Melee Creeps right now can go to town on the main base itself. Shrines under pressure. Chain gang here used by AVG, but does he realize that there's even more where that came from? He's low. Airdrop hits him with a silence. He's got to respect the Alk Fire Kudzu Bomb combo. And it's going to be very, very difficult to get a meaningful objective from this. Lord NM eventually goes down, and AVG has to run back to base with his tail between his legs.
The difference between the two teams and ability to fight has just gone way too much. You're at the point now where your characters that should be tanky are getting bursted down in one rotation. Poshy Pop, where on Ventor you have the ability to burst people down. You're not actually bursting down someone at the 35k range if you're a 24k Ven. Like, it's not going to happen. So a lot of the things your heroes are normally good at, they are no longer good at when the game has gotten this out of hand. And I mean, there's not even going to be a contest here. Slam dunk, rock it up, and for Melee Creeps, this is basically a victory lap at this point, Mitch.
I mean, there's just no way to actually win a fight here unless Melee Creeps make a huge unforced error. I mean, Ido is just out of kill range for so many of Floormen right now. He gets a big slam on in. It's going to be AVG the one stunned up. And obviously, Ido's less interested in the Billy, maybe some of these other targets. You can see the Melee Creeps also take a moment here to group on top of this building, and there's the Billy yet again. AVG found this time a little bit lower in health and maybe more of a tantalizing prospect. Melee Creeps have found 3 kills in a matter of seconds, and you're right, it is a victory lap. The lion's share, of course, of their portion of over $1,900 is at their disposal. Scout obviously taken down here, but not the end of the world. Simply valued for the utility and pick potential. As good as it has been, is now no longer necessary CP since Floormen are all 6 foot under.
Right. We got this from Lord NM. Lord NM, you know, this is what you have to do here, Mitch. When every part of your team is in spawn,
talk your shit.
You still have your keyboard and an enter key, and you can chat to the people, because otherwise you're just getting split pushed right now, where they're taking your base and mid boss at the same time, because who's going to stop you? Everyone's still dead. We could say that here, by the way. We can say that people have gotten killed and that they're dead.
Yeah, people die when they're killed. To be fair, I kind of get the idea of not wanting like your Avengers killed, because that I guess doesn't happen canonically really very often. But either way, we have a knock here, of course, on the Archmother. And so melee creeps will be grouping up for one final thrust. Notice that the death time is very high. Scout's still out of the game for now.
Scout's contemplating what Lord and M just said. As AVG says, we do not claim that guy. So a little bit PR here is Floormen are not necessarily down with what Lord and M is saying. This is what the commentary has evolved to here, Mitch, is that the game is a foregone conclusion, but we have no idea what the next chat bubble is going to be.
Yeah, what was Lord and M's message at the start of game one? It was about DMB, right?
Yeah, it was just like, I can't believe you put DMB on Shiv. Oh wait, that's due, or something along those lines.
Funny. That is funny. Okay, here's the hook. My goodness, straight into an airdrop. Saya says, "Hey, you think the odds are we can just sort of end this game, Scout? You kind of vibing that right now? Going to be a defense here for melee creeps on the bottom right side of the maps. Floormen are simply wanting to play more of the video game, and who can blame them? We love our Deadlock. Slam comes in. Scout soaking up most of this damage here, whilst Poshy Pop and League are torn to shreds. Up in the sky, Poppins on down is Rocket. John going to be able to snap the Mina up as well, and that will be it. Death time is far too long for Floormen to have any say in the outcome of this game. Melee creeps, of course, money to buy, money to get back, heal a little bit. Just make sure they savor it. Winning for the 72,000th time hits a little bit different, What
do you think the Archmother's thinking here? It's like, everyone supporting me is dead.
She's thinking, please kill me. Just be done with it. And like, she's in the equivalent of palliative care here.
At least the patron is able to grant one wish. Their own wish in this instance, as victory is held for melee creeps yet again. The streak continues.
Wow. But well earned, man. So well played. It's just like everything that they do that they want in these fights, they're getting it. Right? Like, oh, we need the pull, we need the follow-up. It's right there. It's perfect, right? Oh, we need to, make a dive happen with the Shiv here and then get some more support. Oh yeah, it's there. It's just they don't freaking miss, and it's so clean. So clean.
I want to know why Floormen are deferring first pick. Because
that's a good question.
Certainly, I'm sure there's, don't get me wrong, there's obviously a reason for this, something that we haven't sort of seen through too, but your opponents get, the horns are out, baby.
Oh, yeah.
That's it, night shift after hours, you know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah, see, when ZP sees some good-ass Abrams gameplay, the horns, they come out.
That's how you know. That's how you know he's excited.
What was I saying? I was trying to for God's sake.
The horns threw you off, man.
Oh, yeah. They got Geist and Mirage. I do think that is very powerful core, and if you aren't really sort of clambering over these guys early in the game, then it's going to be very, very difficult. Scout looks great on Bebop, right? I think very, very solid. Some really amazing hooks there, and obviously the double hook means late in the game that you are not getting away no matter how swift you are. We saw the curse remover Mina attempt there to escape those ganks, and even with her, slippery as she is, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was just very tough for them. I could see what they were going for. There were moments where it worked out, but it was just so much effort was needed to just try and catch that one target that would be out of position, right? Maybe they'll take out Do, who would be in a spot, or maybe, Ido would be in the spot where they can also pick him off, but it was never enough to really amount to much for them to be able to follow up with. Yeah, they'll get the walker here and there, but it just never felt like melee creeps were in a position where they were threatened for a good chunk of that game. I would say around the 20-minute mark.
I mean, melee creeps have just played good fundamental Deadlock. They weren't really making any errors on the macro end. I mean, even when things went against them, they were still able to get trades. And to me, I'll save it for a little bit later, but I think Saya's performance on the Ivy was ridiculous. You look at some of those early escapes in lane and some of the ways the minor fights broke down. I mean, it was just incredibly cerebral play coming out of, was essentially been a support player. And I mean, Saya, in this new role where Saya used to be more of a playmaker, but Saya over the last few months has just really embraced playing support characters. Didn't matter that Kelvin was banned, looked real good in the Ivy, looked good the previous game on the page, and it really makes a difference where, Floormen, by comparison, they were all gas in this case, no support whatsoever, and, it did give them some burst for some kills in the mid game, but the longer fights, they just felt very outmatched.
Yeah. And it's like you have a lot of honestly, like you have like a pretty nice amount of sustain, when your Ivy is in the mix. Plenty of points in that Watcher's Covenant. I do think that, like, Stone Idol is still a very powerful ability and is easy to line up in a lot of those cases. Do is kind of dirty in that game. I always feel when it's Geist or Mirage that end up taking over the game, it doesn't always feel quite as terrifying. But you can see some of the builds here, like Spellslinger, of course, alongside the Ricochet and Leech. So you're virtually unkillable. Healbane in there, which is still a pretty important item against the composition from Floormen here. And John with much the same build, right? So the Inhibitor, Ricochet combo getting picked up. Also Silencer. So just again, your opponent's damage output is being reduced with every shot that John sends in through Inhibitor and Silencer. They both are just ridiculously potent at doing that. So it's high damage, right? You can see like decent damage here for John, but it is the effective healing provided via damage reduction that makes Mirage so stupid in these late game fights.
Also, you got to give credit to Ido here. We're not only pumping damage on the Abrams, but think about how that went about. I mean, there was so many well-timed engages coming in from Ido to just start the fight out right from melee creeps. You can talk about Sai on the support end, but Ido was basically where you needed him most of the time, really on the point charges. And I mean, even the move, there's one point where someone just got meleeed at a corner halfway, up a building at one point. If anyone's going to chase you down midair, it's going to be Ido, who you almost take it for granted how consistent his Abrams has grown over time.
Yeah, super impressive. I was taking notes the entire time, just wanting to learn what this guy is doing. I mean, clearly, this whole team, right? You could just pull so much from, right? There's just a lot of knowledge and a lot of expertise because these guys, Mitch, like they're grinding, and they know this game better than anyone else, and it is damn impressive.
And I love it in Deadlock because there are a lot of like streamers, content creators, or just like ladder grinders that like don't have a chance to play with the team, and then they get that chance. They always look good. Like Ido looked unreal in his debut. Same kind of thing. Dude looked fantastic. I've got to say, really, really good. Definitely got focused a little bit in that first game as Shiv, but still found a way to be more than relevant later on. Who knows like how he sort of fits into the comm system here, but it's kind of sick that he's like super willing just to pick up, and really felt like this team, despite the loss of DMB and how that might change what Sire's role was supposed to be. So between him and Scout, there was some different picks. Sire definitely was playing Mirage Jail as ZP predicted coming into this, but it still feels like melee creeps have that level of resilience that they can lose such an important player, plug and play an option like Do, and have insane results. Because this game wasn't really close. This wasn't really a close game.
No. I mean, this was domination. They look great. Speaking of, let's go ahead and roll out the red carpet for our MVP of the match, and we got Saya. ZP, you were a big fan of Saya, and I think he good call on this one. The support was so valuable for the team, played such a big role, and Saya really was, as you had mentioned, just slotting into that role so damn well.
It was a difference maker in the larger fights, both in game 1 and in game 2. I mean, the page play was also remarkably consistent, but game 2 was a little bit ridiculous. Like the amount of situations that Saya was escaping at low HP. I mean, I think back to where he was basically baiting Lord NM in the church, bought just enough time for Scout to come around and actually finish the job. I mean, Saya has been playing actual next level in both of these games, and again, doing the role where it's difficult at times to stand out in the support role, but Saya has seemingly made it look effortless.
Yeah, no, it's a good call there. That church fight was actually a thing of beauty. And yeah, I mean, the page you had mentioned before, right? Hey, great to see, nice to see it implemented. And there were some moments like this one in particular where, you had Saya really coming up clutch. You had mentioned specifically against Lord, that map 2 was just a thing of beauty. I had been wanting to see Ivy played, and we saw a little bit of Ivy in that first map, but not a lot really coming out of it on the Floormen side of things. But really just Saya being like, oh yeah, I could do that too. And really showing what they could do with this particular hero was something special. So congrats, MVP. Well deserved.
And look, I don't know. I just feel like Sai is someone who he always gets talked up by his teammates for having like a really insane brain for the game. So it does feel like this is kind of forgive me for saying this, but like a no-brainer to put him on this role. In the past, he was like that initiator, that playmaker, right, to set up a lot of these fights here. It feels like Sire actually gets to flex. So the best part about Melee Creeps has been their like macro understanding of the game, or at least how to always trade up in objectives, how to always get more souls in the exchange. And Sire obviously is playing like these heroes, this hero here in Ivy with like pseudo global presence, the ability he can go and split push the lane himself. He doesn't actually have to be with the rest of the team trying to set up for the gank or the team fight. I feel like he gets a bit of a wider scope of the action, and maybe it makes it easy to make those larger scale calls, because that's always been what Melee Creeps are amazing at. They never lose out on value trades, man. It almost never happens, and it feels like, you know, Sire is a big part of that.
Yeah, just very well done. And I think, like, you know, there's just always like little things if you're trying to improve your gameplay. These guys are just showing you, right, all these different builds, all these different ways to approach the game, how to think about the game. We certainly got that without a doubt from the Melee Creeps boys, and Abraham's earlier as well on the EU side. So fun to see what those guys are putting together as well. I really cannot wait for the day that we get a Deadlock LAN. Oh, that is going to be so hype. Because I'm seeing people in the chat on the YouTube side of things. I'm seeing people be like, "Oh, South America could play Deadlock," blah blah. I'm like, "Hey, dude, I want to see what the world could do."
I mean, everyone's asking for NAEU as well, man. It's the, you know, we've done this so many times before, guys. Like the early esports scene, we've got to answer that age-old question. I know it's honestly it's plug and play content, baby.
Also, as far as Deadlock goes, you know, I do wonder if we retread the Overwatch path where it's like NAEU, and then you go to like the sky, the horizon, and you actually just see like Korea heading over, and it's just like, like, well, what's going on here? Because you start to think about it, Deadlock is a fusion of two things Korea is really, really good at, which is MOBA play and, you know, more hero shooter play.
It's a matter of time,
you get like the best minds together there. I mean, it is scary to think what that region can do.
For now, let's live in the present, okay? Let's live in the here and now. We got the new member of Melee Creeps, Do, standing by, joining us here today. Do, you there, buddy?
What's up, bro? Welcome in.
Hello, Do. Good to chat with you, buddy. Congratulations on the win. How's it, you know, playing with these guys? You're a new member of the MLC squad. So what's the experience been like, you know, playing with the team? Has it been just seamless for you?
These guys are obviously amazing. Like all these guys.
Nice. No, of course. I mean,
how did it come about? I want to know, like, you know, like how does... Because we've seen this before. Obviously, like Ido's a good example, right? Getting picked up to play for these teams and like looking amazing straight away, which you did today. Did you kind of go to them? Did they come to you, or how do you end up getting into this roster?
I got approached by them actually. For a long time I didn't feel like playing competitive because like a lot of time it's like very time consuming. But they offered me a role in the team, and they said that like we would scrim 2 times a week and it wouldn't take that much time, so I was in.
I gotta ask, hero pool wise, I think people want to know. I mean, I want to know just the next time I talk about it. When Pocket is a little bit more meta and is getting picked more, who's gonna be the Pocket player on the team? Is it you or is it Ido?
Bro, Ido just plays S tier champs. I'm probably just gonna be on Pocket.
I respect that. Yeah, I mean, you know, it sounds like you're approaching this from a perspective of like, hey, you know, like whatever happens, gonna kind of ride the wave, right? Is if that's the correct read. So with that being said, how has just been you kind of diving into this game and you know, dissecting it, and then out of nowhere joining like the top team in North America? That's certainly rough to keep it casual when you're joining the top team in the region. So I guess the question that I have for you is more just like, you know, you say, what are you hoping to get out of this? Are you just kind of looking to see what experiences you could pull out of this, what more you can learn from it? What's your goal, I guess, you know, being a part of the squad? Or is it just have fun and play some Deadlock?
Well, the main goal is obviously to win, but I just wanted to play with a team that like where like every single person on the team and like very enjoyable.
I mean,
vibes.
Yeah, I mean, we know Melee Creeps have got the vibes. You guys have got some strong characters on that team for sure. I don't know if like you like thought anything of this. Obviously, like the draft process like happens like at the start of the game, and obviously like Sire's probably involved in that. But Floormen gave you first pick both games. What was your read on that? Was that like expected, or like what do you think that they were going for there?
Usually I just stay silent in the draft, and I just let Sai do all the drafting. EP legit just like predicted everything.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like Sire.
Actually, I say I had no more questions, but chat is going wild on it. Do you have any defense for the IDO 119 beams? Is it actual Deadlock scripture now? What do you got?
I mean, I asked Ido like about it earlier, and he said it's just like a verse 1:19. So I'm not like really sure what that's about.
1 Corinthians verse 19. Yeah. Look it up, folks.
All right. Well, Do, thank you, brother. Appreciate the time. Hope you had a good time, and congrats on the win. And looking forward to seeing more from you guys, man. All right. Take it easy.
Yep. Thank you. Have a great night.
All right, brother. Take care. All right. There's Do from MLC. They are your winners. Damn, man. They like absolute beast. Very well played. You couldn't have asked, honestly, for a more dominating showing, Uber, from a squad. And the run continues. Look at this. Just so much success.
Yeah, I mean, look, these guys are sick, and it shows. You know, I sort of get where they're coming from. You know, Do sort of saying that he maybe didn't want something that was like too much, right? And that's not sort of required right now. I do think Melee Creeps have just done so much work over the last like year. Basically to be in a position now that they can basically take what they want in NA. They can turn up, scrim it a couple times a week. It's still look really good because they are always very, very quick on the pickup with a lot of these like new picks, or in this case this week, like they weren't going for the Ventor. They weren't trying to secure the Celeste. That was going to be banned out pretty much straight away. But it's still good to see plenty of silver being mixed in here. I think these guys are still the gold standard in Deadlock in this region. So, I mean, I'm impressed. They looked great. Ido didn't get to play flashy stuff as much today. Still looked really good. So yeah, these guys aren't going anywhere.
He's playing S tier heroes though, you know, at the very least. He's doing that.
That's his thing.
Yeah, it was really fun to be a part of this. Super, you know, appreciative, ZP. Thank you so much for asking me to join. This was a good time. Had a blast with it. And also just want to let everyone know we're going to be jumping over to Ido's stream from here. So make sure you go and support the homie and congratulate him on a victory today. But that is going to do it for us here for the night shift Deadlock for EU and NA. Great shows across the board. Congrats to Abrahams on the EU side for picking up the dub there. Great performance from them. And then big shout out to Melee Creeps for the NA victory here. I'm Golden Boy. That, of course, is Uber. And
thanks for donating.
ZP. Thank you for donating. That's right. Also, make sure you get out there and support the Night Shift crew. Patreon. Okay? They're links. Click the links. And then you go and you give them your money. Okay? Your hard-earned money. But these guys are putting on a damn good product for y'all. So make sure you get out there and support them. That's going to do it for us here, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you next week. Same time, same place. We'll see you then. Peace.